it alone for the first time in many years. The history between Roman Reigns and this man dates back decades. Seth freaking Rollins, who made a statement Monday and also claims Paul Heyman owes him a favor. Paul Heyman has already agreed to join who he calls his best friend. Heyman will be in the corner of CM Punk tonight for this massive triple threat match live on WrestleMania Saturday. The fabulous Charlotte Flair, looking to win her 15th world title, heads into what may well be the most emotional match of her awesome career when she takes on the woman who has taken WWE by storm, WWE Women's Champion Tiffany Stratton. It's Tiffany time tonight. Allegiant Stadium is jam-packed tonight with over 60,000 WWE fans waiting for the match that will kick off WrestleMania Saturday. He is the World Heavyweight Champion, Gunther, looking to stop another WrestleMania letdown. The man who stands in his way heads into the biggest match of his career. Main event, Jey Uso. Can Jey Uso do the unthinkable? Can Jey Uso knock off Gunther here tonight at WrestleMania Saturday?
And villains. In this game, it can be hard to tell which is which.
I think the fans can expect the unpredictable.
You think by now you'd know the whole story. This is just the beginning. All the history.
Still WrestleMania, you've done something special.
All the legends. This time, right here, it's the realest it's ever been. Ever.
WrestleMania is taking over Las Vegas.
Look around. We're everywhere.
The growth of professional wrestling, the institution, it is stunning.
Whatever you say, Stone Cold Steve Austin.
That's the belt! You brought the belt! The power of WrestleMania match.
Real this can get.
All bets are off now. This is gonna get nasty.
Sometimes they're true.
Triple threat match. Talk about a big fight.
So tonight, who's it gonna be?
This is what you came for.
Heroes or villains?
All gas, no brakes. Here we go. CM Punk, Seth. In our tribal chief, the only tribal chief. Main eventing WrestleMania is sacred. Because of me, you're in the main event.
I cannot wait.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome WWE Chief Content Officer and 2025 WWE Hall of Fame inductee, Paul Triple H.
It is my distinct honor to welcome you to Las Vegas, where for the first time ever, right here, right now, all of you are being seen by the entire globe live now. So with that said, welcome to WrestleMania!
Jey Uso is live at WrestleMania. He is going down. He's going down. They are yeeting all over the place. They are yeeting all over Las Vegas.
And baby, that was a WrestleMania. Come on, Blair. A little subdued.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to WrestleMania. Pat McAfee and I are here, and for the first time at the announce desk, it is WrestleMania debut. Wade Barrett, welcome, partner.
I am so pumped up for this. I know it might not have seemed so much like that during the eating experience. I'm trying to pace myself. This is a massive show with massive matches, and I'm so honored to be a part of this process.
Hey, even the Spanish announcers, Marcelo Rodriguez and Jerry Soto, doing some eating as well.
Así es. Cabalga, familia hispana. Aquí estamos en vivo con nuestra mesa en WrestleMania para hacer historia.
Gunther marching his way to the ring. He has only been pinned by two men since arriving on the scene on Monday Night Raw a number of years ago. One was Cody Rhodes back at Crown Jewel.
scheduled for one fall is for the World Heavyweight Championship. Introducing first, the challenger from San Francisco, California, weighing in at 242 pounds, main event, Jey Uso. And his opponent from Vienna, Austria, weighing in at 250 pounds, he is the World Heavyweight Champion, the Ring General, Gunther.
Jey Uso won the 2025 Royal Rumble. He would go on to pick this man, Gunther, to challenge for the World Heavyweight Championship. Wade, a lot of people have questioned the decision of why Uso would pick this monster known as Gunther.
Well, it's a mountain to climb from the word go. For the past 3 months, Gunther has been at his brutalist worst. It looked like it had crumbled Jey Uso from the off, but the last 2 weeks, we've seen a very different version of main event Jey.
You win the Royal Rumble, you have an opportunity to be a world champion. No matter who you face, it's going to be tough. This one might be the toughest of them all.
What's going on, YouTube? It's your host, Tony Smiles, for WrestleMania 41, baby. Gunther versus Jey Uso for the World Heavyweight Championship.
Jey Uso has been focused, and perhaps Wade, for the
right now they just staring themselves down in the ring. The bell has rang, as you heard.
Act by Jey Uso, and that morphing act has completely
WrestleMania 41, baby. Let's go. This is the Super Bowl of wrestling.
I think everything Jey Uso thought he knew about Jey Uso has gone out the window. Feels like a new person as of late, as we wait each other out here a little bit on the big.
Jey Uso sitting in the corner on the lower turnbuckle.
Matches with Gunther back in 2024 when Jey Uso was the Iron Man of the Rumble that year.
Gunther was in the middle of the ring. Now they grappling.
Eliminated by Gunther, and we're underway. Are you surprised, Wade, that Jey Uso went for the collar and elbow?
He got Jey Uso up against the ropes.
Start this match.
Yeah, I am completely. Listen,
now he has him in the corner.
Of Jey Uso,
he's about to hit him in the chest, I bet.
2 weeks.
He's standing him up for that.
Still the same guy. That's the problem.
Bam! There it is. I told you that was going to happen.
Oh, and Jey firing back with the right, and he drops Gunther.
And Jey Uso hits him back, dropping him. He rolls outside the ring. Gunther's outside the ring. Gunther's a tall, bad man.
Gunther feels a weakness on himself. He fixes
Who you got winning? Who you got winning? Hit me up. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Subscribe.
So physically, he's different as well coming in here. And I think what Gunther just realized was, wait a minute, Jey Uso can throw hands if he has to.
Yeah, real contrast in styles in this matchup.
The crowd is live at WrestleMania. This is the first match of a 2-night event. WrestleMania used to be 1 night, 2 hours. WrestleMania 1 was crazy.
Well, Gunther leaves no
at Madison Square Garden
in his preparation,
back in the 80s.
For the biggest matches here at WrestleMania. Jey Uso simply cannot outmaneuver the champ physically.
Side headlock.
We are at WrestleMania 41, and Gunther versus Jey Uso. They're just getting started. Jey Uso pushes them against the rope. Gunther tries an elbow. They just testing themselves out. There's a chop to the chest.
Those are going to be
Jey Uso took the chop to the insecurity kick.
And again, Gunther has to roll
drops Gunther. Gunther's outside the ring again. They stalling. They're stretching the match out. They're stretching the match out. This is unbelievable.
He just ate it. It rattled him, but he didn't go down.
Suspense disbelief, people. Come on, stay with me. Gunther's back on the apron.
870 days as the
Jey Uso's on another side of the ring, inside the ring.
66 days as the Intercontinental Champion.
There's a lot of people there, man. There's a lot of people there.
At SummerSlam.
And they yeeting. Yeet. Oh, yeah, baby. Let's go. WrestleMania.
Get into this match.
Yeah, you watch him just take a step back there once the eating started here in Las Vegas, and maybe it is in his head
This
a little
is
bit that
crazy.
the whole stadium's against him.
Being a former NFL player, explain to us the importance of the momentum of the crowd
Listen.
to help your team.
Yeah, momentum's a real
Jey
thing.
Uso's gonna win this match.
Don't really
He
know
has
how
to.
explain it, but
He
if the
loses this
vibes
match,
are
he goes
good
to the
in
back
his
of the
own-
line.
Confidence is high.
Not enough.
He tried to body
Gunther
slam.
into the cover now. Jay
Fell
forced to
backwards
kick out. I'm not
into
sure you
a
want to
pin.
try to overpower Gunther here.
Yeah, and I guess you're
Gunther's like that
overestimating the
old
importance
style
of crowd
wrestler.
noise when it comes to Gunther.
No
A lot of
fluff,
people
no
guess
buff,
it
no
will affect.
nothing.
Gunther is just
He's
built
gonna do
so
the old
different.
grappling
He's got
holds,
the granite mindset.
slap
The
you in the
noise
chest.
from a peanut gallery is not going to affect
You know,
him
hold
at
you
all.
for like 10 minutes in a
Noise.
bear hug.
Chops to Jay's chest tonight that people are going to hear maybe
Hard,
for the first time.
hard
Alarming.
blows to the
With
chest.
that right hand
Back
on
then he
that
shoot
Austrian
to the
man
head.
can do. He's devastated.
Stiff clotheslines, that kind of stuff. Jey Uso body slam. We have not seen too many body slams in the WWE. The last person that I saw doing a body slam was Nia Jax, his cousin. And now he body slammed him.
Gunther, the
He went
champion,
old
could be in
school
some
on him.
trouble. Gunther was not expecting. Oh, that
Oh,
shot will stop
he
Jay
just caught
in his
a
tracks
chop to the
as
chest
he
from the
tumbles
top
and falls
turnbuckle
to the
and
floor.
fell
That's
outside
what I
to the
was talking
floor.
about just moments ago.
Wrestling today is about being outside the ring and not always inside the ring. The 10th count. He's slow as
But one killer blow like that changes everything.
And again, another look at this.
referee calling
It's his
4,
finisher.
5,
If he hits
6.
it, it could be over.
And he waits like
And
10
remember,
seconds.
guys, no hurry for
Dab
Gunther
him.
here. He's got the champion's advantage.
He's up to 6 now. You see?
Jay must pin or submit
Slowest
Gunther
count
to
ever.
the
Get
title.
inside the
This
ring,
is the
Jay.
pace
Come
that
on.
Gunther likes. It was that 100 miles an hour stuff from Jey Uso.
He got underneath
that
the
was
ropes.
Playing into Uso's game plan. Now
Gunther's
this is
up
all back to the drawing board.
Get up off the floor.
Gunther goes 6'4", 250.
With the-
Austria, and that big uppercut drops Jay
It's the
again.
uppercut.
And
It's
now
not really
it
an
feels
uppercut.
like Pat the Gunther
We
started
know
to settle in.
in boxing
This is right
how
where
uppercut
Gunther likes to be.
that's like a forearm.
He's in complete control. You are at his mercy.
Man.
He's
with the
chomping
elbows.
and thumping your
You don't even
body
touch the face.
And if you were Jey Uso,
But
Jay,
they
this is
sell
what
it.
you
They sell
have
the
to try
bump.
to avoid.
Let's go.
Yeah, absolutely. You asked
Gotta
about
love
3 weeks
WrestleMania.
ago, Jey Uso had zero chance in this
We'll be
match.
here tomorrow
What's
night
changed in the
if everything
meantime
goes well.
is a couple of fired up
For night
speeches
2.
from Jey Uso. Physically,
The
he's
main
exactly
event
the
tonight,
same, and
as
now
you
he's
can see
getting
behind
dominated
me,
by Gunther.
and on
This
top
was inevitable.
You don't think that affected Gunther
Is the
emotionally?
tribal chief
Until the bell rings, and then something
Roman Reigns
switches in the mind
versus
of Gunther.
CM
This
Punk
version appears.
versus
Settling in
Seth
to the
freaking Rollins.
thought this match would be the dominance of Gunther. Didn't want to believe it. Wanted to believe in Jay. And Jay with a spear. He caught him out of the air.
Jay
with a spear.
speared him.
Chased out
Jay
still
speared him.
win over Gunther.
He gonna
He's gotta
kick
it
out,
too.
man. It's not gonna be
Now,
that
you're
easy.
the champion, Wade. That's gonna knock you all out.
There's gonna be a lot of
If everything
kick
you're
outs.
saying, Wade, is true,
Near
then
fall.
Jey Uso
They're gonna
just
try to drag
speared
this on for
Gunther
20
out of
minutes.
his boots and
It
almost
took
win
20
the
minutes
title
to get
right
to the
here in
ring.
Las Vegas.
Take another look at this. Spear connects to perfection, but to be honest,
Jay had to come down from the top of that stadium.
At exactly the right moment, keeps the match alive. And really, Jey Uso took too long to follow
The
it up.
new Triple
You
H
gotta wonder if
era.
Jay got all that spear with full momentum, but Jay still
They
fighting
yeeting
back.
every time he
Gunther
punches
seems
him
to
to the
be
head.
On his heels a bit here.
But it's not really a punch, it's like a grade.
Here's Jey Uso's
But they
back
sell it.
in
You know how it goes.
Ooh,
Just
wow! Never mind.
real though.
The biggest equalizer
Man,
in the game. Throw whatever you want at Gunther.
They get crazy
Oh, wait a
sometimes.
second.
Went for the powerbomb, and Jay turned it into a Samoan drop.
Samoan
Great
drop
counter by
from
Jay.
Jey
He's beat
Uso
by that
after he got
powerbomb
chopped to the
before.
throat.
I'll tell you this, Jey
Well,
Uso
to the
is
chest,
as
really.
locked in as I have ever seen him. I go back 16 years with that guy. This
This
is
is
a
for the heavyweight
different,
championship.
more
That belt
combative version
is
of
all
Jey
right.
Uso.
Considering
Sean
all those
Bennett,
big
the
WWs
official
all
in
over
this
the
World
place.
Championship matchup. Gunther now will not allow Uso to get to the top rope. Gunther will meet him there, however.
It's like the
And
big
now the world
goal.
champion looking to
Love
take
the big
control.
goal. That's the
Hooking
best
Uso,
best
top
wrestling
rope now
belt
for Gunther.
of
And a
hot
suplex
generation.
driving Jey
Best
Uso
looking.
across the
Then the
ring.
wing eagle.
Throw off the top rope.
Wing
And
eagle.
there's a dinosaur drop kick by the gargantuan Gunther, who now looks to put
You know, we're gonna
Uso
see a lot of
away
that
with
Tiffany
a
stuff.
power bomb.
Boom,
This is what
power
we're
bomb.
afraid of. Stacks him up for the win and the retention and a kick out.
Jey Uso
And
needs to
two
stop messing
by
around.
Jay.
How did Jay kick out of that?
Well,
He barely
Gunther
kicked
is
out.
transforming the game before our
And if the
eyes.
referee
No one
touches
in
the mat,
history
then the
has
league-
stacked heavy
That's-
offense
the
in a
match is
row
over. They got-
quite like Gunther. This was the final piece in the puzzle, the high stack powerbomb Final piece and
trying to do those earphones.
Jey Uso still has some resolve left in him.
I've seen some mistakes where the referee, you know,
kick off
gives
WrestleMania
the match to somebody by
World
accident.
Heavyweight title on the line. Over 60,000 will be in this building.
Other
tonight
times, you know,
in Las
Vince
Vegas.
would come out and restart the match. No, that's not going to end this way. Restart the match. Ring the bell.
It's been a wild 24 hours already.
Here comes the slow chop from Gunther. Gunther's an old-style wrestler. He going to milk every move.
Delivery at another power bomb to Jey Uso. Jey able to turn it around with a nice run. And now Jey Uso's spear again.
Another spear.
Jey's got Gunther hurt. Gunther's down. Jey Uso's going to look to go up top. Is it Jey's moment? Is it Jey's opportunity? Jey from the
Jey
top.
Uso with the Uso splash.
Cover.
Here's the pin.
Gunther kicks out.
That's not going to do it. Not going to do it.
Well, they've both now dropped their heaviest artillery, and it simply hasn't worked. Gunther going for that second bite of the cherry. Jey beats him to the punch with this spear. This time,
this is a decent match. Because you got an old grappler versus someone who can move a little bit. And Usos back in the day, the tag team, when the brothers were together, they were amongst the best. For the speed and the action.
What the hell's Gunther doing?
Uso grabbed the heavyweight championship. He leaving. And he does have that prerogative. I know bad guys have done it in the past. They just refuse to wrestle. And he can't lose the belt because he got the championship advantage. Oh! That should be a disqualification. Jey Uso got hit in the face with the belt. It's over. Gunther with a Gunther splash. Jey kicked out at the T, and now he's giving the elbows to the throat. This is gonna be a minute. Now he's gonna try to.
Now locking in the sleeper.
Got the sleeper hold on him. It's not really a sleeper, but you know, don't try these wrestling moves at home, kids, because you might do it for real. They don't do it for real. Except the slap. The slap. Yeah, those are real. You can see it sometimes on their chest. The old red. But they got to make that sound.
Doing a nice job blocking. Oh no! Drags Jey back to the center of the ring, and now it's just a matter of time.
Jey Uso might have lost his chance if the referee was actually looking. Once the belt was introduced, it's a foreign object. That's an automatic disqualification.
I thought that was it, Wade. I thought Gunther was going to do what he's done so many times in the past, and that's just...
And I've seen Bobby Heenan, back in the day, they'll take Ravishing Recruit and leave. Just walk out. They'll disqualify him, but he keeps the belt. You can't win the belt on this
obviously frustrated.
This is why in boxing,
figure out what he needs to do to put Jey away. A couple
of
vicious knees to the jaw of Jey Uso.
On a draw.
Another chop, and Gunther's ticked off right now.
Well, you get
can't
hit
do
with
it.
a title, your brain is scrambled. Jey Uso at this point completely defenseless. I'm starting to question the likelihood of Jey Uso's ongoing aliveness.
You saw the official Sean Bennett again checking on Jey Uso, and Jey says, "Just bring it." And now another chop by Gunther. Uso is laughing. Jey Uso is laughing at the chops from Gunther.
They calling them chops. This is flat, hard.
You think you're going to be able to out-tough me?
And another one.
And he can go there. He can do a whole 20-minute match just chopping him in the chest. Oh, back and forth.
You can laugh all you want. Imminently,
Gunther's the old-style
wrestler.
wrestler.
Start looking like Jimmy did several weeks ago.
He's the old-style wrestler. No fluff, no muss, no. The only thing he needs is a robe, like a.
Gunther waiting for Jey to get back to his feet.
You don't even have a robe. He came in with a coat before.
World champ works on the left arm and a shot to Jey.
Caving the.
And another chop. Drops the challenger.
Gunther did this 3-4 times. Like I said,
the normal Jey Uso.
they like that doing. They like to do what they do.
On this. Part of the job of the referee is to protect competitors.
You're gonna milk it really slowly.
This is a championship fight. Jey Uso's nowhere near quitting.
Now Jey Uso doing the
Jade
slap.
fighting back.
They hit the back and forth.
Vicious championship matches.
Oh, shoulder bump.
Genres here in Las Vegas over the years.
Elbow to the head. Here come the
Gunther
yeet.
and Jade out, exchanging blows like massive heavyweights in the middle of the ring. What's going to give here?
They got him. They got the crowd. They got the crowd
still on his
involved.
feet. A clothesline to Gunther as well. Jay still
Stiff
standing tall.
clotheslines. And nobody moving. Oh, kick to the face.
Boot. And that'll knock the champ down.
Jay scored the knockdown with
looking like
stiff
a man
clothesline.
possessed.
But Gunther's too tall for him, so he can't.
Through a toughness war.
He's doing tall man.
With Gunther in one.
We talked about it on the Countdown show. You never know when you're ever going to get another opportunity at the World
He needs to do some
Championship.
Daniel
You got
Bryan.
to take it when you can. And now Gunther from
Here we
behind.
go with the headlock
Choke now
again.
on Uso. Able to duck from underneath. Nice German
Oh,
suplex by
suplex.
Jay.
Suplex. Jay got him with the
Can't take
suplex.
too long. Gunther will take advantage.
Jay going deep.
He need an
Play.
ankle lock.
Jey
Or
Uso is
chin lock.
basically hitting
Some type of
Gunther's
lock.
greatest hits.
Some type of submission
Gunther
to
right
drag
now,
this
that
home.
clothesline,
Jay-
that German suplex.
Jay don't do none of that stuff.
Gunther, whatever he expected tonight, it certainly was not this.
It was
likes
a
to
great
jump over
game
the top
plan
turbo.
developed here by Jey Uso. And
Oh.
there again, that's that big dinosaur drop kick.
Super drop kick.
Drops the number one contender in
Man,
his
those
craft.
drop kicks
Gunther
are weird
now,
when the big
center
guys
of the
do it.
ring. Hoisting Jey
It looks-
Uso up, powerbomb.
when Gunther
Jey
does
with
it-
a counter. Jay counters. Jay's got Gunther.
Here we go.
And a
Oh, powerbomb.
of his own.
Yes,
Jey Uso
again,
powerbomb.
pulling out moves from the repertoire of the champ.
Studying
He just
film.
copied Gunther.
Growing his game.
Jay just hit Gunther with
There's a stupid kick.
powerbomb and a
That's a
super
Uso
kick,
move.
and suddenly
Stupid
Uso showing signs of life.
That's
Powerbomb to the ring general.
Roman Reigns told us on Pat McAfee's show Friday how proud he
Another
was
super kick.
of Jey Uso in this opportunity tonight.
There's a spear.
Speaking of Roman Reigns, a
It's kinda
spear
sloppy.
by Jay. Gunther's down.
You know who used to
Jay's
do
gonna
good
climb
spears?
high.
The
Go
Ultimate
on, Jay.
Warrior. He used to get horizontal.
Uso splash.
Those splash. Is that enough?
By Jay. One didn't get it done last time, so Jay is going to try to
He going up to the other turnbuckle.
another one here. A second Uso splash.
Rolls through again. Cole.
You know who did the
I think
best
he's thinking
splashes
three
back in the
Uso
day?
splashes.
Well, Gunther looks
I
like
bet
a
you
bit
can't
of
guess.
that already.
Jey Uso going for the trifecta in Vegas. Connects this time to the back of Gunther. Does Jay
Another
have a
splash.
chance? Does Jey Uso have a chance for the upset of the year?
Jimmy,
Jey Uso about to
Superfly
be
Jimmy
world
Snuka.
champion.
Superfly Jimmy Snuka used to do that.
On Jey Uso.
We don't talk about him
Jay
either.
with a
WWE don't be trying to
with a
talk about
sweeper on
Superfly Jimmy
Gunther,
Snuka.
turning Gunther's offense around
Oh,
him.
he got him in
Uso's
the
got
headlock.
on Gunther. Gunther's fading. Gunther
Oh,
taps
Gunther tapped
Uso
out.
breaks it down.
Gunther tapped out. Gunther tapped out. Oh, Gunther tapped out. Yo, that's certified. He certified him. We got a new heavyweight champion. I told you, Jay needed to win this. It's just me. Ooh. They want. It's just me. Ooh. They want. It's just me.
You guys want to talk
Line
about
them all up,
poetic
knock them down
justice?
like this.
Jey Uso turned the tables tonight on Gunther.
Yo, let's go. Let's
Jey
go.
Uso's world champion.
Yeah.
Jey
Yeah.
Uso wins
Yeah.
his first
Come
title.
on.
He rolled the dice
Yeah.
on the
Do the
strip,
walk.
and it paid off.
Yo, Gunther tapped out. That's a crazy finisher.
Wait, take us through the
That's a crazy finisher, man. That's a crazy finisher. They showing Jey Uso trying to do a splash outside the ring, and he got hit with the belt, which should have been a disqualification. Gunther doing a frog splash. These are the replays. Gunther doing a frog splash, and then he gives him the elbows. He tried to do a power bomb. He turned it around, and Jey Uso did his own power bomb. Then he did a couple of frog splashes. They're not showing that. They did the spear. Here goes another frog splash. Uso splash. And then Jey Uso put him in a sleeper hole. Like he was copying most of his moves the whole night. Here we go. Here we go. And the party continues. Finally, Jay Uso finally got a championship, a world championship. He at the tippy top. Yeah. His father got to be proud. Father got to be proud. He be tweeting. Check X later. His father gonna say something. Yeah, now Jimmy Uso got to go get his belt. At least in a Continental or the U.S. Championship, something. Jimmy got to do something. Jimmy got to do something. Because all that stuff with the bloodline all these years since 2020 got to start paying off now. Got to start paying off. They're getting older. And all those NXT guys are coming up. All those NXT guys. Oh, Jimmy showed up. There is
a reason. It's day one-ish.
Yeah, it's really day one-ish with them two.
Together through
from
thick
the
and
womb
thin.
to the grave, I
They've
guess.
had their problems. They've battled each other. They've been at each other's side. But tonight, Jimmy Uso is here to present his brother Jay with the most coveted prize, the World Heavyweight Championship.
The Usos are back together. And Jay Uso is the World Heavyweight Champion. Break it.
Day one-ish.
And they really day one-ish, man, because, you know, can't get no closer than the womb.
Jay Uso era as world champion.
We know that Jay Uso's father, the Hall of Famer Rikishi, is somewhere in this
And
stadium
Jay is the
tonight.
younger one.
Pat,
He came out last.
You were there that night.
And he on top first.
Back in Indianapolis, Indiana. The night that Jay Uso won the Royal Rumble. When you and I
They probably
walked
gonna
into
eat for
a
another
bar at
10
our
minutes.
hotel, and Rikishi, Jay's father.
It's going to go forever. Jay Uso going into the crowd. I guess he's looking for family. Nah, he's just walking through the crowd. He's leaving through the crowd. He leaving the way he came in, through the crowd. He's doing a Roman Reigns with the belt on his back. I think Roman Reigns was one of the first ones to do that. Or The Rock. I think it was The Rock. Maybe it was The Rock. Like they just throw the belt over the shoulder and carry it with the belt facing that way. I liked it in the old days when they wore the belt. Like Hulk Hogan used to wear the belt. Ultimate Warrior wore the belt. They wore it around their waist. Ravishing Rick Rude wore the belt. Jey Uso's almost to the top of the stadium.
World champ.
You got girls screaming. Yeah, they probably going to commercial break now. Here we go. It's going to be a long one. So, breaking news, Jey Uso just became the world heavyweight champion. And he's doing a Slim Jim commercial right now with LA Knight. So, he definitely got some work in. Because once you get that title, the WWE Championship or the World Heavyweight Championship, you're gonna have to be out there. LA Knight is out there already, been doing that. And he just got the U.S. title not too long ago. But because he's so recognizable, they're doing the Slim Jim commercials. Now they're doing some merch advertisements. But let me tell you, Jey Uso is selling a lot of merchandise. A lot of merchandise now. He's picking up where the OTC had left off. But I think Cody Rhodes, he's the top dog now, top merch seller, and he's all over the place. So again, that's the job. Like people think, oh, they win the title, and it's just that. It's not like you're gonna have to go on tour. This is what boxers need to do when they get the championship. They need to go on tour and spread the word. Because sometimes you got these champions, nobody know. Like right now, the average person don't know that David Benavidez is a world champion. Why? Because he's an email champion. They emailed it to him. He ain't do nothing about it. You know, he's a light heavyweight champion, and nobody knows about it but boxing fans. All right, we're about to get ready for the next match. They're doing their commercials. They have to do their commercials because they're paying for this and they need all that extra money. And they're trying to do big gates, but the price of tickets are getting astronomical. And if the economy keep going the way it is, there was a period of time that that people couldn't afford to go to wrestling. They just didn't go. Half the stadium be empty, and you still had Raw and SmackDown to do. They would have to curtain off a section and cover it up. The hard camera section would be empty. The top rows would be empty. They bring everybody down and try to fill the corner and turn off the lights at the top. Yo, this is not a business for the faint of heart. You know, promotion. This is basically what it is. It's a circus. The WWE is a circus. And let me tell you, I don't care what you say. Vince McMahon is one of the best promoters of our generation. And he's not even running the company no more, and they're making so much money off of what he built up, because his father was the first one to do it. And then there was territories before that, the WWF, and then the WWF, and then the WWE, and now it's what's it called, TKO. So, you know, they're just making profit off of what's already there. You know, a lot of times in business, you know, companies buy out other flourishing businesses and then claim success after they're making profits off of what's already created, like Google. No offense, YouTube too. All right, now they're going back and talking about the New Day. They're giving a history of New Day because I guess
Chose yourself over us.
New Day versus the War Raiders coming up next for the tag team championship.
Why don't you get the hell out of this ring?
And they've been wrestling for years now.
To your desk, where you belong.
The New Day versus the War Raiders, formerly known as the Viking Raiders.
It's a new era of the New Day, and nobody likes it. We came out.
I think it's best if you find somewhere else to change.
If you don't let us speak,
Maternal pride is over.
Wow! You know all that we've...
Yeah. So they're just going over. They're just going over the New Day story. The New Day had to turn heel. They had to go bad. Because the only other answer was for them to split up. And they didn't want to do that. Even though Big E got hurt. And that was a terrible accident on SmackDown where, you know, you got a new guy who don't really know how to wrestle, and he's really brutal. And he don't, you know, he gets all into the match as opposed to worrying about safety. Threw Big E over his head, and Big E landed on his neck, and he's done. He was done. And then what happened to him? They broke up his little team with Sheamus and Butch at the time. And they sent him down to NXT. I think he's still down there. They changed Butch's name, and I don't know what's going on with Sheamus. Sheamus should be going for that Intercontinental Champion so he can get all the belts underneath his wing and be a Grand Slam champion. But this with the War Raiders, formerly known as the Viking Raiders versus the New Day, this is not a new match. They've been wrestling for years together as two tag teams, and then I remember when the Viking Raiders first came out, they were doing silly stuff, with Viking stuff and throwing axes. They were like doing silly competitions on the outside, who can run here there, just mid card entertainment type stuff. Stuff that Vince liked, that he thought was funny, because back then Vince was still running the company. But for some reason, Triple H is keeping this going with the New Day versus the Viking, formerly known as Viking Raiders, to the War Raiders. But they're coming up next. I believe that the New Day is gonna win this, so they can capitalize on the healers thing. And plus the War Raiders haven't done anything with it, so they're on the way out to the ring now. Let's jump in here a little bit. See, you got to watch out for this music. The New Day always come out with a type of theme. They coming out with a theme. I don't recognize it. My apologies. Yeah, they got the unicorns on the back. I remember they used to sell the unicorns. They used to, the unicorns, the unicorn horns, the bootios. They used to sell everything. The bootios, I thought they were gonna keep that. I never really understood the pancake throwing thing. They used to throw a lot of pancakes. I never understood that. Like, you're not gonna eat them pancakes they throwing with their dirty hands.
Xavier Woods is 0-6 at WrestleMania. Kofi Kingston is just 2-13 at the big show. Well, guys, beginning tonight, every superstar performing will wear a commemorative.
And the only person from the New Day that still hasn't really won a championship is Xavier Woods. Like, Kofi got his Kofi Mania. Big E became a champion too. I don't know what's going on with Xavier Woods, but that's what they were going if they continue, because they were arguing and doing this, that, and the other. And the Big E had to, get out of their face type thing, that promo. That's what turned it around. They went heel, because if not, they were going to split up. They were fighting each other. Eventually, they would have been dumb, like Shawn Michaels and the Rockers, back in the day. They just turn on each other. They start fighting each other up and down until that gets boring and tired. But because they went heel, now it's a new fresh coat of paint on the team. Oh, they're arguing with somebody.
I hope George Kittle beats their ass right here, right now. Where's security? This is not acceptable at this level. Beat them up, George. This is not an NFL field. Let them. You got a match.
Some football players.
You got a match. Wait a minute. George Kittle acting like a fan, screaming at the New Day. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that.
I think he swore at them. That was the problem.
Should have punched him, George.
So the War Raiders are coming out. The female that was with them should have stayed. She was valet, but I think they fired her or something, because I haven't seen her anywhere.
Raiders. It's not Raw. It's Mania, man.
Your opponents at a combined weight.
They changed their name to War Raiders, but one of the guys came out with a Viking outfit. He got the horns. And the other guy, he dressed like a king. He got a crown. Like, you're trying to get away from that Viking gimmick, but then you come back to it, even though they changed your name to the War Raiders. The sound is the same. It's a horn. It's a Viking horn. Nobody's even cheering for them, I don't think. It's quiet.
Clash of clan characters tonight. Eric is the Barbarian King, Ivar as Pekka.
And this is an absolute disgrace. Who are the video game aficionados in WWE? It is the New Day. Up, up, down, down. And even the video game world has turned their backs on one of the greatest tag.
Yeah, the War Raiders are going to lose. They're going to lose bad. Like, they're not doing nothing with the championship belts. You got to have other people to, step up. It's just been bad. So this is like nobody really wants to see this because the heels in the New Day, nobody really cares for them like that, like they used to. And then the War Raiders, they have an identity problem. They haven't been on television for God knows how long. And then they had an injury before that. They put the belts on them to hype them up. But nothing. So I take it that the New Day is going to take this match. They're going to take it. They're going to take the belts. And I guess, they'll start. The match has started.
That would actually be Eric. And now the New Day, Kofi Kingston and Xavier Woods trying to double team Eric of the War Raiders.
Big time right from Xavier that he just laughs at.
Eric from the War Raiders.
Eric just powers up Kofi and uses him as a battering ram against Xavier Woods.
Because the other guy went solo and
tag titles back in December. Tag mate Ivar is now the legal man.
The War Raiders are so damn innovative.
Yeah, here's the double team, just dumping Ivar onto both New Day members.
And listen, both War Raiders have had major neck surgeries in their career. We've talked about that in the past. That's part of the reason why they are completely reckless with their own bodies in pursuit of victory.
Really
this
slow.
does not look good for New Day right
Get
out
in
of
the
the
ring.
No risk it, no business.
He just flashed him outside the ring.
Well, New Day love pancakes. Now they are a pair of pancakes after that.
Oh, that's like getting hit by a
into the billboard that's on the side of the ring.
Absolutely.
Tag made. Here comes Eric.
Probably
the
plywood. They
Raiders.
used to have screens.
Now they're in complete control here, looking to do a little tag team wrestling. War Raiders.
And look at this 330-pound man covered by Eric for the win. Kick out somehow by Xavier Woods.
Xavier Woods got 330 pounds to his face, not once, but actually twice, and somehow kicked out a 2.
I hope that our ring announcer, Alicia Taylor, is upset over the fact that Xavier Woods stole her haircut for this match tonight.
Yes, you can be inspired by the greats even when everybody hates you.
Oh, and look at this. Xavier Woods intercepting Eric.
So right now they're not really wrestling. So
we have it on good authority that
into the barricade. Remember the bad neck of Eric, a focal point of the New Day this past week.
Yeah, they're not scared to kind of do anything they got to do to win again, and that's kind
They've been out like 20
the MO of this New Day. Kofi's parents are actually pulling for the War Raiders.
They finally got back.
People are taking shots at the New Day because of their treatment of Big E. The truth is they had to change something.
Look at this.
They become a nostalgia act.
And now right to the back of Eric. And remember, and we're going to harp on this because we have to. The surgically repaired neck of Eric, which almost cost him his wrestling career a number of years ago. Cover now to win the tag titles. Hook of the leg, kick out by Eric at 2.
They're both
tonight is really the acid test for the New Day. Was it a good idea to jettison Big E, win the titles, and all is forgiven? And this is part of the journey for them getting back to championship gold that they have not held in several years.
And you know what's interesting, guys? They know each other so well.
They've
met over a dozen times over the past number of years. It's been a tremendous rivalry between these two teams.
I mean, New Day's potential.
Oh, and that, look at that.
Future Hall of Famers. I think a lot of people would say guaranteed.
The
New Day is still going to be
a lot of people would say guaranteed future Hall of Famers, but with the way they're operating, they might burn enough bridges that nobody wants them in the Hall of Fame. But if they win another title in this new version of the New Day, you're talking about greatest of all time conversations forever.
I think you're already there. I mean, they held 11 plus the NXT championship. But
who knows when they get in
there?
Old and gray.
Xavier Woods again targeting the back of the neck of Eric. Great strategy by the New Day. Hooks the arm and the leg. That was a great cover there.
Yeah, superb, tightly hooked.
I don't think Xavier Woods is ever going to get a single title.
Although that neck of his is surely taken a ton of abuse thus far, and Ivar on the outside, desperate to get himself in there.
And I think if
the greatest of all time,
if the
Flair,
New Day split up, Xavier Woods is going to get lost like Carlito.
Seemed like it. Chopped by Woods, and now Eric trying to fight back. Desperation time now for Eric.
Because again, you got a lot of these
specialists. They completely isolated Eric, got him on the wrong side of the tracks, and now they're dropping the hammer.
And, you know,
well, now they're going to steal it out of the book of the great Hardy Boys, but Eric catches Kofi Kingston in midair and drops him right onto the back of Xavier Woods.
I mean, the New Day were taking their sweet-ass time there. It was only a matter of time before the War Raiders were able to gain their breath. And Ivar's looking to get into the match.
Ivar was the one doing those Hurricane Run. The big dude from the top rope.
Ivar, the 300-plus pounder with a big back body drop to Kofi Kingston. Mentioned Kofi's record.
And the somersault off the top rope.
WrestleMania, there's the cross body. But he did win the world title here. Kofi Mania, of course, a number of years ago.
Just a 330-pound weapon, this guy.
How impressive is Ivar when he gets a...
Oh, sit down, Kofi. Goes splat.
Cartwheel.
You got the worst cartwheel.
It's an arsenal of moves a guy that big should never, ever possess.
Now he's calling for war in Vegas.
Back to his feet is
the crowd finally got into it.
Ivar now. Looking Kofi up.
War.
Be able to get out of it with a kick right to
really
the face.
Low.
Big heel to the chin there.
Like a lot of people not into this.
Perfect.
You got a full stadium. It's a stadium. It's a football
Always
stadium.
Has a great fade and a great eye on the call.
Big Mets fan.
It's not like a regular arena.
Here's the double team.
You know,
watch
20,000.
Try to double team, and Ivar going to take out both members of the New Day.
Well, Ivar really has to do
this
on his
some
own with
stuff,
Eric
for a
down
big
and
dude.
seemingly out. I would not put it past the big man.
He wrestled like a small dude.
Now what's he thinking?
It's got to be a scary sight, Pat. Can you imagine?
He about to flip. He about to do it now.
Heading up to the top rope now, and Xavier Woods going to meet him there.
He in a bad spot to be staring at
Xavier
those
Woods
cheeks.
didn't
No,
let him do
something
it.
bad's coming.
And the honor roll by Woods.
Just a beat too long for Eric. Excuse me, Ivar, as he was going skyward.
That's the thing about the New Day. They might be down, but they're never out. Always on time.
Eric is outside the ring. Ivar's getting beat up by the New Day tag team.
Neck injury as well.
Oh, he's
Eric going to pick right out of midair.
I'll meet you halfway, Eric says.
Xavier Woods knocked out of the ring. Went for a full Nelson. Nice counter by Kofi. Trouble in paradise.
Completely cleaning the clock of Eric. Cleaning out the ring, and now it's one-on-one.
Now he's
turn his attention to Ivar now. Kofi catches him with a kick right to the face. Kofi Kingston now going up to the top rope, going to fly.
I like how they go out the ring and they stay on the floor laying down.
Big spinning heel kick by Ivar.
How the hell did he
back
get
in
his
the day?
knee
They
up
would
that
get
high?
back up and go on the side on the turf.
Right on time, Kofi's face. Eats Ivar's
apron.
knees.
Now going for a second bite of the cherry. We've seen this before from the big man. Utter devastation ahead.
A doomsday song. They have broken the legs of Kofi. Cover from the top rope. There's the big limit break elbow by Woods.
Perfect timing from Xavier Woods.
Cover. Almost had him, and Ivar had
What
to
was
kick
that,
out.
man?
What a
I think he
sequence.
hurt himself.
I thought the top ropes broke.
I think his
Check
foot
out
slipped.
Ivar here on the top
me see,
rope.
he can't
Barely gets over. I think he slipped on the top rope.
Yeah, he
Just about
slipped.
made it through.
He almost didn't get the
That
whole
transition into a pin gave Xavier
At least he
Woods
didn't land
just
on his
enough
neck.
time to bust that thing wide open.
Just an incredible
Like
scene
instead of going
Allegiant
out like
Stadium
he normally
in
does,
Las Vegas,
he
over
went
60,000 here.
went
First night of a
backwards.
two-night WrestleMania.
And
WrestleMania
somehow
Saturday.
finally
This
got
is
his
for the
legs
World
to
Tag
rotate
titles.
above. It was bad.
Raiders
Looked like he
against the
slipped
New
off
Day.
the top rope.
War Raiders defending their titles in a brawl.
It wasn't a
here to
clean,
start this.
The last guy you want to be
somersault.
slugging it out with is Big Eric. If you're Xavier Woods, you're never going to win that one.
Eric pumped up. Oh, kick right to the midsection by Woods. Xavier Woods, former king of the ring.
Now you got
The
Eric.
honor roll again. Eric now finally gets the full Nelson in, and a
You got
knee
Eric
right
and
to
Xavier
the back of the head.
in the middle of the ring, and the other two
Oh, and listen to that kick.
outside the ring.
He screams in his face as well.
Eric's lost his damn mind. When did he go for a cover there?
A great point. I mean, I don't know.
Now the War Raiders attack
Put
teaming
him
up
through
on
so
Xavier.
much abuse have the New Day. Now
Not
it's
close
punishment
to that.
time.
Oh, and from behind, Kofi Kingston saving Xavier Woods.
So this is chaos here. This is like tornado tag
Might
team
be
match.
academic
And
now.
double team now, looking for the War Machine. And look at this, Kofi Kingston
Oh, you gotta be
caused
careful.
Ivar to lose his balance. He landed on the back of his neck.
And it was all
got
behind
big guys
the
like that
referee's
doing-
back. Nicely done
doing
by
a
the
jump.
New Day. The fix may well be in here.
Tag made now. Xavier Woods is now the legal man. Frequent tags by New Day.
Kofi with a super genius play.
Remember the bad neck as well from the top rope. Woods with
Double
some
stomp.
daylight. Cover by Woods, hook of the leg. Kofi Kingston with the assist.
They got it. The New Day needed it.
Tag team title.
And what you call it? Kofi. No. They running away with it like they stole it. The New Day running away like they stole it. They're not even celebrating. They ran all the way to the top of the
running like they stole something. Kofi certainly assisted with the pin, but what a win for the New Day.
A re-energized, reinvigorated New Day, but this flying bullhammer to the jaw.
They're showing the replay where Eric forearm.
As the War Raiders went on the warpath, but hats off
Woods.
to the New Day. They ate everything and kicked on ticking, and this is where Big Eric lost the plot completely. Woods close to out cold, and instead of going for that pin, the War Raiders went to finish the job, but too crafty was Kingston on the outside. One daylight later, and this is proof positive that jettisoning Big E was the right thing to do for the New Day.
I don't know about any of that, but you obviously saw Kofi get the assist from the outside, and now the GOAT conversation should grow louder for the New Day in the tag team world.
Wade, you said it earlier how important this match was for the New Day to establish this new image they have. Well, this new image has led them to become the brand new World Tag Champs.
The New Day.
This April.
The New Day. They're doing commercials now. They got a video game. Probably an app type video game. It looks kind of boxy. Yeah. It's an app. And they got Jey Uso doing Slim Jim commercials and Snickers commercials. Yeah, he definitely put in the work for that extra money. Yeah. And Gunther didn't do too much of that. That's what I'm saying. So the belt has to change hands. If you ain't making money for the company, you're not best for business. Like the old guys used to say. They'll be best for business. What's best for business? You'll put in that extra work. You got to put in that extra work. So they're doing commercials now. As we wait for the next match, they should advertise it here shortly. So what do you think? Should the New Day take the titles from the War Raiders, or should the War Raiders keep it? Let me hear your thoughts in the comments. Hit the like button, subscribe. Ice Cube's son is in the arena. Michael Shea from Saturday Night Live. So they showing all the celebrities that are out there. I think Jelly Roll. Only reason I know Jelly Roll is because of WWE. Naomi versus Jade Cargill. You know, at first, I thought because she was so popular in AEW that she didn't need to go to the Performance Center and hone her skills. But yeah, she really needs to be down there. Even though she's fit and she looks like a superhero. So I guess the next match is going to be Naomi versus Jade Cargill. That's what they're promoting right now. They're telling the story, what happened with when I don't think this story was supposed to be like this. I think it developed into this because Jade Cargill got hurt, and then they had to figure out a way to write her off. They pushed her or made it look like she got pushed into a windshield of a car, which would take her out for weeks, which for her to heal or whatever. But they never really they didn't know where they were going to go with it, because then they started blaming, Liv Morgan, and it was getting out of control. So then as the weeks went by, they weren't even talking about it. It was quiet. And then they finally decided I think they were gonna make Bianca Belair flip, because that's what everybody wants Bianca Belair to do, is go heel. But Naomi was right there. So once Naomi took the title, it's easy to see how it's easy to tell the story how she was jealous or whatever it was, and then she took her spot as the tag team champion. She came back, and then now we in WrestleMania, and they made it a WrestleMania match. No title, no nothing. So this is what they're selling. I think Jade Cargill's gonna win, but Naomi should win it and keep this caution thing going. It's working for her. And Naomi goes back to the Funkadactyls. She was a dancer and a valet and became a pro wrestler. She's Jimmy's wife. She's Jimmy Uso's wife. Caution. Naomi makes a great heel. She makes a great heel. She needs to work that caution thing all the way to the bank. I don't want to see her go back to the glow. Forget that glow stuff. She's not a Funkadactyl no more. This glow thing, she can take this to the bank. So Naomi's coming down.
The following contest is scheduled for
one fall.
From Orlando, Florida, Naomi.
Who's going to win, Naomi or Jade Cargill?
Tonight, they're going to be putting caution tape around a crime scene that Naomi is going to be in the middle of.
Being part of the big three was
I don't know who came up with this caution theme, but it worked, man. It worked so well.
Thanks, to the behavior of Jade Cargill.
Jealousy.
Somebody tried to say she looked like.
I don't know about any of those, but I do know
she had all the caution tape.
The times of the past.
Friday night.
Right? Nancy Kerrigan, absolutely not. And there was a kicker that was stabbed one time in training camp. Yep. There are sometimes people that will attack within their
You got to develop
team,
this caution character.
They will have a chance to
and
succeed.
be nasty. Be nasty.
And that's seemingly what happened with Naomi. She
nasty.
played. That's you.
She's been a champion before too.
Good teammate.
So she needs to get a belt.
Ladies and gentlemen, WrestleMania brought to you by the Fire. Now available in select stores and online. Nissan Hot and Spicy Firewalk.
Now that they have, they're doing some advertising for some Firelog. now that they have 2 additional titles that were added to the women's division, with the Intercontinental and the U.S. Championship in the main roster. She needs to go after them. She needs to go after them. If they're not gonna give her, the world title, the undisputed. If they're not gonna give Naomi the world title, she needs to get one of those secondary titles off of somebody, like quickly, because they're not doing anything with it. Well, Chelsea Green is working that angle. She's doing pretty good with that. She got a whole team, the Secret Harvest. So I like what Chelsea Green's doing with the U.S. title, even though she's Canadian. It's so funny. She's Canadian. They had a whole weather skit for Jade Cargill because the storm is coming.
Your show.
He's very accurate at calling weather systems.
Jade Cargill is in that X-Man, storm.
A major storm of ruin.
Storm steam.
In Vegas.
It was a good job we're indoors, isn't it?
Why do you always
You look like a superhero,
everything?
I like the metaphor, it just didn't work.
You gotta learn how to wrestle.
You feel that aura that is just.
But Naomi didn't know how to wrestle either. Naomi's still not the best wrestler either, but she has to learn. And she put in the work.
She is
Jade Cargill needs to put in the work.
Mad woman. Attacked by Naomi.
And Bianca Belair can help her with that. Bianca can wrestle.
Naomi playing off this whole boo-hoo-hoo act. Oh, she took me away from my friend Bianca. Poor me. Poor me. What she wanted was to get the tag team title. That's all this is about for Naomi.
And her opponent from Vero Beach, Florida, Jade Cargill.
Go ahead, Barrett. I know you're waiting to eat me up now.
Listen, when the
I don't think Jade's going to the gym.
in any of your
You don't look at
you should be the one to pour it away. Don't be the pussycat that goes ahead.
So I guess the
and
injury and
drinks
stuff
it. And I applaud
kept her out of the gym.
Naomi saw this
Because her stomach was ripped.
with Jade Cargill.
I don't see that right now. It's kind of soft. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, you have a lot of.
But if she's going for that,
knowledge about that.
I
that
made sure I
superhero
never had friends in my career. That's why nobody ever stabbed me in the back.
yeah,
Here we go, Naomi and Jade Cargill one tonight. This is the singles
For those
debut
who
at
know,
WrestleMania for that woman,
the
the impressive
Onion.
Jade Cargill. We're underway and immediately takes Naomi off her feet and Cargill pounding away. This will not be pretty, Wade.
Yeah, well, physically, Jade Cargill has
Yeah, it's not gonna be
absolutely
pretty, 'cause it's not gonna be a
weaknesses
wrestling match.
whatsoever.
Jade is going to
However,
straight power.
emotionally, issues have been exploited in the past. And right out of the blocks, Jade Cargill has seemingly lost the plot.
You know, Pat, it was a nice deal. It was last year where Jade
Now,
made
one
her
thing I don't like about
WrestleMania
Naomi
debut,
be trying
and
new
she teamed
things
with both Bianca and Naomi
on
for the
TV.
big victory
Usually
over
the new
Taylor
things,
Swift.
Man, it felt
when
like
you
the
try them
entire
out, you're supposed to do
stopped
that
at that
live
moment.
event.
She
You don't,
was on a run,
you know,
on
you
a rise.
or in the
And
performance
somebody
center,
ran her over
you
with a
don't
car.
try to do it
Tried to kill her.
live
This is the
and then
10th
color.
match of the
PLE.
career in WrestleMania
Hey.
for Naomi. Obviously, a
Back-
lot more experience.
The PLE.
I believe she actually threw it through a window, Pat, but nonetheless. I
Oh,
get
that's
your
on
point.
me. I apologize.
Get your point.
That's on me. Still trying to kill her.
This isn't a Rikishi situation here.
Yeah, there's the problem.
Even though Naomi may have learned that from Rikishi,
Well, you're talking
you
about
get the point.
all of the experience of Naomi here at WrestleMania.
Well,
She's had a massive career. It's been
Rikishi's
15
her
years
father-in-law.
She's won world championships, yet she was seen.
She can do
as
all
the
her
C-level
movesets if she
player
wants to. Rikishi,
In whose eyes?
surrounding
Maybe in
Jade
your eyes.
Cargill.
other people have
Maybe
used
not
that.
like that. Nobody viewed her like that.
Certain
The stink face.
commentators-
Oh, Naomi whipped into the barricade.
And this really has
Well,
been a
Rikishi
storm from the
Rikishi
off.
is
Things
her father-in-law.
really
So
going south from Naomi from the word go.
Wait, from it as an in-ring performer, what impresses you about Jade Cargill?
Well, it's the physicality of the woman. She is like an apparition of an angel has appeared in there, perfectly built for combat.
Oh,
However,
goodness.
I don't care
He
how many
definitely
hours you
goes for
spend in the
combat.
gym, you cannot protect the eyeballs.
She's an angel. I want her to be my guardian as Naomi catches her right in the side of the face.
Absolute superstar.
Whoa.
Naomi's been here, done that a lot.
Dragging
Here they trying something new.
Oh, face first with that X Factor.
And here's the deal.
That kind of worked, but it was kind of slow.
That she has been completely underestimated by many,
He pulled Jade
Cargill
out like a plank,
version
and then
of
slammed
Naomi
her
she's often
with that
been
butt
treated.
that she
This
just
is a top-level
fall to the ground.
superstar who's about to smash some Jade Cargill.
And now Naomi right to the arm of Jade, and this time dropping her to the floor again. And again, Naomi almost like she was waiting.
They're outside the ring again. They're outside the ring again.
Not getting out of control early on.
Right out that early storm.
The crowd is semi into it.
Obviously made a decision. She was waiting for a moment, as she did wait out the storm. Great work out of Wade and Jim Cantori. Naomi in control.
Naomi be talking to the crowd. She's come a long way from
Naomi outside the ring.
Everything's so smooth and easy right now.
Was it Brodus Clay, whatever his name was?
It really isn't as
she's come a long way though.
Often been painted. Both
she was
women
a tag
do
team
feel like they are in the right. Neither woman though is here just to win. They're here to wipe a rival off the face of the planet.
And again, great takedown by Naomi, face first. Looking to pick up a win here over Cargill at WrestleMania and a kick out. A win for Naomi means.
But Naomi needs to carry her. Naomi needs to carry Jade Cargill on this.
Proof that you were never the B-level player or the C-level player surrounded by others. You are, in fact, the top woman around here.
What does a loss mean for
Naomi's
Jade
the most
Cargill?
experienced one.
I think a loss for Jade Cargill would be problematic for Jade going forward. She has all the incentive in the world to get the win. All the revenge is on her side. The momentum, motivation, the power, everything.
They try to channel the emotion into a victory tonight.
They're doing a lot of blow shots.
Dominating.
Well, have you ever seen a more confident version of Naomi? The 15-plus years that we've been watching her.
And Naomi better be careful because Jade is wearing a wig.
Who's allowed others
to pull him up by the head
and take the spotlight.
He knows
Naomi
that
has grown before our eyes over the past 3 or 4 months.
Again, Naomi into the cover on Cargill for the win. Hooks the leg. Jade is able to kick it to near fall.
Complete control here, matriculating through the match.
You gotta pick the girl up.
Leg drop. Let's test to see where she's at. Kick
you don't want to pull her wig off.
Go back to the jaw.
You gotta pick her up like if she was
Interesting
bald.
submission here being applied to
Stone
Naomi to Jade Cargill.
Rock is wrestling. So when they wrestle each other, they don't got no head. You can't pull them by the head.
Battle out of this.
You got to pull them by
the issues for Jade Cargill, who simply doesn't have the same in-ring experience as Naomi.
And right to the back of the leg.
Now you got the announcers talking about Jade's lack of experience.
Has often been alongside Bianca Belair, but physically there's still something left in Jade Cargill. How much remains to be seen?
Jade Cargill
is a tilt-a-whirl backbreaker. And the power of Cargill.
And that's the power that we all saw at night one that told us Jade Cargill's going to be in the WWE for a long time.
And now Cargill starting to build.
That's the reason she got fast-tracked to the main
Las
card.
Vegas. Jade Cargill, the powerhouse,
beast.
just sends Naomi across the ring. That power is just.
She should have went to the Performance Center.
Also a lot of hard work.
And
hours in the gym. Very explosive.
Seemingly
I don't know how much merch we sell.
Higher than humanity.
I can see.
Naomi, though, able to get the foot up.
I can see a lot of girls buying her merch.
Momentarily of Jade. Naomi now to the second rope.
And this caution thing.
Blockbuster again. Jade kicks her right out of midair. You gotta be kidding me. Into a running power slam. Naomi somehow gets the shoulder up. That was insane.
And it was dangerous. It looked like it was going to go bad. Jade Cargill picked it like.
Stack it vertically and turn it into a jackhammer, and somehow Naomi cut down.
And now with
Naomi
up on her shoulders, able to slip behind.
And it turned up straight up.
I have no idea how she was able to do that.
And a big boot down goes Naomi. That was incredible.
Superhuman strength from Jade.
That could have went bad all kinds of ways.
Jade is fired up.
Jade needs to stay in the
gym against Naomi here tonight.
If she's gonna make moves like that, she needs to be able to carry those bodies.
Once again from Naomi hooking that bottom rope. Jade Cargill better keep
cannot
her
get
on the ball here.
She's gonna be doing crazy.
Too much separation, too much space. You cannot allow Naomi that.
The official Ryan Tran able to pull them and separate them off the ropes. And now Naomi from the second rope. This time going to go again. This time caught again.
Did it again.
Naomi went to the well again. It didn't pay off. All the way slam by Jade Cargill.
Did it again.
Saw Jade Cargill playing possum there, just waiting, baiting in Naomi, knowing full well she had the power to catch her in full flight.
We're in a wrestling match, and Jade Cargill
needs to be healed.
What?
She needs to be a bad guy.
You just humiliated.
That way she can use weapons
on her.
Like hide her bad wrestling.
Cargill now heading to
and
the second
her
rope.
slow
Took a little
moves.
bit too much time.
Way too long. Looked like she was going for a moonsault.
heel
Changed
tactics.
her mind, and that indecision is all Naomi needed.
Kicked some dirt, wasted some time.
Naomi now from the top rope with Jade. And,
What was that?
Look at this.
Oh my God.
What a bulldog by
It
Naomi.
can't, like, wow.
Several attempts at reversals there, but the veteran Naomi got the best of it. And
Naomi put her on the top
Split
rope.
leg moonsault connecting to Cargill.
This
Cover
could be it.
now by Naomi. Jade powers out at 2.
Well, it's a shocking kick out.
Jade Cargill is on the top rope.
He's
He's on the top rope. Facing out.
That must be panic station.
Naomi, they don't even
Right on the bullseye with the split leg moonsault.
Naomi went there,
If that doesn't do it,
flipped around, tried to grab her, to do a hurricane runner, top rope.
Naomi.
Jade held her instead of going over. Jade held her.
Jade begging
After
for more, and she got one. Kick right to the jaw.
It was just bad. It was just bad.
Demanding a kick on the jaw, and you get one.
It could have went really bad if somebody landed on their head.
That only works in the movies, Jade.
Couple of kicks. Jade though able to
Jade
intercept
got
this
some
time.
power, man.
But Naomi hook up and down. Naomi rolls through. Shoulders down for a victory. Jade able
But
to kick out.
You can't depend on
That was
safety
really
first.
close.
And now
Uh-oh.
Naomi going for another
Crossface.
submission maneuver. Almost a variation here. Wait a minute.
The rings of Saturn, connecting center of the ring. Jade Cargill, 1,000,000 miles from the ropes.
See, this is what I'm talking about.
Trying to turn this around.
And she does. Jade Cargill, great move. Now looking to power Naomi up. Cargill with Naomi
He also
on
got
her
his power
shoulders,
move.
powering up to a vertical
And it
base.
looks floppy. Jade Cargill's constantly falling apart.
Naomi lands on her feet. This is wildly. Oh, Jade's got her up.
Too much power.
More power move.
Naomi in deep trouble.
She got Naomi in the.
Oh. Can you believe it? Turned it into a power bomb. And now Cargill's got
They're
her
doing
where
a
she
lot of
wants
tricks,
her.
man. It's kind of dangerous.
Jaded by Jade Cargill. What
That's
a
it.
WrestleMania performance.
Naomi took the pin. That was ugly. I'm telling you, they can't be doing this. They got to practice this first. It took too much power. That kind, it's so slow. If Jade was stronger, she could do it faster. But, Naomi's not a small girl. To have to pick her up on your shoulders and then throw her in the air to turn around and back. That's dangerous.
With this right here,
this is outer-worldly.
It's completely defying physics, catching a woman flat here in that angle.
Jade Cargill needs a smaller person. Like Yo Sky or something like that. Yo Sky like the Fly. They ditched over that. It turned into a bulldog. It was just bad. Like they were facing each other, and then Naomi was flipped. And then almost fell. Jade caught her, and then she hit the bulldog.
Old school, Jaded. Both women hats off. But Jade Cargill, what a star you are.
Naomi has nothing to be ashamed of here tonight, but Jade Cargill with a star-making moment at WrestleMania. Well, after 26 years, the Wolves are back, stepping to Southtown for full-throttle battles in a saga reborn.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I think Jade Cargill.
Early access begins.
She needs to wrestle smaller women that she can throw around carefully.
Gonna take you for a ride.
Then now they're doing commercials, so you know how that goes. Jade Cargill really needs to hunker down and learn some wrestling moves that, like Gunther. Gunther is old school wrestler. He's gonna take his sweet time. He's gonna do a couple of slaps. She needs to do stuff like that. Everything can't be power moves. It doesn't flow well. There's like a break in the action. You break the rhythm. Remember, it's wrestling. It's like a dance. It needs to flow from one move to another. People get distracted when there's chops and There's chops in the rhythm. The cadence is off. Like even when they do promos, if the cadence is off, they're gonna say what. If you know if they were actually wrestling, then the cadence would be off. It'd be like no. Jade Cargill has no flow, and then there's always power moves behind power moves behind power moves. You need to save those. You need to save those for certain spots. Maybe do 2 or 3 of them in a spot, but like do neck chops, do sleeper holds, do what Gunther does. You know, he does the elbow to the neck. It looks devastating. He really is not doing nothing, but it looks devastating because he's like, and like the guy's pushing his head to the side, selling it, and keep making that slap noise. You know what I mean? So I think she needs to work on that. I think Bianca Belair can help her with some of that, but she needs to be willing to do it because this is not good. That wasn't a great match.
WrestleMania recap. Sam Roberts, Megan Morant break down WrestleMania wherever.
And I don't want to see nobody get hurt.
Podcasts. It's going to be a lot of celebrities tonight, Pat.
Celebs are out. Thank you for hanging with us. There's Lily Singh.
Yeah, I'm not promoting that lady. But anyways, so they're doing the celebrity thing again, where they make celebrities. They got a front row seat. I think they rotate them out. I don't even think they stay in the same seat. Probably rotate them out. Okay, you move to the front and you move to the back. They put a giant 8-ball. It is certain. We're waiting for the next match, which is going to be the U.S. Championship. Who do you have winning the U.S. Championship? Will LA Knight leave with his U.S. Championship intact, or will Jacob Fatu put him down? Or will there be shenanigans to end the fight in the disqualification? To me, to protect both wrestlers, being that the LA Knight is still doing a lot of promotions and a lot of, I don't think it's time to take the belt away from him and give it to another person who is not going to elevate it. So, being that LA Knight is doing all the promotions, the Slim Jim and the Snickers and all those other promotions, he needs to keep the title. Jacob Fatu, he don't need to lose clean. So the only other thing is, somebody runs in there and interferes with the match, and it's a shenanigans into a disqualification. Maybe one of the other bloodline members runs in there. Solo Sikoa runs in there and does something to cost him the championship, because I think they want Solo to fight Jacob Fatu. I think everybody wants to see that for some reason. But if that's the case, then he needs to come and ruin this WrestleMania moment and let LA Knight leave with his championship. LA Knight's still doing a lot of outside promo work for the company, marketing and all that stuff, so they need to keep him there. I don't know how much LA Knight got left because he's an older veteran. And like I said, there's a lot of young guys coming up, and they're calling in some heavy hitters from other promotions like Jacob Fatu, who come straight into they go straight to the main card as opposed to going to NXT and coming up through developmental. These guys go straight to the main roster. But you can't rush like the Motor City Machine Guns. They weren't even there a day, and they got the tag team championship. Now they got nothing to build for, so they had to take the belts away from them. So they're telling the story of LA Knight going against Jacob Fatu in the bloodline. You still got Shinsuke Nakamura out there floating. You know, I don't know why they keep messing up his deal. Like, he's not as popular as he was, especially when he turned heel. Like, they used to sing his songs too. They don't sing his songs no more. Like, there was really... Some people like that he turned heel. Others don't. I don't know. So let's see what they're talking about. Let's tune in real quick. All gas, no brakes. All gas, no brakes. Is this going to be a clean match? Is someone going to lose clean? We already have one title change. We got 2 title changes today. 2. The New Day became champion, and Jade also became champion. Will LA Knight lose the championship at WrestleMania 41? Let's go. So he's coming out with the Samoan Werewolf and Solo Sikoa. Samoan Werewolf match.
The following contest scheduled for one fall is for the
I love you, Solo. I love you, Solo.
Championship. Introducing first the challenger from Sacramento, California, weighed in at 291
they keep saying it. Jacob Fatu has not been a year yet, and he's already in WrestleMania.
The question is, can Jacob Fatu follow in the footsteps of his family member, Jey Uso, who earlier tonight won the World Heavyweight Championship? Fatu seeking his first singles title here in WWE.
What would be crazy is if he does win, and then the Tribal Chief starts bringing them all back together. Jade come back now. Jade's champion. Now they go after the tag team titles.
A new era of Samoan dominance built in his own image.
Jade can say whatever he wants, but it's true.
I know that his family is obviously very successful in this business.
Because Roman Reigns has the Ula Pala. I don't think Roman Reigns I don't think Roman Reigns is going to win
title
this
match. Is brought to you by Wheatley American Vodka. Wheatley is the undisputed champion.
Some shenanigans
and it's
going
10
to happen
times
here.
distilled.
And
Because
either
cutting
Seth Rollins
corners
is going to
is
take it.
American. Tonight they celebrate the superstars aiming to achieve their own American dream. Grab an American Mule today.
Or
With
CM
Wheatley,
Punk's going to
the
take it.
official vodka of WWE.
Plus
Please
Roman
enjoy
Reigns winning.
responsibly.
It's not his night.
We'll get that soon, don't you worry.
Little vodka. Word. Steve Weiser. Word. And Jacob.
This is crazy. This is crazy. They got Jacob Fatu waiting. LA Knight about to come out. LA Knight, yeah. American Samoa. Oh, he coming out in the the convertible? What is that? Wow. LA Knight went and got a rental. High speed. Oh, he ain't even driving. He got a driver. Oh, that's back. I thought he was driving.
Looks like you, McAfee, with the chauffeur driver.
Never in a million years.
Nah, he should have drove that in there himself. It's a two-seater. Two-seater convertible.
He said that was too live and too loud.
They had him riding shotgun.
Max capacity of heat. of LA Knight and the Maserati.
And they should have shown it.
Star entrance in the Maserati, which may well in part be due to the fact
The
that
Maserati
he competed twice last night on SmackDown, and that
so is LA Knight gonna take this? Or is
perhaps he needed a little assistance.
To me, LA Knight should be able to hold on to the title.
The smarts of
But
competing so close to this match.
because it's best for business.
His opponent from Los Angeles, California, weighing in at 240 pounds, he is the United
It stinks. We gotta figure out who's gonna interfere. Solo went back. Solo came out, and then he went back. So either he could come back out and do something, or Shinsuke Nakamura can do something.
You know, Wheatley, American Vodka, and the WWE are proud to be joined tonight.
They do so much advertising, man. It's just crazy nowadays. You ain't never had these many commercials back in the Vince era. Vince did not allow it. He kept at least most of the wrestling pure. There were still commercials because Snickers has been a long time sponsor, and Slim Jim for sure. You know that with Macho Man. They still use Macho Man's face on the Slim Jim commercials.
This place on their feet, and you like Bob Dylan, right?
Exactly.
Well, my loins, they are a-tingling. That was the famous Bob Dylan hit back in the 60s. And tonight, LA Knight wants to deliver a major hit of his own.
It's actually the time.
It's on now.
Changing.
That's
but
not
I get your point. Fatu, LA Knight for the United States Championship. Dozens of WWE
Let's
Hall
go,
of Famers
let's
have
go.
held the gold over the years.
LA
Of course, the very
Knight,
first was mentioned
yeah.
by Triple H
Yeah.
in his Hall of Fame speech last night. The great Harley race. And tonight, LA Knight looks to retain. Jacob Fatu looks to win his first ever singles title in WWE.
Jacob Fatu's not scared to fight you post to post, coast to coast. He is everything that you would want in a champion here at the WWE.
Last month, LA Knight would knock off Shinsuke Nakamura. Oh, look at that. Nice neck breaker by Knight.
This is Knight trying to end things quick, I think. He took a hell of a beating last night.
Went for the BFT, and Fatu countered. And now Knight looking into the eyes of a werewolf.
The game plan of LA
Man, he went for the finisher early.
Until Jacob Fatu had very different ideas, and there is fear now in the eyes of the megastar.
You know, Wade, I was going to ask you, strategy for LA Knight against this crazy guy.
Throw everything.
Well, LA Knight got lucky. Going back to the LA Knight gimmick.
And the ribs of LA Knight, look how
Because
badly he had to grab
I'm
the
pretty
mat.
sure
That's
Max
because of the beatdown last night.
wasn't going to make it.
Of LA Knight, especially the entire midsection, 2 matches.
Max
24 hours
is having
before
problems
this
in the
defense
women's
is
division.
absolute insanity.
Trying to get a
I
foothold.
love the megastar, but sometimes he is completely delusional with that
And mind you,
confidence.
she's trying to,
and he's going to pay the
definitely trying to
price
become a
here.
wrestler.
Jacob Fatu is
doing all the work.
just a crazy individual. This guy has done stints in prison. When he got out the last time, he said he was going to change his life around. Slept on a mattress in an abandoned home for a number of months just to get an opportunity to try to do this. Get involved in combat sports. And he's trying to make the most of it.
Had to learn a lot of lessons on his road to right now.
Yeah, you live that kind of lifestyle, it's going to give you an insatiable hunger. That is the scariest part of Jacob Fatu.
He went for the sunset flip, and LA Knight moves out of harm's way.
Mentally, he's ready. Physically, he's ready. Is tonight the night where he gets gold, or is LA Knight?
Turn it into a cross-body lateral press kick out at 2.
He's doing a lot of reversals.
That frenzy of energy that took over this stadium when the megastar arrived has completely been neutralized now.
You can't really call a match when there's a lot of reversals.
This is Jacob's WrestleMania debut. A couple of important points here, Wade. He's
doing a
never
lot of
been
real
pinned or
reversals.
forced to submit in WWE, and he beat Braun Strowman in a last man standing match to earn this
Like Jacob
opportunity
Fatu
tonight.
just picked him up.
Match that the
How you
whole
call
world thought Braun
picking a guy
Strowman
up and then
was
dropping him on the top
unbeatable
rope?
in. It was a match that Braun
That's not even a
Strowman has
wrestling
made his own over the past 10 years. Enter Jacob Fatu, rip up the record books. This guy is completely different to anything we've seen before.
I mean, he's an uber athlete. He's got a killer instinct. Doesn't give a damn about anybody.
In his size, in his proportion. make him very tough to stop.
And smart move by LA Knight. Go to the knee, take out Fatu. LA Knight now with a basement drop kick. Drives Fatu outside the ring.
Slide drop kick.
Fatu
to his leg.
To the outside of the ring.
And LA Knight now drives Fatu right between
and another
the
slide
table.
kick
It was an ugly
onto the outside of the ring.
Well, may well have jarred those ribs once again, caught the rope on the way through.
If you look at LA Knight, he's got about 3% body fat. The amount of work and discipline this man has to the craft of being our champion is certainly admirable, but he's in a dogfight with all.
Look at that power slam, caught Knight in midair. Fatu delivered it.
That's the
to win
same
the United
move.
States Championship. Hooks the leg now and a kick out.
That's the same move Jake Cargill was doing.
That intangible
with
quality
Naomi.
that terrifies and captivates in equal
Naomi
measures.
would jump off the second
Natural-born fear factor for the entire locker room due to his abilities to pull off moves like that in the blink of an eye.
That's what happened. But they did it faster. This is what I'm talking about.
I mean, he defeats opponents before they even get in the ring with him.
Went for the running senton, and Knight desperately got the
They
knees
still
up
had that
spine
slow
of
pattern.
Fatu.
Literally
These two
anything
guys
can
still have
happen
that
to
slow
Jacob
pattern,
Fatu. He's
but the
athletic
move
enough
set,
to be able to
like, it
accomplish
flows.
any move he wants to beat your ass, but then
And
he
then
can
they
also
take a break.
ground and pound you out of here.
To sell the
game
pain.
plan of LA
You
Knight
gotta
is
sell the
gone.
pain.
Now it's just a scramble for survival.
LA Knight, though, no stranger to this. Had to
Oh,
fight.
pop-up Samoan. Tried it again. This time Knight able to counter. Went to the well once too often. Well, maybe not. Oh, LA Knight, nice arm drag.
They're doing a lot of
What
reverse.
a move by LA Knight.
How much is left in this
He
tank?
pushed him up
He
against.
simply can't follow it up.
Push him up against the rope.
He can't follow it up, but he's getting a little bit of a breather.
Samoa dropped
Wade, you're
again
a
on
five-time
LA
Intercontinental
Knight
champion.
in the
That's
elbow.
what being a champ's all about, right? Digging down when you have to.
Ability to dig deep when it matters
Weird.
most. The problem is, can you
More
dig
package.
as deep as Jacob
Man.
Fatu?
Well, that could
The
be the
answer,
opening.
maybe yes.
Yeah, Fatu went face first off the steel post. And now LA Knight with some body shots, kicked down to the midsection. And Knight starting the attack on Fatu.
That's our
You hear the
U.S.
corner
champion.
kick. What the New Day used to call him.
LA Knight into the corner with a running knee.
And from looking sluggish to looking like a perpetual motion machine once again.
A lot of yeahs in Las Vegas.
Shoulder to the post. Now on the other side, and LA Knight
You know,
starting
when
to
they
put
do
the
that,
beating on Jacob
they gotta be
Fatu.
careful.
Knight now turns him
There's
inside
like
out.
screws on the
LA
turnbuckle.
Knight with an opportunity.
Outside.
LA Knight knew he was in for a
And
fight.
if-
He was ready for it.
If they
That
leave
was
some of
going
those
to the
screws,
sky.
he's gonna get cut.
Yeah.
Top rope by Knight takes down Fatu. Big elbow cover for his retention. And
LA Knight
Vegas
elbow
and a
from
kick
the top
out
rope.
at two.
Well, how
Tries to get
clever
the
was
pin.
that of LA Knight adapting mid-air? Clearly, Jacob Fatu was supposed to be lying flat on his back like most opponents. Gets up to his
That's a
feet,
pretty
but
cool
Knight still
move. I mean,
connects with that elbow.
It's not a regular elbow, but he
Calms
stands.
Jacob Fatu
He
down
stands
for
on the
longer.
second rope,
Again on
bounces
the
to the
offense.
top rope, and then drops the
LA
elbow.
Knight just threw his absolute best shot at Fatu.
Fatu just has this beyond human ability to regenerate in record time.
All those lessons we talked about earlier.
Yeah.
Toughness,
They're trying-
grit.
And LA Knight,
Oh!
he knew it was coming. And again, Knight
tried to
knows
do the same
Fatu
thing.
well. Great defense there.
Great defense, but how do you follow it up when you've had the stuffing knocked out of you and your ribs are on fire? Go for broke, LA Knight.
That's what he's trying to do here. Trying to hook Fatu, who's hung up on the top rope. Big elbow drops Knight. LA
Don't go
Knight
flip
now.
from there now.
Incredible athleticism.
Like-
And he turns it around.
That was
Fatu
dangerous.
face first. Knight for the win. What a move by LA Knight.
It was like a
Fatu
move
kicks
called.
it 2.5.
Like
Senior
if-
official Charles Robinson.
if Jacob didn't get
was
the
right
full
there with the
rotation,
call.
he could have got hurt.
Incredible athleticism, balance, and raw power from the
That's the
megastar,
same
but
move
really should
that
have
Big
been
E got
enough.
hurt with, but it was on the
But
ground.
Fatu once again equal to it.
It was
LA Knight
a
at this
full
stage of the
suplex,
match,
but
being
Big E
able to
was
jump
on his
all the
neck
way up to the top
as
rope.
opposed to getting the
It's
full
that
rotation.
cavalca that's thick in the air here in Las Vegas.
Went for
You
the
know,
BFT, the blunt
Roddy
force
Piper
Fatu
stayed
follows
up.
it up with a super kick.
He didn't like
Drops
the-
side of the corner. LA is in trouble.
Even
Back
the
him
Miz.
on up.
Looking fresh as a daisy once
Because
again.
their
It's
career
Fatu.
lasts longer
And again,
if you don't do certain moves.
Jade's a
Save
Rikishi.
those-
Just eating
those
Fatu
moves.
for
And the
dinner.
late, great Umaga. The nephew of both men is Jacob now. Heads out to the apron. Fatu heading up to the top rope. Jacob Fatu from the top. Swanton.
Then they got commercials on the turnbuckle. That's looking so sloppy.
What a matchup for the United States title.
That's looking so sloppy.
After Jacob Fatu did the unthinkable.
Each turnbuckle with the
beautiful
middle
maneuver, that swanton from the top.
The middle turnbuckle has WWE
put the megastar away, but the megastar just grows into the brightest of spotlights.
And sometimes
no brighter
what I'm seeing here, I could be wrong, but it looks like some of them have two different advertisements
championship match
on the top and the bottom.
WWE
Makes it look ununiform. It's already bad that the ring is blasted with
at this level.
Absolutely. Jacob Fatu just throwing
like the middle of the ring has the video game
coming alive here.
That somehow the Arab
split crowd
captivated by Jacob Fatu.
Riyadh season the promotion.
His insane abilities.
Top rope moonsault. Caught him with a BFT. LA Knight with a BFT.
That was big.
On the attempted moonsault. And Jacob Fatu stays alive. Holy hell.
He did the moonsault. LA Knight supposedly got the BFT. I didn't see it clean. But then he pinned him.
One of the biggest BFTs of his career.
And now he's arguing with the referee like a heel.
From unbelievable to unfortunate in the space of 3 seconds. A perfectly executed BFT.
That's the only reason the guys
just landed
looks
so
better because
badly for LA Knight.
Picked off.
The advertisement
Jacob
is the general.
Fatu in the sky.
That may have been LA Knight's last hurrah, or was it? Knight still fighting back.
Fatu is hurting in a big
They make
way
those,
here.
they do those moves so fast. Once they
kick, LA Knight ribs.
Ribs first on the top buckle.
And El Fatu right to
what was that?
The back, the ribs again, wearing down the champion.
Who would think of hitting a
he had LA Knight
position
draped over the top turnbuckle in the
there's a Samoan drop
and then
on the
he
top.
did a Kevin Owens
so
move.
powerful and devastating.
Fatu, top rope, moonsault connects. Fatu's not done yet. Jacob's going to go up top again with another moonsault.
He's so comfortable doing that.
Covered by Fatu. Jacob Fatu.
Oh!
Champion.
He beat him clean. He beat him clean. And he's the new champion. Yo, 3 for 3. Jay Uso got the title. The New Day got the title. Boy, everybody losing it.
Here to celebrate the legendary.
Jacob Fatu beat him clean. Oh! His dad came out.
As Jacob Fatu wins the first singles gold.
He hasn't even been in the company for a year, and he's already champion.
WWE.
And Jake Paul has to wait at least.
We all assume, but you have to appreciate your first ever title, Jacob Fatu.
I mean, this is an incredible match, Wade.
Both men showing A+ athleticism. This was the moment it looked like the megastar may have done the incredible putting away Fatu, but this man just bounces back time and time again, and that is just a work of art from the ultimate savage in this industry.
He beat LA Knight clean.
Knight was giving it everything he'd got.
With moonsault.
This kind of punishment, although that was
that didn't look like a
BFT connected out of nowhere, and fortuitously for Fatu, he just landed in the right spot to grab the roster.
Everything Fatu does is impressive, including pop-up moonsaults off the top rope. He hit 3 of them on LA Knight, and that was all he needed to become our United States champion at WrestleMania.
Well, I guess LA Knight didn't need
Ladies and gentlemen, what an incredible night for the Anoa'i family bloodline. Jacob Fatu is now the United States champion.
Jacob Fatu is the United States champion, like I said. I was expecting LA Knight to hold on to that belt. And some shenanigans to happen. Now, it was a clean win. He running into the crowd. He went into the crowd.
Wheatley American vodka is for hard.
He went into the crowd. Jacob Fatu left. He jumped over the railing and went into the crowd. I don't know if he was looking for family or finding a shortcut. He didn't go up the ramp and take the picture like, you know. Usually when you win the belt, you want to take some pictures, so you got to pose a little bit. But he's a heel, so it don't really matter. But you need those pictures for advertising later. Because like when John Cena turned heel and he made that face, that angry face straight into the camera, they posed for that. And then for weeks, WWE didn't even do a photo shoot with him. They just photoshopped that picture all over the place. You know what I'm talking about. When he had picked up the belt at the end after Travis Scott smacked the crap out of Cody. And Cody was laying on the ground. And he had his foot on top of him. He was looking straight at the camera with that mugshot. They just cropped that out and used that for marketing. It's still early in Vegas. So we got WrestleMania tomorrow night. Let's go. They're doing some advertisements still. This is what drags the show on even longer. These advertisements. They got to do it because they got to make money. It's a publicly owned company now. WWE when they went public, and now TKO is a publicly owned company. So, and they own UFC. So they have to do these commercials. But it drags the show on longer than it should be. But if you pay $200-300, actually not even $200-300 anymore, $400 or $500 just for a nosebleed seat, and several $1,000s, because you're not gonna go alone. Each seat is like $1,500 minimum on the lower tiers. You're gonna spend $3,000, $5,000, $10,000. Even sometimes $20,000 just for an event. So I can see how they stretch it out for 2 nights. One, they make more money, but the people get their money's worth. They get the experience. So they're doing a Grande Americano, the video they did when he first came out, and it's gonna be El Grande Americano against Booyaka Rey Mysterio.
An unbreakable spirit. In Lucha Libre, the mask is sacred. A warrior's soul woven into every stitch.
El Grande Americano's mask is
the
big.
luchador's mask
like
may conceal their identity, but their undeniable connection can craft a legacy that echoes throughout eternity. Today, this time-honored tradition carries forward, but there is one star that shines brighter than all the rest. He is a champion, an icon,
they zip it up in the back.
a Hall of Famer. He is the evolution of Lucha Libre, and we all know that La Evolución es un misterio. He is.
But his mask
El
is
Grande Americano.
But like, they cut the
After
mask.
being blackballed for many years,
I
it's
guess
a
because
pleasure
of
to
the
be back.
star
I
they
was
put
on
on-
my way to being a freaking hero for these people.
gives the
It's
mask
for the
a
whole
weird
Lucha
shape.
Libre community
The
to
mask
rise up
itself,
against me.
not the
So after all I
not
did,
the wing.
you blackball me? Nobody
Wings off.
blackballs El Grande Americano. I blackball you.
What the hell is that?
So who do you have? El Grande Americano from the Gulf of America, or Rey Mysterio from San Diego? I think San Diego, California. 619. Let me see. 6. Yeah, Sandy. I was right. Why you looked at me all crazy? I was right. San Diego, California. 619. Booyaka, booyaka. Rey Mysterio used to have the best entrance back in the day, but I think after the pyro started burning him, he stopped doing it. But he used to, they used to have him pop up out of the ground. He'll, they'll jump out and then he would pop out and pyro and stuff would come out. But I think he started getting burned a lot, so he stopped doing it. Now he just comes out from the back. Yeah, I think it's the star that they sewed into the front that gives it that weird shape, because most luchadors they don't put anything in the middle. And if they do, and it's right on the forehead area, not all the way to the back, like, so it looks round. The seam, there's usually a seam there where they sew it all the way to the back. They have to have the seam because it's two pieces of fabric, and then they need it to, you know, have a zipper or something in the back to close it, because you got to put it on. Some of Rey Mysterio's mask has the strap on the bottom, so that there's still a seam, or sometimes they're not, but they'll put it over their head like a hood, and then put the strap underneath. And Rey Mysterio in the past, he's opted to not have any back piece in the back, maybe a couple of straps to hold it in place, but so he can have air. Oh no, they got mariachi wearing the. Wow, they made a lot of masks. They made a lot of Americano masks. Like, there's a whole mariachi band. All the mariachi band members have a mask on. They have a Grande Americano.
4 people forced to wear
They're crazy.
the Grande Americano mask.
El Grande Americano has been great since he debuted on Monday Night Raw.
He's got a cake. He's not with a cake.
Introducing first.
They made a filter with like a recording, and then it's amber color. It's an amber filter with like TV or film streaks, old film streaks. Like that's that's his entrance now. Gracias.
Nonetheless, you guys do realize you can't spell luchador without Chad, right? Luchador.
Yeah, and that or could be the fact that you are wrong. And this is El Grande Americano.
I've heard you
from the Gulf of
about
America
this for weeks now, Michael Cole. What I haven't had you do is supply one single.
The one thing I like they did with Chad Gable
to back up
put him with
outlandish claims about the real identity of this man.
A lot of people have that tattoo on their back. I thought about doing it just last week.
And he's doing a Kurt Angle thing, and even his music
inspiration from
came
Chad
Kurt Angle.
Gable, who is an
So that's why they say you
with all that being said, just a few weeks ago,
that has that
I don't know if you saw it,
or that rhythm.
Chad Gable and El Grande Americano seen in the same hallway at the same damn time.
Yeah, there you go. Proof positive that Michael Cole.
So they spend 10 minutes or 20 minutes doing commercials. Then these entrances take forever. Like, he's already in the ring. They should, you know, get ready for the next entrance. Chad Gable, man. I wonder if it's going to be mask versus mask. I think Eddie Guerrero's going to rip his mask off or something.
To leave a luchador alone. You wanted to take his mask off, right? That is death to the career of a luchador.
Now, speaking of luchador, money over the years with that. I've seen a lot of people buy those masks. To the Grande Americano mask, yeah, they're gonna buy that. I know I supported for many years.
Hey, Chad, what's up?
No lie in response to proof again.
What a moment for us right now.
And his opponent from Ecatepec, Mexico, weighing in at 100.
Here's another guy who skipped NXT. Came from a different promotion. Well, Ray Phoenix is the natural. So he went straight to the main roster.
It's an honor to be here.
And I think either he's finally,
of course, replacing Rey Mysterio because of the injury on Friday Night
or
SmackDown.
Ray Phoenix had a hell of a night last night.
Oh, no.
SmackDown, initially throwing Chad Gable, of all people,
Rey Mysterio did get hurt.
Giant memorial battle.
That's the video I saw. He did get hurt.
In the
So
match,
Rey Phoenix
out
is
of the
taking over.
crowd, El Grande Americano.
So I wonder who's going to take over for Bayley, because Bayley supposedly got hurt too. And Bayley was supposed to fight for the championship. This ain't for no championship, but it didn't matter who it was, because a grande Americano. I'm gonna say it right, man. I can't do that. El Grande Americano. Oh, Dana White is in the audience. He could have fought any of the luchadors. Lucha Libres.
The UFC to new heights, and tonight, taking in WrestleMania 41, Rey Fenix debuting at WrestleMania. What a dream.
Whoa, hold on. That's not wise by Grande Americano, who runs into a big kick.
Get this Vikingo thrown out of here.
Why? El Grande Americano got in his face.
We don't know if El Grande Americano and Vikingo have an old rivalry.
I guarantee you they don't. Chad Gable has no idea who he is. And there's Rey Fenix. Spectacular Phoenix looking for the win and a kick out.
That's El Grande Americano. That's not Chad Gable.
And this referee is just allowing that to take place? Rey Fenix should be disqualified.
I don't understand why.
The match didn't even start, Wade. I have no idea what you're even talking about.
Pre-match
Like, it doesn't make
Learn everything I know from
Red
you,
White.
Michael Cole.
He had the right outfit.
Rey Fenix, obviously insanely talented.
Yeah, you've had the opportunity to see him on SmackDown the last few weeks. What a talent, huh?
Absolutely blown minds. Look, he had a lot of pressure on his shoulders, trying to follow in the footsteps
This should be a
of
good match.
his brother over on Raw, who has been equally incredible. But Rey Fenix was absolutely outstanding. Week 1, week 2, week 3, and now, of all places, he's here at WrestleMania already.
Yeah, Penta's in action tomorrow night. Fatal 4-way for the Intercontinental title.
It's probably best that Rey
Americano, Rey Fenix, WrestleMania debuts here tonight.
They can be a lot more flexible.
Theme in the locker room that all of the luchadors are dead set against El Grande Americano.
Oh, what a move by Phoenix. The Hurricane Rana cover now.
Phoenix can do a lot more moves than Rey. Rey is a lot older. He got a lot of injuries.
Before the WWE, he
Rey Fenix is
so
young.
much damage for all these people to hate him as much as
He likes to
They're angry with him because no one's buying their replica lucha masks anymore. They all
That's
want
like
an
when
El
Steve Scott
Grande
first came
Americano one.
Not quite sure who that is.
Steve
But
got out. You know,
Rey Fenix. Now top rope. What balance? Missile drop
even
kick.
the other Steve got out.
That's just standard operating procedure.
I'm also Phoenix being told that you've been spreading some propaganda too, Pat. Top rope now.
What?
And there's a big cross body.
Rey Fenix may have hurt himself in the process there. That was an ugly landing, connecting perhaps with the head of El Grande Americano. And he has the hardest head in the locker room, allegedly.
Apparently it is the Gulf of America.
Okay.
And here now, off the top rope. Look at this. Phoenix up over the top. El Grande Americano. Look at the power into the reverse German.
Just such
very Chad Gable-like. And very Chad Gable-like there, too.
You can just tell by the way that he
They're
operates.
booing him. The crowd is booing
by
that
the way that he operates that he is a seasoned vet in that ring, under that mask.
Of course he is. He's a 2012 U.S. Olympian.
Different guy, Michael Cole.
You know, if you could be from parts of nowhere,
Mexican Olympian team,
I mean, like the
of which I can't comment. I'm not familiar.
Me neither. I'd have to do more
could
research,
definitely be
which
from
we
the
should
Gulf.
do for the next PLE weight.
It's still part of
Oh, goodness! What a move! Covered kick out.
El Grande Americano smooth with it.
Yeah, El Grande has been extremely impressive in learning the skills of Lucha Libre in such a short amount of time.
And the Spanish language. Every single time we see him,
Short
it's a new
amount
word.
of time. You keep saying short amount of time. This man has a long and illustrious
Yeah,
career south of the border in Mexico, Michael Cole.
Whatever's down that alleyway in that box
Rey
when
Fenix
Chad
will
Gable
flip or do something.
got there. It taught him a lot in a short period of time. Nice arm drag takedown by Phoenix.
Oh, he jumped.
What's impressive about Ray Phoenix is we are literally scratching the surface on this guy's offense. Every time he's out here in WWE, we see something new we haven't seen before. Last night it was the Meteora.
So creative with his body.
He's using a lot of kicks
that can come.
That's the kind of stuff.
Endless.
And he's held so many.
You can't wrestle.
A championships over the years. One-time Lucha Underground champ as well. Ray
A lot
Phoenix.
of kicks. Wow.
And just tremendous skill and balance. Big kick to El Grande Americano.
Just so easily kept himself in and then built up momentum with a delay shot. A little bit of a hesitant.
Grande Americano. Try to throw him out.
Really is the balance of Phoenix. We've never seen the likes of which before.
What a Chad Gable-like throw by El Grande.
Oh, he landed
Americano.
on the back of his head.
Take the best of Chad
You know, that's the second time I
your
see
own
Ray
lucha repertoire, and you perhaps
There's
become
concussion protocols in
unbeatable.
WWE. You need to be
El
careful.
Grande Americano's used.
He's going to be out for like 6 to 8 weeks.
Not just Chad Gable.
Mess
They do
around.
have a similar physique.
It's an impressive physique.
El
One of the best on the roster.
Well, so do I in Grimace, and it doesn't mean I'm Grimace. And now top rope, here comes... Oh! What was that?
What was that? Yo, like...
Absolutely incredible.
That gave
Highlight reel
Grande
line
Americano.
kick out by Phoenix.
He did
540 back.
We can't even do the math on this.
flipped.
Well, that's 180. That's...
He went all the way around.
360, I think.
Get a 360.
450. I think 450.
Whatever it was.
A backwards 450 anyway.
Back.
There's nothing slowing down that
Like he
back
did-
or head, using
did
it
a-
as a
a
weapon.
moonsault, but
El
went all the
Grande
way around.
Americano.
And landed on his back. It's crazy.
His athleticism on
Now,
display.
listen, if he was
Oh,
a
he
real
can't take his
luchador,
mask.
he would respect the tradition of other luchador masks.
You're the one who's been demanding El Grande Americano.
El Grande Americano.
Because he's not a luchador, you idiot. He's Chad
He be taking
Gable.
masks off.
Okay, and now
He's gonna take
Phoenix,
the
look at
mask
this.
Oh.
Now goes Gable.
Fire driver connected.
And a kick out. That black
That's
fire
not even a
driver
power
by
driver. I don't
Ray
know what that's
Phoenix
called.
almost put El Grande
It looks like a power
Americano
driver.
away.
El Grande Americano is a little dirty. You know, he's not scared to dance with the line of should you do that or should you not do that. He's been
He'll take the
very,
mask off. He's done it.
very open about that.
Phoenix.
Oh.
El Grande Americano.
Tiptoe along the top rope, trying for that.
Man, he be trying to do that old school. Yo, Ray Phoenix is not going to survive.
Deep down in his tights, and there is that metal plate that El Grande Americano has
Put a
been
metal
using.
plate on his forehead.
He goes from a 4-head to a 5-head quick.
Well, Ray Phoenix,
He's a
the
4-head
official,
to a
have
5-head.
no idea.
If you actually put a metal plate
in
in between your forehead and,
We don't know it's metal.
the
Michael.
mask,
It's not been
you
molecularly
still get hurt.
analyzed.
This is right into your forehead. You have one.
Do your homework. Uh-oh, Phoenix now. Roll through. Phoenix takes down El Grande.
Phoenix might know about what's going on with the forehead. Says it doesn't matter if I attack him first.
Top rope by Phoenix.
Wow!
He did it this time.
Oh, wait a minute. Phoenix may have sprained his ankle when he came up the top rope. Phoenix hit hard. May have sprained his ankle.
Or broke his foot off the metal plate.
Oh, yes. Perhaps that is the great point when he kicked the face
Wow.
of El Grande
Michael Cole
Americano. I
didn't see the
believe he
plate.
kicked the metal plate. He may have a broken foot.
I think he just twisted his ankle on the top rope.
I thought that initially. Now,
Oh, yes.
the Chad Gable ankle lock.
Ken Shamrock, Kurt Angle, El Grande Americano ankle lock.
Got all the torque on that small joint on the left boot.
Michael Cole didn't even see the plate.
Of Ray Phoenix just
Because
give
remember,
up.
he had
Let
the
them
metal
fight
plate.
another day.
Metal
Right
plate
back to the center of the ring. Ray Phoenix trying to hang on
Right.
in his WrestleMania debut tonight.
On his
Ankle
mask.
lock is in.
you
Roll
can't-
through, shoulders down for the
Put a metal
victory.
plate.
El Grande kicked out.
And then
Was he able to lock in
Ray
as much
Phoenix
with that
ran
foot or
across
ankle?
and kicked him in the head.
Phoenix off the top.
So
Headbutt
Phoenix
with the
pulling
metal
his
plate.
ankle.
Phoenix could be out cold.
Like Zidane Zidane, he waited for him and headbutted him right in
Phoenix
the
is telling
Well,
that,
count to
you know, he hurt his.
300, but why not make it look good before you go for the pin? It's
And Michael Cole
WrestleMania.
didn't notice that.
Highlight reel moment upcoming.
And the flying headbutt with a loaded mask. El Grande
That's another move.
Americano wins
over.
his WrestleMania debut.
El Grande Americano. That Ray Phoenix lost clean. Well, it's not really clean. Take that back. Because it was cheating the metal piece.
Yeah, a lot of things happened there that the ref didn't
So I guess
pick up.
it's
And El Grande Americano certainly benefited from having steel on his forehead. But congrats on your WrestleMania debut dub, El Grande Americano.
And he beat him with a flying headbutt.
He's a talent.
I remember the last
moment. Ray Phoenix thought he was gone for goodbye.
Anybody
The first time around, nice move there from El Grande.
The last
Americano,
one.
and then the questionable object that was inserted into the mask of El Grande Americano may have been pivotal here with this boot of McAfee. Nailed it. Metal plate perhaps catching the
perhaps.
Eddie Guerrero. I say it right.
And then followed up with this headbutt out of mid-air. A carcass of Ray Phoenix, and this
Guerrero
was just for the flash photography. Airborne, but a precision strike giving victory to El Grande Americano. Major win here at WrestleMania for this newcomer.
Well, that matchup,
like
the
the
Grande
spear,
Americano debut at WrestleMania was brought to you by Xfinity. Stream all the WWE action you love with Wi-Fi built for the biggest moments. Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
Man, hey, Luchador win on the grandest stage of them all there for El Grande Americano, and Wi-Fi is booming, and so is El Grande Americano's career.
Yeah, that's Kingo again. Triple A checking on his.
Hey, Ray Phoenix is really selling all of that. He's a good sell. He's selling all of that. The match is over. He's still selling. That's pretty good. He went limp and everything. That means if Rey Mysterio would have been, he would have lost. The Miz is still doing commercials. They got the Miz doing commercials. Miz is like an upgraded Dolph Ziggler. Like he's a mid-card at this point. At one point, he made it to the top of the WWE. But he's been a mid-card champion for the longest, with the Intercontinental champion. He's the honky tonk of this generation. And even honky tonk don't want to be honky tonk. Like they've been matching him with Carmelo Hayes and R-Truth. And what is it? Karrion Kross. For some reason, he hasn't bounced back, so they got him doing commercials. More advertisement, more advertisement. Clash in Paris. Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am flanked by some of the top business leaders in the world. I am flanked by some of the top luchadors in the world for a major announcement here this afternoon. WWE is announcing the acquisition of Mexican Lucha Libre promotion AAA.
Wow!
Massive announcement tonight. And
wow!
It changes the landscape of Lucha Libre. And we have many guests here tonight from AAA, which we would like to point out and welcome here.
Wow, that's why that guy was
they
here.
They are sitting here at ringside from AAA. There you see Maricela Pena Herrera. She is the AAA president. You got Dorian Pena, the AAA general manager, and Alberto Pasha, the Philippe chairman. Again, we would like to tell you the first time that WWE will be able to experience.
Yo, WWE went over there and bought a whole. Wow.
Angeles
bought a whole roster.
Collide. More on that.
Because I mean, it's a promotional company. You got to understand the business. Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen,
they bought out AAA.
please welcome two-time Hall of Famer, Mr. WrestleMania HBK.
I guess they're gonna get the numbers. They're gonna announce the numbers. How many seats? I think that's what they're gonna do. Yeah, I think that's what they're gonna do because Shawn Michaels coming out. We broke a record. Wow, here we go. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. They do it every year. They do like a special announcement. Is he gonna go all the way down to the ring, or is he gonna do it from the stage?
In NXT.
Absolute star.
Shout out to Shawn Michaels running that show and dominating last night at the Hall of Fame.
All right, boys and girls. What an incredible night so far.
It's gotta be that announcement. They got X amount of. They broke a new record or something. They always say that.
We have had new champions crowned.
Let's see what happens.
WrestleMania moments and memories
Because that acquisition
created.
of Triple H just shocked me, man. I did not
In Las Vegas, we
expect like
ain't
that.
done yet.
The last acquisition that WWE actually had
But right now,
was the Ted
the
Turner one.
WWE and old HBK would like to thank all
WCW.
61,467
there you go.
of
What's that?
you for a sold-out WrestleMania Saturday.
Great news from the Heartbreak Kid. Sellout crowd tonight of 61,467.
And if you ain't down with that, we got 2 words for ya.
Worthy of a celebration for sure. Sold out Allegiant Stadium out here in Las Vegas. Maybe the greatest stage in the history of Mania, as people are saying.
I agree. And you did the set reveal.
It was an honor to be a part of that. This place is...
You know what's crazy about this from a business aspect? WWE sells out more. They get a football stadium. They sell out more seats because it's a small ring that they use as opposed to the whole field. The field takes up most of the space where WWE put chairs down and charges more money for being on the field where the football field would be. So from that perspective, WWE makes more money than the NFL for one given night or 2 given nights in this case. That's probably why SummerSlam is going to 2 nights. They're making so much money. It's not even funny. And people are paying. Mind you, WrestleMania is a global destination type stuff. Like people, that's their vacation money that they're using. They're doing WWE as a vacation. So they spend the whole week in wherever town or city that they go to. And then the city pays, whatever city it is, they're also paying too. They not only pay the WWE for having that event there, but then they have to have the police department, the fire department, the ambulances, because if something happens, they got to be prepared. But let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, CEO.
How many times are they going to show Dana White? Like, he's part of the company. Like, just because he's a UFC CEO, he's still part of TKO. He's WWE. It's the same company. Now AAA from Mexico is part of WWE. This is crazy.
Tiffany Stratton defends her
So
title.
we're gonna see a lot
Queen
more
Charlotte Flair coming up next.
Lucha Libre.
Let's look at the battle between elegance and entitlement that lead up to this.
So we got Tiffany Stratton. I was messing around with the Tiffy time earlier tonight, but it's gonna be the next fight. The next match is gonna be Tiffany Stratton, who hasn't been in WWE that long, but or at least in the main roster that long, and went straight to the top, to the tippy top. Charlotte Flair is back. Charlotte Flair was holding the mantle, and then she got hurt, so she had to, go on leave and take care of her injuries. She's back. They're trying to put her back down. They're showing Nia Jax losing the belt to Tiffany Stratton. Tiffany Stratton. I just gave her a new name. Mind you, she's not doing that well being a champion. So the feud with Flair was kind of boring at first until they turned it personal. and Charlotte Flair buried her in the split screen. She buried Tiffany. And then Tiffany tried to come back with personal stuff about her getting divorced for the third time. That kind of got everybody talking. That's bad. That's bad. But she's following in her father's footsteps, so that's right par for the course. So yeah, 14 months later, they're talking about her getting hurt. Yeah, they got too much music, man. We don't know if some of these songs are copyrighted, so I'm not trying to mess around. They got a lot of music, believe it or not. Sometimes you can't even hear the lyrics. Just banging. But anyway, so to me, Flair should win this. She should get number whatever it is, 13 or whatever it is. If the night is right for changing hands of champions to start a new era, fresh, then Tiffany should lose her belt. She should have been a transitional champion anyway. She shouldn't have been permanent. But it gives her an opportunity to win it back. And the thing is with Charlotte Flair, she's a franchise player, if I can use that term loosely, because she will do the commercials. She would do the movies. She's the more recognizable of the two. But I was using that aspect with LA Knight, and LA Knight lost, and Jacob Fatu took it. Jacob Fatu is popular outside in the independent scene. Not too many people from the WWE knows his work from outside. But being that they're bringing people from the outside, like the luchadors from AAA now, this is crazy. Oh, here we go. Tiffany's coming in. She got a Barbie theme. Go figure. They got holograms. They made 3 holograms of Tiffany in a box. Oh, one of them is up. Wow, I couldn't even tell. That's good.
I was waiting. I couldn't figure it out.
Entering in a custom.
I couldn't even tell. The middle one was hung. Like they had a Barbie style box. It wasn't Barbie. They didn't put Barbie. Just a pink box. But 2 of the box, 2 out of the 3 boxes were holograms. And the one in the middle was hung.
Barbie doll built for success. A former Team USA gymnast who brought those skills to NXT.
I was trying to figure it out.
Dominated the landscape there. And took that momentum that came with money in the bank in 2024.
I would have to look at that again
successfully.
When I missed.
And has looked every inch. The
but AI is getting
superstar
crazy.
of the women's division.
AI is getting crazy.
Yeah, Pat, here's the problem, though. This is the WrestleMania debut for one Tiffany Stratton. And she's going up against one of the all-time greats defending her championship.
And I remember
He probably
they were
feels
trying
that her and the all-time
the
greats
hologram was
have the same trait.
and it was
that's the
terrible.
fact that they have it.
It's gotten a lot
in
better.
all walks of life. There are people that just have it,
And they're
there
putting
are
it in
people that
boxes
don't.
so it makes it
Tiffany
easier, 'cause
Stratton
it's like
has it. She's had it since the moment she showed up in this industry. There's no wonder she's been the champ this quickly. She's ready for the moment.
And this championship match is brought to you by The Better, where you can earn rewards
Yes, she
for
went with a Barbie theme.
doing better.
I'm not surprised. But I can see her losing the belt.
You could use that as an incentive, Wade.
To be better.
Yeah.
It's night one of WrestleMania. Hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button.
28 years to get better. I'm still
Help the
waiting
channel
to
out.
see any signs of
Let's
improvement.
go.
We
We're
are
going all the way to the end. And I will see you tomorrow night.
Loose bags. That is correct.
'Cause I'm your
Just drink a lot.
host,
And you don't?
Tony Smile.
Come on. You're the pop crawl in London with us.
All about a good celebration, as is Tiffy time, and this woman.
Charlotte's coming out.
This
I hope she don't got no music.
icon.
Oh! Come down the car too. Look like a Rolls Royce.
Riding in style. A Rolls Royce entrance on the screen.
Wow. Wow. That
Queen.
was creative. She beat her. She beat her again.
Look at those feet.
I mean, you got Barbie
Ariel's
versus
you are the queen, showing up
Cash
for the
Money,
office that she's
Diamond.
a sold-out football stadium with all
She
eyes.
coming out of a Rolls Royce. Tiffany came out of a box.
Charlotte Flair tonight.
Out of a box.
To win a record 50.
And Charlotte's coming out of a Rolls Royce. Come on, people. Come on, people. Let's go. Let's be honest about it. And Pyro. Tiffany ain't had no Pyro. Come on, people.
Including this year, which allowed
Charlotte
her
come out with
the
Pyro.
opportunity to face Tiffany Stratton here at WrestleMania. Charlotte Flair, however, hasn't held the title in 2 years, and Wade, we talked about this earlier today. Charlotte missed
7-time world champion.
Torn
6 times.
ACL, torn MCL, torn meniscus.
But
For
she
most
had
people,
13 already.
that is a
This is
career
for 14.
ender. And after the career that Charlotte Flair has already had, 14 world championships, you would understand if she decided to hang them on. But Charlotte Flair is out.
Charlotte Flair don't need
Her
to quit. She's
own
still young.
record. She is in competition with one person.
Young enough
That
anyway.
is herself. And the competitor inside Charlotte Flair will never die.
Well, you know, this coming Wednesday on
Because the fabulous Moolah and Mae Young, they were 80 years old and still acting up.
Places her guest, look at that woman.
Her
Charlotte
Charlotte Flair's father
Flair.
wrestled all the way through like yesterday.
Stephanie's places have been magnificent.
77
Very
years
well
old.
done by
His
all
last-
parties.
Someone at this table will be a guest of Stephanie's Places coming up in the next couple of weeks. One
Tiffany
back
definitely
match.
gonna lose this.
Lucky to be asked to have a chit chat.
Yo, Tiffany came out of a
Woman who's
box.
obviously influenced the entire world in which
Charlotte Flair
currently
came out of a
operate.
Rolls Royce
Great to see Charlotte Flair back at a
and have
WrestleMania
Butlers and have
in a
Pyro.
title match.
Always controversial.
You know, another
Listen
thing
to
too,
that reaction from
Triple
the
H is
audience,
running the show.
But always
Triple H, even
unphysical.
last night said, Ric Flair, he looked up to him. He's not gonna disgrace his daughter.
It's a spotlight that follows Charlotte Flair.
Mind you, Ric Flair's son wanted to wrestle when he passed away.
The following contest scheduled for
And
one
there's really no
fall
objection. There's
is
really no
for the WWE Women's Championship. Introducing first, the challenger from the Queen City,
They booing her. All the more reason to put the title on her. I didn't see if she had a knee brace.
And her opponent from Minneapolis, Minnesota. She is the WWE Women's Champion,
But she's learning. Tiffany learned a lot. She's gonna learn a lot from Charlotte. So she just got to make
this place.
The WWE Women's Champion, Tiffany Stratton, had her first match. Not just in WWE, but played her first match ever less than 4 years ago. Tonight, she finds herself in the spotlight of WrestleMania against one of the greatest, if not the greatest, women's wrestler of all time.
Yeah, normally you'd say Tiffany Stratton has zero chance, but Stratton has
she does have a knee brace.
4 years and
Charlotte Flair has a knee brace on the left leg.
Developing
so
and growing, and right now she is owning the middle of the ring.
If you're Charlotte Flair, Wade, what do you do to take Tiffany out of the game?
You question the fact that everything you've thrown at Stratton so far just simply hasn't worked. Now this one has gone off the rails several times over the previous few weeks and straight into a street fight here.
Yeah, well documented the personal animosity.
They're not even wrestling.
Women, the attack by Flair in the
tussling.
parking lot a couple of weeks ago. Tiffany and Charlotte now going to bring the brawl outside the ring. And remember, Charlotte has to understand, champion's advantage for Tiffany. A lot of follow submission, the only way Charlotte can win the title.
Tiffany can keep her title.
And Tiffany delivered
That's
a
right,
to Charlotte.
And
as she turned to admire it, Charlotte took advantage.
I promise you, these are the hardest shots
a disqualification
I have witnessed in some time. There is nothing being held back here. No time to pace yourself. Hell for leather. Throw some potatoes.
They're not even wrestling.
There's a personal animosity here. A lot of things have been said
to the face.
and heard.
That's the first wrestling move.
Tiffany into the corner. Charlotte now launches Tiffany out to the apron.
Charlotte,
Great balance by the champion. I think for Tiffany, she's got to show she belongs, Wade, in the early going of this match.
Here's the
This is what nobody has really seen from Charlotte Flair in the past. The elegance has been dropped. The technique has been dropped. It's just sheer shock and awe, and Stratton could not have been expecting that.
It feels like Charlotte has the mentality of, oh, you think you're it. Let me show
Charlotte
you
is going to get a
what
beat
it
now.
is and what it
But
has
she's going to win.
Well, Tiffany may well be it.
If I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong in the comments, baby.
Favorite of the WWE
If I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong in the comments.
Time,
Charlotte Flair's going to win this title.
Oh, and
She's going to get beat up.
Controlling Charlotte here in the early going.
I don't like that knee brace.
Tiffany, forcing Charlotte to kick out. Wait, this
That
is
knee
a
brace
match for
looks
Tiffany.
like it's loose.
Forget the WrestleMania debut and all that. Remember, she won the championship by cashing in Money in the Bank on one of her allies, Nia Jax. There's been a lot of criticism over whether or not Tiffany Stratton actually deserved to be champion despite cashing in Money in the Bank. This is a big match to prove she belongs.
Yeah, I agree with you. There is always a little.
If you win Money in the Bank, you deserve to win
the first championship.
You shouldn't,
Money in the Bank.
You shouldn't give them the. You shouldn't give them the Money in the Bank if you don't expect them to win.
Biggest stage of them all. And we're going to get an answer tonight one way or another.
Like, the women are 100%.
She went for it.
So far, 100% cashed in.
Now she's fighting it.
When they cashed in, they win. The guys are the only ones.
I
mean, Justin, I think, was the first one to give up his Money in the Bank. And
it's about stacking the deck, and the deck is stacked in your favor when you have the Money in the Bank briefcase.
And then, I think, was
within.
Baron
Pick
Corbin.
the moment whenever you want. Now this
that
is
was
a
terrible.
Very different proposition for anyone.
Yeah, and wait, the problem here is that Charlotte.
And there was somebody else.
She drew Tiffany out of the ring. She sucked her in. Charlotte was able to take advantage, and now the beatdown begins.
He lost the Money in the Bank.
Charlotte Flair.
Well, think of all the experience, all the tape
available
to study Charlotte Flair. You look at what she's done in the past, you put together a game plan. Charlotte Flair knows you're going to do that, and she's come up with something completely different to anything you prep for.
And you look at the match tonight with Charlotte Flair and what she's doing and how aggressive she is. You can watch as much tape as you want of Charlotte Flair over the years, Wade, but she's evolved. She's evolved as a superstar. She's evolved as an in-ring competitor, and it's really hard to game plan for Charlotte Flair.
Yeah, you don't win 14 world championships, potentially a 15th tonight without evolving over the course of your career.
Otis,
figuring out your opponent's weaknesses and exploiting them.
The NXT Women's Champion, Stephanie McCarr,
somebody, I think it was the Miz or somebody
take too kindly to that.
Well, Stephanie McCarr knows what she can do if she has a problem with it.
And Charlotte, again,
ragdolling right now.
And I'll tell you right now, Charlotte Flair has taken a lot of heat inside the locker room for being so dismissive of every single woman under the WWE umbrella. But when you have the kind of resume Charlotte Flair has, she's absolutely right in dismissing all of them.
She literally just said, I'm her. And there is not a single argument that could be made against that fact.
You might not like the personality, but statistically, the greatest woman in the history of this industry. And she looks every inch that
I
woman
wouldn't
right
say
now.
that Charlotte Flair is the greatest.
Obviously, high ring IQ,
I don't know,
born
man.
for the business.
I guess that's
the mindset to be the greatest. She doesn't worry about making friends.
When I was a kid,
Charlotte now turning into a Boston Crab, center of the ring.
Baddest,
Charlotte really trying to lay it in here, and Tiffany Stratton, the champion in trouble. Remember, tap out gives the title to Charlotte. Tiffany now rolls through, hooks the leg, trying to pick up the win, and a kick out by Flair.
Well, Tiffany Stratton has been put through the ringer so far. Charlotte Flair was looking fresh as a daisy, but now there is fight in the champ still.
Yeah, dip underneath now by Charlotte.
There's so much blonde hair.
Bit of a neck breaker.
Mind you, Charlotte ain't even blonde.
Adjusted, pulled audible.
Got caught up top rope, and Stratton takes advantage.
Nasty kick to the side of Charlotte Flair, and it really is these physical, athletic similarities between these two.
And Tiffany now starting to build some momentum. There's that gymnastic background. Delivering to Charlotte, whips her across the ring.
Phenomenal athleticism.
It's Flair who's rattled by this athleticism coming back in the other direction. Normally, it's Flair's biggest asset, but it's neutralized tonight against Stratton.
So much balance, dexterity, and power.
Oh, nice spine buster by Stratton.
Spine buster.
Stacks up Charlotte, who has to kick out.
Tiffany Stratton is an absolute problem.
Tiffany Stratton
do it all.
did a spine buster on Charlotte.
Power, no problem. We pick you up and put you through the desert real quick. Somehow Charlotte Flair kicks out.
Part of what's coming
You know,
instinctively
Jade
to
Cargill
Charlotte
will
Flair
have
in this match,
a field
the way
day
she reacts
with
so
Charlotte,
quickly,
because
it
Charlotte's
takes
so
a
skinny
beat for the less experienced Tiffany
that
Stratton
she
to
can
ponder her
press
next move, and
over
that's
her head,
really the advantage now that Flair has.
because she's
We are
Charlotte
sold
is
out
tall.
tonight. 61,467. Two titles have changed hands. Jey Uso, new world champ, New Day, new world tag champs. Will Charlotte Flair follow suit in this match?
If it was a boxing match, it would be 10-8 to Charlotte Flair at this point.
I agree.
But still swinging away is Tiffany Stratton.
Yeah, Tiffany with Charlotte.
Tiffany's been beating her down.
Rolling senton by Stratton.
Tiffany's resilience here is going to pay off.
And Tiffany, top rope, moonsault, nobody home, rolls through.
Flair too quick for that one, had it scouted. Tiffany did well to adjust midair and not eat it.
Charlotte into the corner, out to the apron this time. It pays off for Charlotte, who delivers the boot to Stratton.
Just using the ring to her advantage.
Oh, nice.
Such a veteran.
Tip able to deliver a basement drop kick quickly to the cover to retain her championship in a kick out.
Yeah, perversely, the bigger the beating that Tiffany Stratton is absorbing in this one, the better she is becoming. Perhaps shaking off some of the early nerves in this one from her first WrestleMania match, and now starting to move up the gears and take a little control back.
I don't know. I don't see. The more I see Charlotte getting beat up,
getting too overzealous,
the more I see
regroup.
Tiffany.
Think about what you're going to do next.
It's not a back and forth. This
Nerves do a weird thing to your body weight.
I think that can work against most athletes. Charlotte Flair, though, I believe you've got to work a little quicker than that, Tiffany.
Tiffany, knees to the back. Tiffany now runs into a big boot by Charlotte. Quickly.
Tiffany been doing all these flips.
Ooh, steal the title with a sudden impact.
And Charlotte does
do it.
Everything that we've seen thus far, and at the end of
I
the
don't
day,
even
it
know how
could have been
Charlotte
just
get
a
hurt.
boot to the face from Charlotte Flair. Ruthless.
A boot to the face.
Just a little too much
a
eye
top.
candy at times from Tiffany Stratton. Things are looking too
It's not like
pretty
she's doing body
at the moment.
slams.
You just have to
She
smack
do
your
some
opponent
flips,
in
though.
the mouth.
Charlotte's
Time and
doing
again,
flips.
Flair is beating it to the punch.
Let me ask you this question, Wade. This is under 4 years. Tiffany Stratton had her first match. We talked about that earlier.
But she do a lot of chops.
How long did it take you to get to the point where you're confident enough into the ring to do everything the way you needed to do it?
To be perfectly honest with you, it depended on the opponent. The
Daniel
worse my
Bryan,
opponent was, the more confident I
have
got.
everybody on their knees, and then he
I
would
got in there with a record-breaking champ. My confidence was shot.
Later on,
That
the
might
Miz.
be where Stratton is right now.
Oh, nice chop. That one dropped Tiffany to the mat.
There's a chance Tiffany Stratton is very similar to Charlotte
Tiffany Stratton was in the
for
middle of the ring on her knees, getting chopped to the throat.
And another chop.
So early in her career in such a big moment. Maybe this is what she's been waiting for.
Things get nasty now. Charlotte say, what do you got? Tiffany's bringing it to Charlotte Flair now.
Something just woke up inside Tiffany Stratton.
Like Charlotte did
Charlotte trying to hang onto the ropes.
top,
Tiffany now.
but then she had to smack in the face. Tiffany don't like that. They got serious.
Charlotte set her up right there.
That's a receipt. Receipt.
do sense a little frustration starting to build in Flair, however. This young champ who simply not stayed
went for natural
down.
selection, and Tiffany countered.
Uh-oh, she's going to do a power driver? Don't do that. Don't do it. Don't do it.
And now Charlotte Flair. Oh, sit-out powerbomb.
That was
for
really
the
smart.
championship for a 15th time and a kick-out by
Tiffany
the champ Stratton.
Tiffany made that power bomb.
God. Has Flair been so far? Several times in this maneuver here, Stratton tried to reverse.
It looked like she was going to do a power
Flair just had
driver.
too many answers.
It wasn't intended to be a power driver. Charlotte tried to get her.
Powerbomb comes through.
The
Not
power
enough
bomb.
to finish Tiff, though.
Well, that look on the face
But
of Flair
Tiffany
told
was
you,
staying
know,
laid
she
back.
thought she would be home and
It
dry.
was really sloppy.
Yeah, I mean, the
And
frustration
Tiffany
could
finally
be
did
setting in. And
did a sit-up.
Too.
Our
It's
champions
momentum.
fighting. Tiffany
That's when she had
Stratton
the power bomb.
showcasing a grit tonight that I don't think a lot of people knew. Big elbow.
that
There's
step-up
a
kick
high
by
kick.
Charlotte.
By Charlotte.
And now Flair. And you know what she's doing here? This is very clear. She was going to try to injure the leg to set up the figure eight, the submission hold by Charlotte. Tiffany able to scoot away.
Well, if someone is your athletic equal, take out a knee and suddenly they are no longer. Now dictating the pace of this one, dismissively, is Charlotte Flair.
I was going to say, remember, Tiffany Stratton,
Why is
the only one
Charlotte
in
going
this
to the
match
top rope?
that has a gorgeous
Tiffany gonna-
moonsault.
Oh, no. Let her go. I thought that was going to be a
Charlotte
slam.
going to top rope the champion, though,
Gotta be a
continuing to
slam.
fight. What grit
And there's no
shown by
reason for
Stratton
Charlotte to
so
be on the
far.
top rope.
Charlotte Flair
Tiffany's
thought
not
she
even
had
hurt.
enough time. Tiffany
It's gonna be
Stratton
a
got up
suplex.
there with the quickness. Maybe saved her.
They don't
Charlotte
belong
fighting
on the
back,
top rope.
drops the champ. Again, Tiffany just keeps getting back in the fight.
It's unbelievable. Truly.
Incredible
What is Charlotte
durability
doing?
from the champ. But every time there's a window of opportunity for Stratton,
That was sloppy. I don't know what they
they
were
get
doing.
shot in a heartbeat by Flair.
Well, Tiffany
It's gonna
landed on her
flip.
feet. Flair went for the boot. Tiffany sidestepped again. Stratton now drops Flair on the back of her head. Could this be it to retain? Charlotte just gets the shoulder up.
This is really turning into an endurance
All
battle
of that,
by these
all of
two
that craziness. I don't even know what they were trying to
athletes.
do.
This war of
On
attrition.
the top rope, there was no
Tiffany
reason
is
for them to be
still
on the top
living in
rope.
there and dropping
Then they
some
finally
heavy
do like
artillery.
uh,
Of course, Charlotte equal
kick.
to it.
and then a power bomb.
Tiffany Stratton.
They ended up with a power
Guys,
bomb.
this
They
is
didn't need
just
to do
night
all of
one.
that to get a power bomb.
WrestleMania Saturday. Over
That was pretty
60,000 expected again tomorrow for WrestleMania Sunday. On a day that'll kick off with the countdown show.
They're getting a lot of time.
And then again, WrestleMania. The last WrestleMania for John Cena. Tomorrow night, Charlotte Flair, Tiffany Stratton, WWE Women's title.
Charlotte Flair going back on top of the rope.
Flair going to climb up to the top rope. And again, a resilient Stratton back to her feet. How much does she have left? Charlotte Flair, crossbody, lateral press was rolled through by Stratton for the win, and a kick out by Flair again.
I didn't think she kicked out.
Oh, Tiffany got her lip busted. I told
Don't admire your handiwork, Tiffany. Get
Tiffany
back
bleeding
on
from
the
her lip.
offense, because you know Charlotte Flair is going to.
And that's what Charlotte Flair did, driving the champ into the second turnbuckle.
Tiffany bleeding for the
split
lip.
seconds that make all the difference at the
All that
very
smacking.
top level like this.
That's the difference
She
between
busted a
good
lip.
and great.
Charlotte finally busted a lip.
Taking advantage of those situations that arise.
Tiffany Stratton may well have hit a real roadblock tonight at WrestleMania after a
Charlotte going back to the top
championship
rope.
reign.
Why?
Charlotte taking high risk here. Stratton's outside the ring, back up to the apron. Charlotte may have been going
Oh
for
my
the
God.
moonsault. I think Charlotte may have hurt that knee. The bracelet covers the surgically repaired knee. Stratton realized it, Wade, and went right after the knee.
Yeah, it's all fair game right now. Sportsmanship has completely gone out of the window. And that
Charlotte getting the beat down.
surgically repaired knee injury that has plagued Charlotte Flair is now a bullseye.
And now using the good leg for a kick on Stratton, trying to win the championship. Stratton's got a kick again.
I mean, almost immediately, Tiffany Stratton right to that knee as soon as she saw weakness. I love that.
Yeah, it was incredible. Great ring awareness by Stratton.
Should have been gone.
Immediately went for the attack. Charlotte Flair, desperation kick.
Well, now there's fear in the mind of Charlotte Flair, who knows full well that her opponent has a target. If you're Charlotte Flair, you want to put this one to bed as quickly as
Charlotte
possible.
needs to stop going to the top rope.
Always questioning the health of a body part that's gone under such a surgery. And now Charlotte Flair looking to punish the knee of the champion.
She said, if my knee's not great, neither is yours.
And again, wearing out the legs, Wade, will set up Charlotte for the devastating figure 8 finishing submission hold.
Yeah, and Charlotte may not just want to win this one and become a 15-time world champ. Why don't you take out your bitterest enemy in the process, put her on the shelf, let her experience what you had to go through in 2024.
Again, back to the knee of Tiffany Stratton. And the champ finds herself falling away on one leg now. And now we're going to learn a lot about Tiffany Stratton tonight. Charlotte going to go to the figure 4. Can she bridge into the figure 8 with the champ in trouble? Trying to bridge into the figure 8. Does Charlotte have enough in her knees? The injured knee, as Charlotte says, tap out, tap out.
Now mocking the champion, taunting
and again, the bad knee, attacking the bad knee. Great strategy by Stratton here.
Well, Flair got a little ahead of herself.
Flair didn't go for the figure 8.
In the process,
She
was goading Stratton and allowed Stratton a way out of trouble.
And again, going for the figure 4. She couldn't bridge enough with the injured knee, and now Stratton back to the knee. The fact that she couldn't deliver the figure 8 may have cost her here, Wade.
That knee just turned inside out. It bended sideways. Because the brace has been
I was wrong about LA Knight.
And Stratton now.
Could be wrong about this one, but I still think Charlotte's
to Flair's knee now.
And now Stratton looking to climb up top. Charlotte Flair's in trouble. Knee exposed. Prettiest moonsault.
The knees came up.
Knees up by Charlotte.
Did the
damage.
moonsault.
Go to
prettiest
Charlotte's
moonsault
knee. Charlotte.
I got.
Kick out at 2 by Stratton.
Oh, Charlotte Flair putting
Flair still
on
in
the line
left.
here by hook or by crook. She is going to win number 15. She may well need another leg surgery after this one, but what a moment of precise timing there from Charlotte Flair. That knee to the gut of Stratton just as she was about to close in on victory.
Charlotte sacrificing her surgically repaired knee to block the moonsault by Stratton.
Those are the stakes. It's WrestleMania. Championship gold on the line against the most personal rivalry we've had in years.
Charlotte Flair, of course, one of 3 women to main event WrestleMania for the very first time. Knows what it's all about, to be in the spotlight, to be in the pressure. But again, the injured knee not allowing her to get to the ropes.
And instead of going after Tiffany on the ground, Charlotte goes back up to the top rope. Why? Why?
Tiffany Stratton climbing the ropes with
Why?
ease.
The old school wrestlers back then, if you had a guy injured, whether it was the elbow or the knee.
Critical moment, Stratton drop on her face. What does Charlotte do now?
Charlotte attack that
Tiffany Stratton in her sights. Charlotte Flair, natural selection from the top rope. Cover to win the championship. Pumps the leg, and oh my goodness, Stratton at 2 3/4.
Well, you see the rock building on the forehead of Tiffany Stratton as her brain bounced against the mat from that natural selection. How the hell Stratton kicked it out, I will never know.
Like they both gonna stand in the ring laying on the ground.
Both women physically beaten, physically exhausted, hanging in the balance. The WWE
like this is where
Championship.
Mercedes Monet
They're not going to like each other at the end of this one. They will
would do a wrestling hold.
Physicality.
Just roll over and put a pin lock on her or something. Now Charlotte's just talking to her. This is crazy.
The trash talking, and now slaps. And now to the bad knee, and Charlotte turning the offense around on Stratton. And again, Charlotte going to look for the figure 4 and the figure 8.
That's
rolled
it.
Now by Stratton. Charlotte rolls through.
Trying
to power Stratton up here.
It's counter for counter, power for power.
Knee gave out a bit.
It's about whose frame is going to get out first.
I don't know if they're tired or not.
And Charlotte into the second turnbuckle.
Head off that turnbuckle there, Cole.
Yeah, critical move. Tiffany Stratton sends Charlotte whiplash into the corner. Not sure if she got all of it, but may have gotten enough.
She didn't get all of it.
Against that second
they're probably tired.
You're right, Cole. Whiplash. That's like a car crash at 60 miles an hour.
See, the reason
this deep into a match.
Another rolling
the reason you practice during live events, which I think WWE has been canceling, is so they build endurance for long matches. Charlotte lost.
Wow.
They needed to end looking really
WWE Women's
Charlotte lost clean.
Tiffany Stratton.
The crowd is happy. They didn't want
Tiffany
Charlotte.
time.
What a tippy time it is.
Charlotte took a beat down.
Huge win.
But Charlotte also
What an epic
did a lot of
matchup
veteran
for
stuff.
both women. Tiffany Stratton, the championship still raised aloft. But believe me, she had to win that one the hard way. That was a fight.
Wade, we learned a lot about Tiffany Stratton tonight. When it comes
Charlotte
to toughness,
pushed
when
Tiffany
it comes
over.
to stamina, when it comes to resilience,
Charlotte put Tiffany over.
every turn.
She didn't take the title
Against
away.
the greatest in history. Once that connected, look at the bruise on the forehead of Stratton. How on earth the brain reset that quickly to kick out and still stay in the fight?
Now the
And this is
Charlotte
where
on vacation.
Stratton was on the roll to victory. The world's prettiest moonsault connected. This time Charlotte could not get the knees off. Charlotte was a beaten woman. Take nothing away from the queen of
Yeah,
the
they were
industry.
tired.
Tonight was just not her night.
They put in work.
Stratton, hats off to you. Sheer
Tiffany's face all
brilliance.
busted up.
Congratulations.
Busted lip, forehead all
It is
busted
a
up.
career-defining
These are real injuries.
moment for the WWE Women's Champion Tiffany Stratton.
But Tiffany
And
looked a
I'm
lot
gonna go on
stronger.
record here tonight
Stockier
and say
than
this:
Charlotte.
Tiffany Stratton could be well on her way to a Charlotte Flair-like career in WWE.
There's a small show of respect there from Charlotte Flair.
Tiffany Stratton
It
won.
was small, but Tiffany Stratton earned every bite of it.
Congratulations.
I think
to
Charlotte was
Tiffany
supposed to
Stratton.
win, but
And here's
you
the
know,
sneak
people
peek.
talking on the internet.
The new John Revendi
Triple H
thriller
be on-
with Ryan Coogler,
on
director of Black Panther and Creed,
Listen.
starring Michael B. Jordan.
Nobody
Only in theaters,
wanted
IMAX, April 18th.
Tiffany to win.
Get your tickets now.
She's the only one to retain her title so far tonight. Tiffany Stratton is the only one so far tonight to retain her title. Jey Uso is the new World Heavyweight Champion. And the New Day are the new Tag Team Champions. World Tag Team Champions. So what's left is the Intercontinental Champion. I think this is tonight, or maybe it's tomorrow night. The WWE Championship, that's tomorrow night. That's it, because the United States, the Women's United States Championship is not being defended on WrestleMania. Again, Jey Uso is the World Heavyweight Champion. Tiffany Stratton retains her WWE Championship. And the New Day are now the World Tag Team Champions. Only one person retained their championship, and that was Tiffany.
Cosmo, the interactive experience in Dallas, Texas. The
Oh, and Jacob Fatu won the championship. He won the championship. So I forgot about that. Jacob Fatu beat LA Knight. So once again, Jey Uso is the new world champion, beating Gunther. Jacob Fatu is the new United States champion, beating LA Knight. The War Raiders lose to the New Day, and the New Day are the new world tag team champions. And Tiffany Stratton just put a beating on Charlotte Flair, but Charlotte Flair took a couple of pot shots. She got her receipts in, busted up Tiffany's forehead and her mouth. She was bleeding. Like at the end, she couldn't even smile without having blood coming off her teeth. So Tiffany got some real bumps tonight from Charlotte. Charlotte did not hold back.
2025 WWE
They are talking about
Hall of Fame
the Hall of Fame for
induction
2025.
ceremony. The biggest stars of the sports entertainment world are here tonight. The past,
So they'll probably have the
present,
class of
and the
2025
future.
come out.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Michelle McCool.
This may be my
She got Michelle McCool, Triple H. What's that tag team? I want to say Earthquake, but they're not. They're
And this one here, brother, this is for you. Please welcome the total package, Lex Luger. I'm standing for this. Damn. My mom always would say, "You think they're ever going to put you in that Hall of Fame?" I go, "I don't know, Mom. Maybe someday." I hope God's giving you glimpses of now. You made it, Mom.
This moment means a lot to me. This match, I think, meant a lot to the business and a lot of the boys and girls sitting here today, and certainly to the fans. So please join me in giving the flowers and showing love to Stone Cold Steve Austin and Bret the Hitman Hart.
You know, from the night that I had this match, that this might be the greatest match of all time.
You saw the match. You felt what me and Bret were doing. If it wasn't for Bret Hart, Stone Cold Steve Austin wouldn't be sitting here.
Mind you, I watched
Cheers, Bret. I love you.
Look at me now. He definitely old.
Buddy, I love you. Please welcome the newest member of the 2025 WWE Hall of Fame, Triple H.
And the Hall of Fame ceremony went till 4 o'clock on the East Coast. 4 o'clock in the morning. From 10 p.m. to 4 in the morning. That's how long. That's how long that went. Mind you, there was a lot of commercials in that thing too. Never mind Triple H's speech that went on forever. He was clowning on Mr. T going on forever. He went on forever. And if he missed anybody, man, they must have not had that much of an impact because he forgot about them. But he thanked almost everybody that helped his career. And then he went on to thank his whole family, one by one. To include Vince McMahon. Say something. Say something. That's his father-in-law. Say something. He was like, it's complicated. It's complicated. What's complicated? He's your father-in-law. So what? And we know he gave you the reins when he put you on NXT.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the WWE Hall of Fame Class of 2025.
Hall of Fame class of 2025.
Moment recipients: Bret the Hitman Hart and Stone Cold Steve
Bret Hart is the first Hall of Famer who have 3 rings.
Fred Upman in the family of John Tenta, Typhoon and Earthquake, the natural disaster.
Natural disaster. That's where I was trying to get at.
Michelle McCool.
Wow. Time to play the game. Wow. Well, he's loving it. Triple H, bro. He slept with the boss's daughter and got away with it. Here we go. You're gonna spit the water.
I wish I knew how to do that.
Yours is more of a dribble rather than a spurt.
So my wife says.
Ladies and gentlemen, your WWE Hall of Fame Class of 2025.
Oh, what a great class. What an honor for Fat and I to be a part of this.
Absolutely.
Last
night.
His Hall of Fame ring is a pinky ring.
Theater. Legends in abundance. Icons honored.
And a big old WWE in a square.
A proper
He
celebration
got a
of
special
those
ring made for himself.
who helped build this beautiful place.
Because it's too sweet.
Aerial coverage of WrestleMania is provided by Goodyear. The best seats in the house since 1925. Happy 100th to the Goodyear Blimp.
The Goodyear Blimp.
Well, speaking of the
Why is
Goodyear
that
Blimp,
talking?
the Women's World Champ got an opportunity to take a ride in the Goodyear Blimp.
That's a commercial now. They taking it to the next level. Yeah, totally a commercial. Why? Why EO Sky? EO Sky. EO Sky. Let me know if you're ready for night two. Night one is almost over here. Got a few more matches left. Randy Orton has a random match that he's. That's tomorrow night. AJ Styles, the Intercontinental Champion, is going to be on the line. The Women's Tag Team Champion. And then the Sin City Street Fight. And John Cena versus Cody Rhodes.
Xfinity, the live.
Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes. Boy, over there in Europe, they make everything into a song. Let's go. I guess it's time for the main event. The main event is right here. It's time for the main event. It's time for the main event. It's time for the main event. Let's go. Who's going to win? Seth Rollins, Roman Reigns, or CM Punk with Paul Heyman in his corner? Roman Reigns going out solo. Is he going to bring the Ula Fala with him? Now they're going to tell the history of Seth Rollins versus Roman Reigns. And who should fight Randy Orton tomorrow? Nick Aldis? Because I think Nick Aldis should, come out of retirement. He always talking junk. Somebody needs to beat him. And the Legend Killer should be the one to do it. You remember when Randy Orton was a Legend Killer? They got all the old guys to come out of retirement so he could beat them. Two-thirds of the Shield is still around. Dean Ambrose over there in AEW. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Roman Reigns definitely not going to win. That's definitely. There's no reason why he should win. And Paul Heyman is in the corner of this guy. This WrestleMania moment is brought to you by Paul Heyman. So CM Punk should win. It's his first time in the main event of WrestleMania. Technically, it's not the full main event, but it is the main event of one night. And the main event of any performance or any sports entertainment or combat sport is the final match. So he's technically in the main event. But we know that night 2 is actually the main event. The main event. That's why it's not on night 2. Because the event is completely over after that. That's the last match of the whole thing. So does CM Punk really have does he really have the main event of WrestleMania? It's arguable. Or does he have a technicality? Because this is also a triple threat match. He didn't get a solo match. But he can do like Miz and say that he main evented WrestleMania. Miz always says that, like one of his accomplishments. But remember, Roman Reigns is here. Is he technically the main event? Is he the attraction? Because remember, in the business, in any of the businesses, the main event is to keep everybody to the end of the night. And does CM Punk actually keep everybody to the end of the night? Does Seth Rollins actually keep everybody to the end of the night? Or is it Roman Reigns' attraction that's bringing everybody to the end of the night? Because remember, Roman Reigns is the last man to have the WWE Championship for one of the longest reigns since last century. Let me say that again. Last century. We're talking about Hulk Hogan. We're talking about Bruno Sammartino. We're talking about, all those guys. All those guys were from last century. After 1999, we got a new century. And Roman Reigns is the guy. So now we got Seth Rollins coming out in some crazy suit with a flamethrower.
You can use one of those.
Burn it down.
My man's got a flamethrower.
All right, officially the coolest entrance I have ever seen.
You got a
Living every
flamethrower.
man's dream, Seth freaking Rollins.
But I don't know what he's wearing, man. I don't know if it's a robe or it's actually his. I guess it is a robe, but because he's not gonna wrestle in it. It's just weird. It's a black poofy thing. Like it looks like a curtain. Like he's wrapped around in a curtain. All right, he stopped blowing the flames for a second. What are you doing? Oh, he took off that straight. The lights went out. And he's all in white.
You went from all black with a flamethrower to angelic and Las Vegas serenades. Seth freaking Rollins.
Kind of like Jesus. They're gonna be angelic in Sin City. It's an oxymoron.
The following contest is a triple threat match. Introducing first from Davenport, Iowa, weighing in at 225 pounds, Seth freaking Rollins.
Let's go, let's go. You don't do this for me. You used to do this a lot to get everybody to sing. You don't gotta do it.
Three horses of a generation will battle tonight.
You guys remember what happened 10 years ago?
Nice. Get up. Get up out your seat.
California, the Bay Area. Seth Rollins.
Get up out your seats. Come on. Oh, he's doing a Hulk Hogan thing. They can't have this going for 10 minutes, man. Because Roman Reigns is the slowest getting to the ring. He's slower than The Undertaker. It takes 10 minutes just to get into the ring. Mind you, I think this match is going to go 30 minutes. And then there's going to be some craziness that happens at the end. If it's a clean finish, I'll be surprised. Like Jacob Fatu versus LA Knight. That was a clean finish. No shenanigans, no nothing. Let me know what you think the best match of the night was. I'm kind of curious what you guys think. What's the best match of the night? Leave your thoughts in the comments. Hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button, subscribe. Roman Reigns is coming out second. That makes sense. Cause Paul Heyman's coming out last week. He came out with the Ulafala.
Chiseled from stone. The OTC has arrived in Sin City.
For a record 10th time, Roman Reigns will main event WrestleMania.
Titan of this industry, marching to the ring with his signature celestial swagger, the epitome of ice-cold, effortless cool.
Roman Reigns with a record of 9-3 at WrestleMania. Guys, there are only 4 men in history who have more wins than Roman Reigns at WrestleMania. Their names: The Undertaker, John Cena, Edge, and the Game Triple H.
Pressure? What pressure? It's only the main event of WrestleMania, but this is a walk Roman Reigns has taken many times before.
He has a locker at the main event of WrestleMania. This is where he lives. Others just join him in different cities.
And of course, the Samoan dynasty, the Hawaii family dynasty that is now headed by the original tribal chief. That man, a lot of questioning coming into this week, Pat, about who would carry the Ulafala to the ring. Paul Heyman would normally do that. Tonight, Roman Reigns comes to the ring with the Ulafala on his neck himself. And for the first time in many, many years, Roman Reigns heads into battle alone.
The Ulafala symbolizes the head of a family. And when you talk about Roman Reigns' family, you're talking about one of the most successful and powerful families in the history of mankind.
The Hawaii family dominance continued at WrestleMania Saturday. Jey Uso, the new world champion, Jacob Fatu, the new United States champion. And now the head of the table, Roman Reigns. In a triple threat match for pride and glory.
From Pensacola, Florida, weighing in at 265 pounds, the OTC Roman Reigns.
And the following match is brought to you by Xfinity. Stay connected to more of the WWE action you love with Wi-Fi built for streaming from Xfinity. Pat, you and I have had the opportunity to call most of this man's matches over the past 4 or 5 years. I have never seen Roman Reigns in the shape that he is in tonight.
I got a chance to chat with him a little bit on Friday, and he talked about his discipline and his training routine. He brought his entire fight camp out here to Las Vegas from South Florida, focused completely on dominating this triple threat that everybody thinks is for the face of a generation or for the next king of the industry.
Don't let these tattoos fool you. I'm a man of great discipline. I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't do drugs.
They're doing
I'm
a straight edge.
My addiction is wrestling. My name is CM Punk.
Talk about a young man who has walked in here and made a name for himself. I'm talking about Punk.
They're doing a video package for CM Punk. So, again, why he's going to lose, I don't think so. CM Punk should win this one. It's his first main event, technically a main event of night one. The good news is, because it's a triple threat, you know, they're going to take a lot of breaks if it's going to be a long match. It's probably a 40-minute match or whatever, 30-minute match. They can take breaks between all three of them. So it's easier on the body. CM Punk's coming out with Paul Heyman. It'd be crazy if he says, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Punk. Nah, he's just coming out. Well, he got the fan. They're going to be called the personality. I mean, he's done that at WrestleMania before. This is the first time. Then the band members have gotten old too. You know what's crazy is that some wrestlers, they go from being kayfabe and then they take their gimmick to heart. Like it becomes part of who they are. Like, for example, Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan, he believes he's Hulk Hogan. Terry Bollea is like someone in the living room, but 90% of the time, he's probably doing Hulk Hogan stuff all day long. The Ultimate Warrior, he actually changed his name to to Warrior way before he passed away to keep his gimmick. So the fact that CM Punk is also doing the same thing, because his name is Phil something, I forget his name. He go by CM Punk. That's it. In the street, that's it. The Cult of Personality song, he hasn't changed it. Usually, you know, even Hulk Hogan changed his theme song a couple of times. He's held on to it. Retired, came back to AEW, had it there, now has it here.
Has to be a surreal moment for CM Punk.
Roman Reigns and Seth Rollins look thoroughly disgusted over the fact that Paul Heyman, with a smile on his face, kissed CM Punk on the...
The Rock has dropped it too. He called himself Dwayne The Rock Johnson for the longest in Hollywood, and then he finally dropped The Rock altogether, only to last year when he had the opportunity to take it back. He took it back. Now he owns it. He owns The Rock. So now he goes by The Rock again. Mind you, you know, if you look at it as the entertainment part, these are fictional characters we're talking about. You know, it's like doing a movie and then taking on that persona as who you are in life. But I get it, you know, they go from town to town, and then year after year they're stuck with one character, whereas a movie, you know, you do it for a few months, they record it, they sell it, and then that's it. You're done with it. You move on to the next character. Anyways, it's an irony thing.
But perhaps for the first time in his entire life, he showed some true loyalty to one of the men who brought him to the dance in WWE, a bomb that goes way back, he and CM Punk.
How do you think it's gonna end? How do you think it's gonna end? They call him Roman Reigns.
Tribal chief.
Roman Reigns.
Who's gonna handle the Ula Fala?
You gotta give it to the referee.
He will not trust the man who decided to allow Punk's favor to be a part of WrestleMania.
Oh, he took the Ula Fala off and just set it on the side of the ring.
Punk a favor after Punk helped Roman Reigns team out back in War Games Survivor Series.
Look what you did, Paul.
CM Punk is just laughing at the sight of the disgust in the eyes of Roman Reigns.
And we are underway with this triple threat main event.
Bell has rang. We're in the main event of WrestleMania 41, Night 1, Saturday, WrestleMania.
With these three men tonight.
Then they went from carrying Roman Reigns to CM Punk.
Between everyone in this matchup, you need hours to be able to sift through it all.
Let's go. Let's go. I am your host, Tony Spa.
Here in front of our eyes.
CM Punk, who burst on
live reactions to WrestleMania 41, Night 1.
He's mocking Reigns and Rollins is also what he's doing here.
Why is it
showing up at ECW, run by Paul Heyman?
CM Punk got out the ring. The bell already rang. We heard it ring. He got out the ring. He went over to Paul Heyman to put his arm around his shoulder. 1. Referee's not counting. 2. 3.
Enough issues between you and I and what we used to have inside the Shield, and now we're on the way.
Seth was trying to strike a deal there. It's way too late for that. 10 years of animosity.
10.
CM Punk is quite happy when these two think it out.
I guess if it's triple threat, they don't got any rules.
In many ways, Seth Rollins, the obsession by Reigns for Rollins last year cost Reigns the championship in the record reign.
CM Punk has had a non-stop grin on his face since he walked out.
CM Punk is wearing his old
securing the main event of WrestleMania was
all
never the
souring
goal. Winning in the main event of WrestleMania is. Punk fails to do
yellow
that,
swings with the stars.
and he'll always look back on this night with regret.
And Roman Reigns trying to shake out an issue with his hamstring early on in this matchup. Paul Heyman did tell CM Punk that he would indeed one day main event WrestleMania. Paul Heyman said, "I will be with you when it happens," and it has. And Punk now dropped up over the top rope.
CM Punk
Roman Reigns
a WrestleMania
Punk
main
outside
event because of what's happening right now.
Line.
Will this night end with our tribal chief doing what he does so damn often?
Seth Rollins in position for a Roman Reigns drive-by.
Big left J to the face of Seth freaking Rollins. Clean Jordans on our
Roman Reigns said he's gonna smash.
It's not about a championship. This is about pride and dignity. And
there was a time when Roman Reigns beat Daniel Bryan and I think it was Seth Rollins, and he piled them both on top of each other and he pinned them.
When the man who has walked on water in this industry for the past 10 years, Roman Reigns immediately taking control.
And barking at Heyman.
Paul Heyman in the corner of CM Punk.
The last 10 years.
Here's what you could have had, Heyman. You made your choice.
And now Punk reversal drives Reigns into the ring post. Let's not forget, guys, as Seth Rollins now sets up for a suicide dive to Roman Reigns. All three men outside the ring. Again, no countouts. Do as much damage as you want outside the ring.
Taking his time over here by the commentary table, letting the
they're wrestling outside of the ring now.
Beat the hell out of
breaking
each other.
up.
And remember, the reason
that
Rollins
stuff around.
Reigns are here, at least
floor
when they first arrived on the scene, was because of CM Punk. The Shield was built as a security force.
You know, there's not too many wrestlers that
let's not make out like that is some accolade for CM Punk. They were brought in as security to protect CM Punk. It wasn't a selfless act by CM Punk, and both Roman Reigns and Seth Rollins know that.
But again, it just more attendant to the history.
Like, I don't remember
John
Cena
and now Punk and Rollins, such personal hatred between these two. Rollins has never forgotten the fact that Punk left the company, badmouthed the company for many, many years, while Rollins stayed here and played the soldier. And when Punk came back to all the fanfare, it pissed Rollins off. It's Seth Rollins now taking out that animosity on Punk.
I spoke to Rollins earlier. He said the only time
when I was a
CM
kid,
Punk has improved the culture in WWE is when he cleared off for 10 years.
Punk now off the barricade. The fight now spills out into the crowd here in Las Vegas. Steel chair legal.
Undoubtedly, CM Punk has found the fountain of youth.
I guess there's no
better than he has done in 15 years.
Because
and his performances attest to that.
Refreshed, ready to go. Still the best in the world in his eyes.
And again, for the first time in WrestleMania, Rollins used
CM Punk with the trash can. Hit him in the head with the trash can. What the heck?
Mick Foley last night at the Hall of Fame.
Jack referee Rod Zapata has his work cut out here, trying to keep this one under control. There are no DQs in this scenario.
Well, the only job he has is count a pin or a submission. Again, Rollins delivering the
CM Punk took a hit to the neck. Another hit to the head. That is not good. There's a concussion protocol. They got a bunch of trash cans. Like brand new trash cans.
Reigns was taken out of the equation.
They might be Hollywood trash cans, but they give. I mean, they do give. Regular trash cans.
Paul Heyman near us at ringside looking on, and now CM Punk with a suplex out of the garbage can.
Onto the cement.
Sharp, twisted steel of that garbage can, gouging into the lower back of Seth Rollins that has historically been an issue. Keep an eye on that.
Attacking Seth Rollins' back is a good
I guess because Vince is not around. They're allowing
CM Punk and Seth Rollins throwing big shots at each other amongst the WWE universe.
Heated up between
Where's Roman Reigns? This is what I was telling you about.
This is part of the problem in a triple threat match.
They're throwing trash cans all over the place.
With one of your opponents getting to a ladder war, and the third opponent, out of sight right now, is benefiting from this entire scenario.
And now fighting back to the barricade. Way to your point, Roman Reigns wipes everybody out. Roman was lying in wait. Great strategy by the OTC.
Full send from our tribal chief.
This is what I told you about a triple threat. Two of them are going to fight. One's going to take a break.
Roman Reigns.
Two of them are going to get hurt.
Punk, Seth freaking Rollins. And maybe the first 4 rows. 55-inch vertical.
Yeah, he ran right ball.
And do a rabbit.
Paul Heyman, the man who betrayed him.
I'm degraded.
He decided to come out here with CM Punk tonight.
Far be it from me to criticize Roman Reigns, but I personally would have left Seth where he was. Isolate CM Punk, get him in the ring.
Some people like triple threat matches.
They hate each other equally.
Because of the chaos.
Our tribal chief.
There's no count out.
Maybe we do some damage with some furniture.
Well, why not? The Spanish table's out here. Roman Reigns now going to clear things off.
They got new tables.
And the Roman Reigns going to do a lot of damage here tonight in our main event.
The sour look on the face of Paul Heyman tells the story.
They still should give. But they got rid of the ones that were boxing.
The man he's back for years.
These look like.
He's in total control of this one.
These look like real.
He's doing exactly what he's done for the better half of the last decade. Run this thing.
Who you got winning? Let me know. Let me know. Who you got winning?
Roman Reigns.
Roman Reigns, CM Punk, or Seth Rollins?
Out of the way.
Some physical racks at ringside.
It doesn't matter.
And again,
because Roman Reigns,
on Rollins.
He's gone after this.
On the wrong horse in this one tonight. Roman Reigns is dominating both Punk and Rollins in this triple threat match.
Yeah, Heyman does not make many mistakes, but this one
you probably want to see Roman Reigns
right
again.
Now, at least like a major
the SummerSlam or something
from the wise man.
If he's still going to be working
back. Yeah, Punk will.
I can see Roman Reigns retiring.
Continues to
say
he
got that cancer stuff going on
as he sends Reigns back into the ring.
And he's made a lot of money.
This is going to have to be the best performance of his career if he's pulling out victory here.
He makes some of that Brock Lesnar money.
With a running knee, Roman Reigns able to pick him out of the air. There's
the
power
go
now of Reigns, being able to get Punk up on his shoulders. Samoa drop by Roman. Seth Rollins now off the top rope, runs into a right
All of the guys in the ring already, either the TV
Roman Reigns just looking like a different class out there.
He's got a 10-pack.
Well, he's also
the first movie that Roman Reigns did.
He's being driven by anger as well.
Got a point to prove this evening.
Yeah, fueled by animosity
Roman Reigns going
and greatness. This man wants the top rung again. This man wants the business.
Everything he did for Paul Heyman and Paul Heyman's career, Heyman running the gravy train, riding the gravy train of Roman Reigns, and now to turn his back on him for Punk tonight. Went for the Superman punch. Punk now, swinging neck breaker, caught Reigns.
I don't know if it's going to be enough to get a pin. Going to have to keep fighting.
Just about avoiding that Superman punch for CM Punk.
And Rollins up over the top, caught by Punk again. Punk in position for the GTS. Rollins not going to allow it to happen. Running knee now, caught Reigns in the jaw. There's a heel kick to the face of Seth Rollins. And now
Seth Rollins is going to hurt CM Punk.
Starting to build momentum in the matchup.
Amazing job by CM Punk of just adapting your offense on the fly. Take what your opponents are giving you.
CM Punk in control in the main event of WrestleMania.
CM Punk reversed
lightning reflexes for CM Punk. That's what's got him ahead.
A couple of running knees by Punk yet again.
But now he's running back and forth. This is
gained control.
Circus level right now. This is the problem with the triple threat matches.
Wait a minute.
Punk now. Oh, and a DDT, and an inverted DDT delivered to Rollins and Reigns.
Now two guys are going to lay on the ground.
Vintage Punk in the middle of the ring. Let's take another look.
Cutter DDT from CM Punk on Roman Reigns and Seth freaking Rollins.
Corner, you got two guys allegedly hurt on opposite corners, and then one guy is taking his back and forth from one corner to the next.
Go for the damn pin.
or
going to the sky.
Looking over the shoulder of Heyman is Punk now from the top rope.
That you got suspense disbelief that hurt.
Punk paying homage with a big elbow to Rollins.
And still no pin for Punk.
To
me, this is emotion getting the best of CM
Well,
Punk.
Heyman's supposed to be an advisor and a coach. Maybe he should tell Punk to go for the cover and end this thing.
Maybe a wise man would say something wise at some point.
CM Punk does a body
Punk
slam.
now hell-bent on beating the hell out of both of these men. Proving a point here tonight.
Well, soaking it in is one thing. You have
They're
to
not
be
going to cut
ice cold
the
and
match.
clinical to win a match like this. And I fear Punk has let emotion take over.
And Rollins now top rope. Uh-oh, look at where Reigns is. Roman Reigns could be in trouble here. Roman dragging himself back to his feet. Rollins trying to fight out of this. Punk's now on the top rope. Dangerous situation for everybody involved.
So Roman Reigns ran to the corner and put Seth Rollins
connecting momentarily, perhaps unintentionally.
Superman punch.
And CM
Cover
Punk.
by Reigns for the win. Punk in two.
A slight moment of teamwork between Paul Heyman's guys, and then a Superman punch almost ends it.
Well, look at the instincts of Roman Reigns. First of all, we see
he held him up.
Roman Reigns not out there admiring handiwork, connecting with that Superman punch immediately in on the pin and came within a millisecond of victory.
It is electric in Las Vegas tonight. Sold out 61,467. Watching three of the greatest in the game battle it out. Reigns, Punk, Rollins, triple threat action. Went for the spear, ran into a knee. Punk now. Looking for a GTS to Reigns.
I think
elbow by Roman to fight
I think
his way
CM
out
Punk's
of it.
gonna pin Roman Reigns.
But it just stunned the tribal chief.
CM Punk gonna win this. I was wrong twice tonight with Charlotte Flair.
CM Punk getting the better of our tribal two.
And here comes
the other
Punk
ones I've gotten on
Punk
right.
now, down goes Reigns.
I think
for the
CM Punk
win
win this.
for Punk. Kick out at two.
The high cover right on the shoulders of Roman Reigns.
Oh, look at Punk looking at the device.
Roman Reigns.
Punk looking for the Anaconda device. If Reigns taps, it's
This is what I'm talking about. That's what the women need to do. Whenever there's something slow, they can hold.
Reigns hang on. Oh, will Reigns tap out?
Squeezing the life out of the tribal chief. Surely fading,
on the ground. You can hold that
to the brain.
10 minutes.
Taking a very close look.
All the other person got to do is sell it.
Reigns trying to counter Rollins now. Frog splash, breaks things up, saving the match. Pin, cover, Rollins almost took out both men.
Seth Rollins went for the pin after a
Seth
frog
freaking
splash.
Rollins. Wow.
In the blink of an eye, there just when Punk thought he had victory.
He did a frog splash when CM Punk had Roman Reigns in the headlock
Freaking Rollins
on the ground.
Seth's eyes, he was saving it. I think he thought it was over if he didn't do that.
Well, then he got the cover.
Now the crowd is singing. He got the crowd singing. That crowd is cheering everybody. It was cheering Roman Reigns, then CM Punk, now Rollins.
So wait, I was just going to ask you, both men down. If you're Rollins, what do you do?
You clear one man out as quickly as you can. Figure out who the weakest guy is. Get him out of the ring. Then focus all your efforts on the remaining man.
And again, the personal animosity forces Rollins to go back to Punk and try to beat the hell out of CM Punk. Lifts Punk up. And a buckle bomb by Rollins.
Such a devastating maneuver has taken out several superstars
CM
for
Punk will
long
win.
periods of time.
CM
And
Punk
Punk
will win,
hasn't
I'm
moved
telling you.
since.
And now Rollins lifting
telling you,
Roman
CM Punk will
Reigns
win.
up. Reigns is in trouble as well. Trying to hang on, and another buckle bomb by Seth.
CM Punk gonna win. CM Punk gonna win.
Is Seth freaking Rollins the one that's walking out of here as the champion of a generation?
No, CM Punk gonna win.
There's so much
I don't
talk
even think there's gonna be
about Punk.
shenanigans. There might not even be shenanigans at the end. It might even be a
And
clean
what
finish.
Roman Reigns have accomplished. Well, you cannot rest.
I didn't
This
expect
man,
Jacob
Seth
Fatu
Rollins,
to win clean.
an unbelievably great WrestleMania performer over the years.
I figured Solo or somebody was going to come out.
And a very concerned Paul Heyman in front of us at ringside. As Rollins now went for a pedigree. Punk looking for a GTS. Spear!
Seth dodging out of the way.
And now with Reigns hooked. Went for the pedigree again. Back body drop. Rollins lands on his feet. Roman Reigns went for the spear.
He got him with the pedigree.
Pedigree by Rollins.
Roman Reigns went for the spear. He got pedigree.
Stop the Reigns. Rollins gets rid of CM Punk. Cover. Rollins for the win. Reigns is still in it.
Oh my God. Seth Rollins did literally everything he was supposed to do there.
Watch this.
Touches a spear, turns it to a pedigree.
Followed it up with the killer blow. The stomp. You have to clear Punk out here. Here's the issue. Get Punk out of the ring so he can't break it up. That beat, though, was all it took for Roman Reigns to just kick out in the nick of time.
Meanwhile, Paul Heyman, new gravy
That's how
train.
fast it got him
CM Punk
to get
is lying here, hasn't moved, right in front of Heyman's face at ringside, while Rollins and Reigns remain in the ring.
Heyman's been pouting a lot. There's nothing going the way he likes it.
Oh, God, this durability, the athleticism, the speed of thought of Seth Rollins, the thing that has taken him to the very pinnacle of this industry. It's coming up trumps at the right moment.
The architect,
and there's still the favor
Rollins looking to go up
that,
top. Roman Reigns is in trouble. Rollins now making it to the
Rollins
top rope.
Battered.
Is asked
this match.
Paul Heyman.
Took his time getting up there.
Seth Rollins going for broke. Nobody home, rolls through. Punk catches him. CM Punk looking for a go to sleep. Spear to Rollins.
Roman Reigns with a lot of spears, man.
Go to sleep to Roman Reigns.
Here it is.
For a win in the main event. Kick out by Roman.
But that's how it's going to happen. CM Punk going to pin Roman Reigns.
Planet Earth cannot believe that.
There's no reason why CM Punk.
Paul Heyman is distraught at ringside. That was CM Punk's
CM Punk
moment.
bleeding out his mouth. I think Seth Rollins
Spear dodging out of the way, connected.
whole mouth is bleeding.
Taking Seth Rollins out of the equation, followed up by the sweetest GTS.
CM Punk's mouth is bleeding all over inside.
But Roman Reigns,
teeth all bloody.
He's just a bit too special.
CM
I don't see no
his
cuts on the
WrestleMania moment, and somehow Roman Reigns kicks out. Now the fight continues on the outside.
CM Punk like he had the plug pulled on him with that kick out from Roman Reigns.
And Punk now center of the ring with Reigns.
Now Seth Rollins is
Heyman
sitting outside relaxing.
His demeanor's changed.
Because he got speared by Roman.
Another go to sleep.
So he rolled outside the ring, and now it's the thing about triple threat matches, man. Now Rollins is
big
chilling,
frame
relaxing.
of a massive tribal chief, and at this point in the match, Punk's
now he jumps back in the ring.
Pedigree.
No, not enough.
Cover.
Now, mind you, Seth Rollins just gave CM Punk a pedigree. That was Triple H's finisher, which
as we get into the deepest
Rollins
deep
adapted
water
years ago.
in this WrestleMania
And it was his
Saturday
finisher.
main event.
All three of them have had moments where they were
pedigree
walking out of here with their hand
Triple H.
raised. All three of them have had moments where they were 1, 2, 3.
Hunter
This is going
versus
anybody's
Helmsley.
way.
This audience completely split between these three.
You don't know. You never know. That's why I'm here. You're without him. You're without me. You're without Mock. You're without your bloodline. Of course you don't know.
He said Mock.
Listen to me.
He said Mock. He's talking about Moxley.
You understand me? He doesn't belong here. It should be you and me. He's the outsider. We put him down. And it's done. He's the dead man. You feel me? You feel me?
He over here negotiating with Roman Reigns. Take CM Punk out.
The greater good is to take out the cancer of CM Punk. And Rollins now takes the
He
fight.
said CM Punk don't belong.
And
He said Mox. He said Mox.
Look at
Mox. Instead of saying Dean Ambrose. He using government names out here.
Will Reigns and
on WWE
work together.
You know,
the question now is Seth Rollins even looking for victory? Or is he
Triple H
looking
don't
to
care
punish
about
CM Punk? Is this just retribution?
And look at Reigns.
Vince would have had a heart attack.
Reigns, he is so torn here. He doesn't know what to do. Does he team with Rollins? He's looking back at Heyman. He's looking at Punk.
We getting some danger.
Roman Reigns over here chilling. He rolled out the ring.
Oh, here we go. Shield bomb coming. Going old school tonight.
The ultimate throwback.
Oh! He said, get out of here.
And Reigns said, I'm going to do it myself, damn it.
He's going to power bomb him through the table. Oh, it broke. It did break.
I didn't know this.
It didn't break clean like this.
Reigns turns his attention now to Rollins.
It's like two bookends that stayed up.
Seth Rollins who got sucker punched.
That table's different.
Oh, look out. Look
Both
out.
of those
Back
tables
in the
different.
hell out of the way.
There's
Reigns
two tables
with vengeance in his eyes.
Oh, that one went down. That one went down.
Reigns destroyed everything in his path.
Both announce tables, the Spanish announce table and the regular announce table. Uh-oh. Fear.
Reigns for the win.
Nope.
Rollins kicked
That's what I
out
thought.
to the
I'm telling you. I am telling you. I've watched wrestling long enough to know that CM Punk gonna win. He just pushed CM Punk to a table. Now CM Punk on the outside. He threw Seth Rollins in, speared him, and then now pinned him. It should have been over. It should have been over. But no. It's PLE. Premium live event.
This match continues.
It's a PLE. This ain't a pay-per-view.
We all thought our travel.
You gonna hear finisher after finisher after finisher after finisher. Kick out after kick out after kick out after kick out.
Roman Reigns.
Who calls for a favor, huh? Roman Reigns has not forgot about Paul Heyman.
Oh, not at all. Roman Reigns felt.
They cheer Roman Reigns. This crowd is fickle as hell.
How sweet would it
Pick a side, man. Pick a side.
Roman Reigns put CM Punk to the sword in front of his turncoat former wise man.
By the way,
pick a side. Who you got, man? Are you gonna go with the ones? Are you gonna go with the ones?
Roman Reigns now looking to choke out Punk as Heyman looks on. Looking to choke out Punk as Heyman looks on.
Yo, that's a finishing move right there. Seth Rollins gonna come out of nowhere. Seth Rollins resting right now. On the outside of the
biggest moment of his career.
Oh, he locked it in. He locked it in. He locked it in. That's the finisher.
Roman's got his shoulders up. Triangle still locked in.
He got a guillotine on him.
Looked like Punk was close to tapping. Turns
Oh.
around into a cover. Forces Roman to break. And now Punk looking for the vice perhaps.
Now Punk was able to get out of that guillotine.
Oh,
Now he's
Punk almost. You know, Punk was a
Great transition by
UFC
Punk.
fighter. He was an MMA fighter.
Ropes do not cause a break. Submission perhaps.
He should know how to get out of guillotine.
With Heyman looking on.
And he did. He just rolled out of it.
CM Punk trying to get Reigns to tap.
He got a
critical moment in this match, and Seth Rollins back involved.
Well, Seth didn't get in there. This one was over.
Seth Rollins going for the figure four.
Rollins trying to turn things
Oh
around.
no, he's going for the what you call it, backbreaker.
Looking for a sharpshooter here.
Sharpshooter.
Center of the ring. Is Punk
It's not gonna happen. Punk gonna kick out of it.
The best in the world, tapping out to the best there
Either
is.
Punk gonna kick out of it or Roman Reigns gonna get up and shit. Yes, Seth Rollins.
It's a double whammy. The agony, the torture of this move, combined with the fact you simply
CM Punk gonna win. CM Punk gonna win. That is not a prediction. That is a spoiler.
Back into this match. Punk still has not
CM Punk gonna win.
Roman Reigns turns things around.
I told you.
Gonna try to
Roman Reigns got up all of a sudden. Now he got a guillotine on Seth Rollins.
guillotine. Rollins trying to get back to a vertical base.
Oh, this is ridiculous power from Rollins.
And these jokers are getting out of the guillotine. Usually you can't get, in real life, you can't get out no guillotine.
Oh my goodness, what a suplex. Shoulders down now. Reigns has got a kick out. Still got the
They're turning it into a pinning
Still
position.
has not released the chokehold on Rollins.
Put a joker to sleep. Either he go to sleep. Oh, curb stomp by CM Punk.
And now CM Punk.
No, he's not gonna stack him. He's gonna stack him.
Cover. The main event continues.
It looked like Paul Heyman having a heart attack on the outside.
Are non-mortals.
He sat down on
biggest shots,
one of the metal
and
steps.
they simply bounce off.
He's looking all tired and hurt.
You turn to despair, and that.
I told you this was going to be a long match.
Pit in the mind of CM Punk, he now has to overcome.
There is no surrender in any
It's beyond 40 minutes.
Great
Tell me how much time it's been
Heyman on the outside looks
since the bell rang.
He looks like he's
I know it took forever to get into the ring.
CM Punk, this is the
Gotta
main
be at
event
least
of
40 minutes.
WrestleMania. This is what you fought your entire life for.
Where does he go after this? He's already burned every bridge he has.
CM Punk gonna win this, man.
His
It's
career
almost
flashed
over.
before his eyes.
Watch
As
the time.
Punk continues the attack on Rollins.
Roman down, Rollins down.
That's the
CM
one thing
Punk
you
to
know
his
about
feet.
wrestling.
Broken
You gotta go off at a
everywhere
certain
you look.
time.
Who can summon
The main event gotta make a
something
decision.
special to grab victory?
Think about the physical exertion that these men have gone through in this matchup.
You gotta get that wrap it up,
Punk now
Stimmy.
trying to lift
Wrap it
Rollins
up,
up,
wrap it up.
trying to perhaps get him in position to go to sleep. Seth Rollins not going to allow it to happen. Punk now going back to Rollins for the go to sleep. Could have been a smart move there by Punk. Can he hit the GTS that he does to Rollins? Spear now by Reigns. Stop by Seth. Everybody is down.
Everybody hit their finisher.
This
To go
is
to sleep,
absolutely
give it to
incredible.
Seth Rollins. Rollins had enough energy. Yeah, the finishes don't mean nothing in the main event.
CM Punk once again going to the well. But without
He put the go to
a
sleep
big
on him.
feat. Roman
Seth
with
Rollins
the
had
spear
enough
followed
energy
up
to get the curb
with a
stop
recoil
to Roman
stop
Reigns.
instead
After Roman Reigns hit the
from
spear,
Seth freaking Rollins.
everybody on the floor. Uh-oh. What's Paul Heyman up?
Heyman doing?
He getting a
Paul
chair.
Heyman with a steel chair in hand. There are no disqualifications in a triple threat match.
What are you doing, Paul?
What the hell are you doing?
Is this the favor?
Cogs are whirring in the brain of the wise man.
Yeah, you better pray.
Where's that chair going, Paul?
You better make the right choice.
You don't need prayer.
He gonna give that chair to Seth Rollins. He owes Seth
Come on,
Rollins the
Paul.
favor.
No disqualification.
Look, they both woke up. Seth Rollins, Roman Reigns, and what do you call it? CM Punk just woke up. They both looking at Paul Heyman with the chair. He gonna
Paul
slide it.
Heyman has made his choice. Paul Heyman has turned his back.
Paul Heyman
on
gave the
Roman
chair
Reigns
to CM Punk.
to help his friend CM Punk, who now has a steel chair in hand.
Paul Heyman's inside the ring. Here come the shenanigans.
Paul Heyman.
Watch the clock. Watch the clock. CM Punk gonna come for the finish. Watch the clock. Watch the clock.
Roman Reigns is defenseless.
Oh! Paul Heyman hit CM Punk in the nads.
Holy save! Paul Heyman! Low blown is
That must have been the favor for Seth Rollins.
Heyman's in agony.
'Cause why is Paul Heyman in the ring?
To his original tribal chief.
You cannot trust a rat.
Paul Heyman is in there WrestleMania
Christmases just came at once.
actively fighting. He's on his knees, giving Roman Reigns.
And now Reigns.
He gave Roman Reigns the chair. I'm telling you.
To the original tribal chief.
I'm telling
It
you.
had to be a ruse
CM Punk's still
all
gonna win.
along. And now, how apropos this would be.
Now he's going to hit Seth Rollins in the back of the chair.
Indianapolis.
And then CM Punk going to get the pin. The time, watch the
After a decade, payback is finally coming to Roman Reigns. Oh my God! Paul Heyman, you son of a bitch!
I told you, he betrayed Roman Reigns and CM Punk.
Piece of garbage!
People called this online that he was going to betray CM Punk and CM Punk and Roman Reigns.
What the hell did we just
for Seth Rollins.
Low blows his best friend and his brother.
Rewind a couple of weeks. Seth Rollins said,
now you got to remember, Roman Reigns is not coming back to WWE after this. So Paul Heyman got to work. So to continue the story, he can either go with CM Punk or go with Seth Rollins. Or he can come back and face Seth Rollins and CM Punk gonna win. I got CM Punk winning still. I don't care what's happening. Watch the time though, watch the time. Paul Heyman's still in the middle of the ring. He betrayed CM Punk and Roman Reigns by hitting them in the personal.
And now,
Seth Rollins go to the chair to the back of Roman. Here come the curb stop.
A stop by Seth. Rollins into the cover.
Is Rollins gonna pin Roman Reigns? Whoa! I was wrong. CM Punk took the L. And instead of CM Punk pinning Roman, which I Rollins pinned so that's the favor he owed Rollins.
We never thought we'd see Seth Rollins and that money-sucking leech, Paul Heyman.
Political maneuvering and subterfuge has always dictated the very top level of this industry.
Seth Rollins now has Paul Heyman.
And Seth Rollins and Paul Heyman just bluffed and deceived their way to victory in Vegas.
You know,
and you can technically say that Paul Heyman was in a WrestleMania main event. Because if it wasn't for him, the ending wouldn't finish the way it finished.
To get ahead in this business.
An ending to this match nobody saw coming.
No, people saw this coming. I've heard chatter. I heard chatter.
His friend is recently reacquired. Wise man, and in the steel chair to the man who has fought so hard for this moment to be present in the main event of WrestleMania.
Mind you, they all got hit with their finishes.
In this entire situation,
and all it took was Paul Heyman hitting them in the personal for them to stop moving.
That I thought was getting shafted, that I thought didn't have a play in the game.
Cole, this is the top level.
I like how Paul Heyman tries to get in there like
if you're not shafting your opponents, they're shafting you. It's about who does it best. And Seth freaking Rollins has just mastered this art. Hang it in the Louvre.
There's been many shield chairs to the back over the years.
Well, the bloodline is dead. The bloodline's officially dead.
As devastating as the one we witnessed tonight. Paul Heyman always seems
the bloodline is officially dead.
Paul Heyman is the cockroach who always finds himself at the top of the food chain, who you cannot kill, who continues to be with the best in the business. And now Paul Heyman has aligned himself with Seth freaking Rollins. And I'm sick.
Triple H said in the Hall of Fame ceremony that when Paul Heyman got the WWE Hall of Fame ring, that he inscribes in the middle. Consigliere. Consigliere.
Has this been the plan?
They said consigliere. But to who?
For years.
With Paul Heyman.
Tonight we find out Seth freaking Rollins is the who.
Get under Reigns' skin. I mean, Roman's the one I feel bad in all this for.
Tribal Chief has been
I told you to watch the time. I told you to watch the time.
Low blows.
And guys,
I told you to watch the time.
This is only night one.
We still got a second night tomorrow. What was the best match of the night? Did the main event take it? Or did something else earlier on take it? We got one more night. I think they got the after show coming up. They got it. We're going to stick with it. We're going to stick with it. They got Paul Heyman and Seth Rollins on the ramp looking back at the ring. Still. I'm going to stick with it. I'm going to stick with it. Hit the like button, subscribe. If you like WWE on this channel, let me know and I'll continue to do it. We are doing night 2 tomorrow. That is not a prediction. That's a spoiler. They singing his song. They singing his song. Paul Heyman walked away. Some guys on the internet predicted this. I didn't predict this. I thought CM Punk was going to win because it's his first main event. I was wrong. I got 3 wrong tonight. This is definitely the Triple H era. I would have got it right if Vince was on. Triple H likes swerves. Got to watch out for that. Yup. That was the favor. Paul Heyman be doing a lot of favors. Pause. Roman Reigns is gone. I don't know about CM Punk, but Roman Reigns, he going to Hollywood. And he got pinned. He gone. CM Punk looking at Roman with disgust. They both sitting in the ring looking stupid. Yo, did you like the outcome? Roman Reigns is gone. He gone. He gonna be gone for at least 6 months. Nah, he gonna be gone to SummerSlam maybe. Mess around. He might not come back to next WrestleMania. He do to some Undertaker and just come back only on WrestleMania time. This is the end of Roman Reigns' storyline. He got nothing else. Where he gonna fight for Paul Heyman? The Bloodline storyline just done. Done.
Right now,
Done. Done.
The stunning conclusion to WrestleMania 40.
Now Roman Reigns is on the ramp looking stupid, looking back at CM Punk. CM Punk's still in the ring. So they're like taking their time to go back one by one. They're milking it. The show is technically over. It's done. Roman Reigns is done. Roman Reigns is going to Hollywood. He's going to take some time off. He made a lot of money in the last 4 years, so he good. He good. He's not at the top. He's not chasing the belts. You know, him and boss, the final boss, got nothing going on. They're expected to see the final boss tomorrow. That could be iffy, but you know, Triple H he likes swerves, so he might or might not show up. Usually, The Rock is so egotistical that he likes to put his stuff out there. So he would have done like a promo or something.
We all said it. That match was perfect. No notes. And my God, that finish. I cannot wait until Monday. I need answers. This Seth Rollins, Paul Heyman.
I think this is a long time coming. Roman Reigns hasn't lost at WrestleMania in a long time. And when John Cena started losing at WrestleMania, he was gone. He went to Hollywood. So this is what's happening. Mind you, CM Punk could have took the pin. But no, they pinned Roman Reigns. He gone.
Now, just soak in
the bloodline is done.
Triple threat.
How did The Rock do it?
And you can see it on his face, trying to understand what happened in front of him. As we welcome you here outside Allegiant Stadium to tonight's WrestleMania.
And Paul Heyman had justification to do it because Roman put hands on him.
Snickers satisfied. A massive crowd inside Allegiant Stadium, in excess of 64,000 plus.
Now they're playing CM Punk music. CM Punk is the last one leaving the ring. CM Punk just kissed the ring.
CM Punk, who thought he was about to have it his way at that singular moment.
CM Punk kissed the ring. CM Punk kissed the ring.
Looked to deliver it to either Roman.
Is CM Punk gone?
He gave it.
CM Punk could be gone.
He turned on Roman.
Still to come. Jey Uso, Tiffany, Stratton, Seth Rollins, and Triple H. So they're doing an after show.
And then you see the look on the face of Roman Reigns, the relief. He goes,
CM Punk looking around. CM Punk gone.
Paul Heyman, my wise man is
CM Punk gone.
Wise man. But Paul Heyman's work was not.
He got no storyline either. The storyline ended.
Blow to Roman Reigns.
He just kissed the ring, so.
Rollins recreating history. The end of the Shield happening again, Big E. Imagine the trauma for Roman Reigns when he.
I don't know, man. I think CM Punk gone too.
This time in the main
event. Gonna take time off.
And the look we saw on Roman Reigns' face, the look we saw on CM Punk's face, I have never seen that look on either of those men's face. I don't know what they're thinking. The man that has been their advocate for years and years.
They got
has
Jade Cargill still to come
on both of them, and now has aligned himself with Seth Rollins. Incredible.
CM Punk giving that.
Amazing stuff, man. CM Punk,
but CM Punk kissed the ring. He went to the middle ring and kissed it.
Favoring that right leg.
All right, we're gonna have a lot to dig in on. So let's.
That's a sign of I'm taking off.
The action from this main event. Look, this was my favorite. This reversal was truly incredible. These three men were at their very best. This stop, I thought it was over right here.
I thought it was over right there as well. He gets rid of Punk, goes for the pin, and it was so close.
By the way, great analysis by Wade Barrett in saying by clearing Punk.
I think CM Punk don't have another storyline or no feud going on unless he's gonna go after Seth Rollins. But Seth Rollins didn't pin him. His beef would be with Paul Heyman, because that was his best friend. His best friend betrayed him for Roman Reigns. And then he betrayed Roman Reigns for Seth Rollins. So now Seth Rollins has the advocate. That usually means that he's going to get elevated to the next level. Back up to the next level, because Seth Rollins has been up there before. And that's it. That's it. Seth Rollins starts a chase for whoever becomes WWE champion tomorrow. Now the question is Seth Rollins going to go after Jey Uso? Nobody wants Jey Uso to be champion, but he is. So I can see Seth Rollins going back after the World Heavyweight Championship with Paul Heyman being by his side. Jey Uso's an easy mark. Jey Uso easy mark. Or does he go after the winner of Cody Rhodes versus versus John Cena. I don't see that happening. I don't see him going after John Cena and Cody Rhodes. If you're gonna get a title, he might as well go after the world title with Paul Heyman. They're showing the footage of Paul Heyman giving Roman Reigns the chair. Now, Roman Reigns took a long time to turn around and hit him with the chair. So he kind of deserved what he got in the storyline. Because why are you taking so long? It's Paul Heyman. They showed it again. Paul Heyman, like, he does this with his hand, like you're doing something. He's selling the blow, which that was alone with, you know. Paul Heyman don't owe nobody no favors. But the bloodline is done. The bloodline is done. This is officially the end of the bloodline. Jacob, Fatu, and what you call it? They're gonna do something else. They might end up fighting each other. You know, because now that Jacob Fatu is the U.S. champion, you know, jealousy happens allegedly.
Seth Rollins himself discussed this match and said, this match is to determine the future of the industry, to determine who will be the captain stewarding that ship, to shape the careers of these three men, as well as so much that happens at events like this.
You know, Seth has positioned himself as the voice of reason in WWE these last several years. He's talked so often about saving WWE from these outside forces. And now I'm wondering if this is his perception of the way he needs to save WWE. I'm so intrigued to see what's to follow.
And the interesting thing
WWE don't need no saving.
He's done this before.
Yep.
I mean, let's not forget about the authority. Let's not forget about what's best for business. This is who Seth Rollins has been.
Yeah, Seth Rollins is going to go after Jey Uso. Jey Uso in trouble.
About what CM Punk did, right? He goes
somewhere. Because think about it. Now the wise man is with him. The only logical person to go after Jey Uso. Jey Uso in trouble.
Matches he has with Cody Rhodes. He goes to war.
And it makes sense that Gunther lost the belt because Seth Rollins and Gunther don't make no sense.
Tonight, and on maybe his biggest rival ever, Roman Reigns.
Listen, we're going to have a lot to discuss here. Jackie Redmond's going to be standing by to try to get us access and a post-match interview. We're going to be going to the press conference.
So Seth Rollins is going to be healed from here on out.
Recency bias, which happens far too often when you try to grade things out in this industry. 5-star all-time classic.
It's a classic. It's
5-star all-time classic. And then I'm going to turn to the ones who matter most to grade it out. 5-star instant classic.
Man, they took like 45 minutes to an hour to do it.
We're going to take a short break.
I don't know.
You're going to hear everything from the press conference. We're going to have live guests. What a night in Vegas. Don't go anywhere.
I don't know. They're talking about an instant classic, man. I don't know, man. I don't know. I have no idea. They took a long time to produce this match. Finisher after finisher, pinfall at false count. Like it was super redundant. The trash cans to the head was something. And those new tables, that was something too. The new announce tables, the way they broke off, it was weird. The first one, the two side pillars stayed up, but then the second one, when he put Seth Rollins through the second one, then they collapsed, the middle collapsed, and then the two side pieces fell in the opposite direction. I wonder if they're gonna keep their tables because they've been having a hard time with the other tables not breaking. Like they put somebody and it'd be a hard smash, and the tables stay up because the joint pieces on it, the joint pieces were solid. They were notched in. So who knows how this one's built? because you can't really tell. But the fact that Jey Uso is now the World Heavyweight Champion, Seth Rollins wants that belt because he was the inaugural for this version of the big goal. They're showing Jey Uso winning the championship. The highlights. So I think that the next logical step is for Seth Rollins to go after Jey Uso. Jey Uso needs an opponent. It cannot be Gunther because they had so many matches already. It's so redundant. It's just nobody wants to see it anymore. Gunther versus Jey Uso is done. It's done. Gunther needs to take a break, let people forget about him, all of a sudden come back, and he's a face again. And he lost clean to Jey Uso. So Jey Uso is gonna have a program with Seth Rollins. I'm almost certain. And he's gonna talk smack to him. Look, I did this to your cousin. Yada 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 yada. They have a lot of material there to work with. But remember, now Jey Uso has Jimmy in his corner. So who knows how that's gonna play? Because Jimmy now is face. He gave the belt to Jey Uso tonight, so I can see them working together, like in a storyline. But Roman Reigns, he gone. He going to Hollywood. He gone. If he comes back for SummerSlam, because SummerSlam's supposed to be a 2-night event, we're lucky. But he might be gone. He might be gone for good, or for a long time, anyways. At least a year. He could technically come back and do like Undertaker did the last couple of years and just come back for WrestleMania. Undertaker did that for a long time. He'll just come back and wrestle a match for WrestleMania. So he can do that. He can get that deal. Just come back for one payday. We don't know the condition of Roman Reigns' health, and I'm sure he's not going to advertise that. So, hey, it's a good time to take a break. Let's see what she's talking about.
I can catch CM Punk on his way out. He has not yet exited. Hopefully he will
CM
come
Punk
out
should take some time
here
off
pretty
too,
soon. Obviously, he's been waiting a lifetime to main event WrestleMania. Here he is now. Punk, I know that this is not a good time to approach you for a comment, but can I get something from you about what just happened out there at the hands of one of your lifelong friends and allies?
He ain't gonna say nothing.
All right, well, we're not gonna get a word from Punk here tonight. Tessitore, I have known CM Punk for a very, very long time. This man is not somebody who holds back when he has something to say. He is not somebody that is short for words, and he certainly is not somebody that I don't think has ever declined to comment, at least in my experience, when approached for an interview. Obviously,
CM Punk
he is
should
probably
take some
feeling
time
a
off
range
and
of
let
emotions
the
here
program
tonight. I mean,
between
you saw
Jey
his
Uso
face. That is the
versus
look
Seth
of a man
Rollins
who maybe
happen.
isn't surprised by what happened tonight, but is certainly taken
And
aback by
backlash.
it. Is
Backlash is
understandably hurt by it. I talked to CM
And
Punk
if Seth
just
Rollins
yesterday.
gets
He told me he was nervous about this match, but it's one that he's waited a lifetime
CM
for
Punk needs to
to
come back
main event
and go
WrestleMania.
after
He
the
said
belt.
to me, Jackie, I will not rise to the occasion in this situation. I will fall to the level of my experience, my training, and my preparation, but I'm not sure there is anything that prepares you for this level of betrayal. And I think we just saw that on the face of CM Punk. You know, they say a picture says 1,000 words, right? I think we just saw that in the face of a very dejected and somber looking CM Punk, might be the right word. As for the Seth Rollins of it all, I mean, this is a guy who has been very anti-CM Punk, so I think that certainly probably adds to the level of hurt that CM Punk is feeling right now. But I guess we're just going to have to wait to hear how CM Punk is feeling another time. But I tried.
You more than tried. You delivered there, because never
has a non-response said so much as that interaction between CM Punk and Jackie Redmond. And I do want to stress this. Jackie Redmond has a wonderful relationship with CM Punk. She's interviewed him hundreds of times. He has her trust when it comes to sensitive moments like this. CM Punk is speechless.
This is more than just losing a match. It's losing someone who has meant so much. We have, over the last several weeks, how much have we talked about them going back to OVW? You know, I don't think CM Punk gets the opportunities on the main roster if not for someone like Paul Heyman being in his corner, fighting for him to get those chances. And now the guy who said, hey, that favor, I got you. I'll be there at WrestleMania. Mind you, this is his first WrestleMania match in, what, a decade? He missed last year because of the tricep injury.
That's right.
He's finally here, his first WrestleMania main event, and to have a dear friend take it all away from him, devastating.
So we were just able to at least get with CM Punk, and now Kathy Kelly is standing by outside the locker room for Roman Reigns. Kathy?
Yeah, Joe, I mean, I was hoping to get
Kelly
an
is not
interview with
outside the
Roman
locker room.
Reigns, but now
She's in
is
the parking
not
lot.
the time. I mean, I can confirm that Roman did exit gorilla position alone. When is the last time that we saw Roman Reigns walking alone? His advocating for another. Paul Heyman talks about the island of relevancy all of the time. Roman Reigns must feel like he is on an island of isolation in this very moment. The man that was most loyal to him, that he trusted the most, betraying him. I can't even imagine, I can't even process what we saw tonight. And sorry that I couldn't get an interview for you guys.
Okay, Kathy, it sums up the evening and everything we're dealing with
He
the
passed the
aftermath of
torch
this
to
triple
Seth
threat.
Rollins.
I want you to just get in
The
one more
torch was
comment
passed to
before we
Seth Rollins.
transition, because we have a new heavyweight world champion.
That's exactly right. No, in terms of CM Punk, what this means, it's the end of an era. When you think about that moment during COVID, remember? When we see Roman Reigns and the camera pans over and we see Paul
That's
Heyman,
right.
that was the beginning of an era in WWE that officially ended less than a half hour ago.
And,
pretty amazing.
And we said it on a night where we had multiple GTSs, where we had multiple stomps, multiple spears, 2 low blows by Paul Heyman, the most significant action that forever is going to change the course of this industry. All right, now, the buildup for Jey Uso was immense. To
They're
take
erasing
General
Vince.
Gunther for the World Heavyweight Championship. Big
They're
E.
erasing everything
Look,
Vince
Gunther
created
got it,
towards
as
the
he
end.
always does, and Jade was able to withstand
The bloodline was still
everything that he
under
took from Gunther.
Vince's
Oh,
rule.
I love the powerbomb reversal. You didn't think Jey had the strength.
Look, we don't talk about Jay's power and strength often, but I love that he
The
busted out here tonight.
bloodline
He really
was
did. He showed
Vince's
such an array
doing.
of moves. He's heard the chatter. He's heard people hating on his moveset. He heard it. He responded, and he ends it choking out Gunther.
And
in
it
the middle.
ends appropriately
Gunther's
at
very own
WrestleMania.
submission hold turned against
It
him.
coulda-
And that scene of
it
Jey
ends
Uso
this year.
holding the World Heavyweight Championship.
It was supposed to
The
end
man
with
who
The Rock
won the
beating
2025
Roman
Royal
Reigns.
Rumble. There were critics saying, Jey didn't really Jey Uso. Yes, really Jey Uso, the guy who won the Royal Rumble, the guy who's now going to be celebrating the 16th superstar to win his first world title at WrestleMania. We go to the podium for the new World Heavyweight Champion.
Jey Uso's at the
Jey.
podium.
Come on. Come on. Love, though. Love. Come on, though. Stop
Jey
playing.
Uso's at the
Stop
podium.
playing. Stop playing. I'm going to just hold it. up. Too quiet.
Oh, he got
Too
his new
quiet.
plates on there
Somebody
too already.
Tripping. Somebody tie their shoes. Yes. Come on, man. Come on.
Yeah, he got blue plates on there too.
What's up, Bar? What's up, Osama?
Let's open it up with our first
Yeah,
question.
this should go right here. Look,
Front
that's
row.
all right here. That's all.
Jay, first and foremost, congratulations, my G, Adrian Hernandez of Unlikely. Your family has a legacy of world championships. Yokozuna, The Rock, Roman Reigns, Nia Jax, even Naomi by marriage. And now, in the history books, is Jey Uso.
My turn. Come on. I'm sorry.
Has
That's
it
right.
sunk in, and how does it feel
Nope.
to be a world
Nope.
heavyweight champion,
Ain't
Jay?
damn thing sunk in. Ain't nothing sunk in. To be honest, I ain't gonna lie. When I got the damn strap, I'm like, I'm good now. To be honest, I feel like I'm more on now. Damn, I wanted to take some time off, But I feel like I'm going to be on, but it's all good. Like, I love it. I love it. I love it. You know what I'm saying? It was a long-ass damn week. Made it to Saturday. Yeet. You know what I'm saying? Defeated Gunther. Yeet. Got it on my back. That's where I'm at right now. Trying to be present. It was like Christmas. Yeet. Yeet. Love. That's Kasama right there. Both our daddies.
Adam Bernard from
Four letters, one word.
Celebratory.
Hoo-hoo.
To you, sir. Thank you very much.
Love.
I got to ask you a question at the Royal Rumble about what it felt like for that win to reaffirm your position with the company. Now with this big win here at WrestleMania 41 with the World Heavyweight Championship, how does it feel to officially be the new face of WWE?
Fire. Fire. For me, are you asking just me, Oos? Yeet. Hell yeah, I love it. Fire. Internet, I don't know what it is. Soak it in, because this is it right here. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, but hell yeah. 2-time world shockers. I'm damn near world heavyweight champ. Yo. Next, I'm in Vegas. That's all I'm saying. I'm in Vegas. Yeet. Love.
Right side, second row.
Right side, second row.
Right here.
Where you at?
Right here. Andreas Hale, ESPN.
Yeet.
When we talked, I asked you, when's the last time you did something without your brother? And you couldn't remember. It had been so long. This is the first time you didn't have your brother by your side or opposite the ring from you. How did it feel going out there by yourself and then getting to see your brother as you celebrated that moment?
Fire, Oos. I didn't know he was going to be there. I told him earlier, though, I was like, man, if you know you was going to be there, bro, you should have dressed up a little bit more. You feel me? He won't be mad at me, though. I've been talking all week, but I love him, though. That's my brother. You know, I got to give it to him. But I was like, come on.
He said, yo, you need to dress up a little bit more,
He
man.
done washed his sweatsuit a little bit, like, you know what I'm saying, too many times. So where, you know, when you wash an all-gray sweatsuit, Luce, it kind of come out a little gray. Is that just, you know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I loved him, and I'm like, when I hugged him, I said, come on, bro. We look good. I love my brother, Big Jim. He gonna be mad.
Final question.
Hello, Jay. Bernard Collas,
Final question.
for le tennis sport.
Where you at?
Congratulations for your victory tonight. A few months
Jey
ago,
Uso need to watch his back because the wise man and Steph Rollins is coming.
This night, and are you ready to come to
Paris? Consigliere.
Oh, you from France, huh? Yeah. It was fire, wasn't it, Luce? Hell yeah. I don't think I can ever replicate or duplicate some Lyon, France type energy. You feel me? I wish I could have that kind of energy every night with me, but it's okay. I just appreciate those moments, though, Oos. You know,
we got backlash
to Lyon, France. Like I think they
after
put me on the
WrestleMania,
first
I believe.
time I ever thought
and then
myself
some
as
clash
like
at Paris or something.
Some superstar status type. You heard me? Because I had to watch it back. When I watched it back, I don't like watching nothing back. You know, so because
Money in the Bank should be coming after that.
I just, you know what I'm saying, Luce, check the boxes off, but Lyon, France.
How long you think Jey Uso's gonna have this
I think
before Seth Rollins takes it off of him?
Like just entrance in WWE, let alone.
Because I think Seth Rollins is still gonna be on Raw. There's no reason for him to be on SmackDown chasing after Cody Rhodes.
Bret Hart, Shawn Michaels. I just don't know. You know, I'm just appreciating this whole ride as I slide. You know what I'm saying, Oos? Yeah.
And don't sleep on Braun Breaker. Don't sleep on Braun Breaker. Because if he loses his title tomorrow, he definitely going to go for the World Heavyweight Championship.
We appreciate your long ride. We appreciate your journey once again.
Remember, he's like a third generation or second generation.
You go as long as you want.
Can we get like two more
questions? All right, two more
phone calls.
Two more for the World Heavyweight Champ.
I'm calling it now. What's up, Oos?
Yo, Jey Uso.
What's going
Jey
on now?
Uso definitely
You don't
got
know with your hand raised.
Hey, bro.
All right, this side. Damn, man, just skipped it. Dude.
Jake.
Okay.
Hey, bro.
Yeet.
How are you, brother? My name's Azor from Australia, SEN Radio. I want to ask you, man, you have been, basically, you made your mark in this business as a tag team wrestler. For a tag team wrestler to reach a pinnacle like you have for the world title, I think it's only ever happened to Shawn Michaels and Bret Hart before. So to be in the company of those legends and have a WrestleMania moment where you walk out of there with that belt, has that sort of sunk in with you that you're up there with the greats?
No, it's a great question, but no, man, because I always just wanted to be a tag team wrestler with my twin brother. You know, I never, like Sax, no, like that's all it was, you know. And then once you start to progress and see like different doors open, you know, you want to, you know, take advantage of them opportunities. And it's been hard, you know. It's a long road, especially it's hard today because trying to like, you know, our business. I feel like everyone's like smart to it, you know. We the last of a dying breed. That's what I think. You know, it's damn near live theatrics, one shot, one take, live TV. So I take pride in all that, man. All my brothers and sisters, everyone who put on today, the behind the scene, man. We're all a big family. To be honest, like I'm so grateful I get to like just do this little part. Like I go out there and wrestle in the ring, but man, the production crew, the people who drive the trucks, who load, catering, who like it's, and I love y'all. I love everybody. Like my hat's off. Stay humble, ready to rumble, man. And welcome to the Yeet era, though. I don't know what's about to happen. I'm gonna embrace the hate. I'm gonna embrace the love. All I know is I'm in Las Vegas. Man, I got family out here. I done dethroned the ring general. I'm the world heavyweight champion. I got my damn side plates on this thing. This is the quickest I ever got. I had to wait 2 weeks when I won the IC championship to get some damn. I'm like, all right, y'all with me, you know what I'm saying? Now I got a new shirt on, you know what I'm saying? But love, though, I appreciate it. I hope everybody had fun this weekend and tomorrow night. Yeet.
That is the new world heavyweight champion. He's ready to party here in Vegas as tonight.
That last question was relevant because they asked him if he was one of the top now that he's the heavyweight champion. But you can't do that to somebody who just, you got to stay humble. You're not gonna put everybody on Front Street.
Performance.
It's kind of a bogus question.
What we described for many weeks as the most emotionally charged build-up to any of the matches here in Vegas.
He's not even going to the press room.
Naomi.
They got her on the outside with Big E.
Catching her out of the air, coming up with the power, and finally Jaded. How did it feel?
Yeah, I mean, it feels great. I got my revenge. I did what I said I was going to do. I've been out for a while. And Naomi.
What's next for Jade Cargill? That's the question.
Jade, I know you've had WrestleMania matches before, but this is your first singles match at WrestleMania. Look, I remember you years ago randomly on the timeline as a fitness influencer. It is wild to think in a few
see me back then?
I wasn't the only one. But how did you feel? How comfortable were you feel? Was there any nerves with your first singles match at WrestleMania?
A little bit. The reception and everything, it really was. But, you know, you just got to go out there and do it. And I went out there and I did it, and I'm proud of that match. But, I mean, it's WrestleMania. It's the biggest stage. Of course I was nervous. It's my first singles match, but I went out there and I put on a show.
Are you able to feel like at this point with everything that happened, because the
Naomi needs to keep that caution.
The strength of Jade Cargill.
That was an incredible moment, Jade.
Thank you.
But given everything that happened, the level of the
But they need to push her now in a different direction.
Do you feel that this was
start knocking out
retribution? Like
a lot of these women
system at this point?
I really have to take time to think about that. This is a woman I considered family. You know, my big sister. We went on my first road trip together here at WWE. This was somebody where when things went left and she wasn't at the company anymore, I was the first person to call her and see if she was okay. This is the girl that when she had a match, I hyped her up. I was also the one that if she failed to reach those goals, I was still in gorilla hyping her up, giving her the biggest hug. You know, I don't know where we go from here.
But there may be more pause to put on Naomi.
I think so.
I get it. This is exactly why I described this match the way we did, because for a lot of the participants and some of the victors who would come up and spend time with
Naomi
us,
and
you're going to see
Jade
the highlights, you're going to break it down, you're going to sum up what happened.
That storyline should be done.
With what the three of you have gone through, it just has a different level of weight to it, does it not?
It does. I mean, it's a sisterhood.
Naomi,
The big three, we came in, we wanted to take over this industry at that. Bianca and I
After
wanted
Bianca-
to elevate the tag team division. We did that.
Bianca is a face.
And now we're at odds with each other.
Let me ask you this. We'll get away from the match for a moment just because this place.
Bianca wins the title.
Vegas
Naomi brings caution
Listen,
to
we've
her.
all been to a lot of WrestleMania's experience. This
Jade
felt like
needs
a
to go
spectacle
somewhere
tonight.
else.
There was something that was extraordinarily grand to it and theatrical to it. Perhaps
Now, if
the
Naomi
set
wins the
alone, just
championship,
the stature
then
and the height of it. What was
you
it
come
like
back
to
after her.
come out
'Cause I
at
beat
that
you once, I'm
place
gonna beat
in
you
front of
twice.
this crowd?
Oh my gosh, amazing, astounding. I mean, I've never been in front of a crowd so live. Thank you guys. Thank you.
live.
Yeah, right. I mean, how late is it right now? But I mean, again, I had nerves coming out, but hearing the crowd and going out there and seeing all them being there and praising all of us, it just.
I just realized that they're showing her entrance right side by side with her doing the interview right now, and she changed her wig. I didn't even realize she had changed her wig. I know she looked different, but I didn't realize because she had a short wig when she was wrestling, but now she got the long wig with a ponytail. That's funny.
In the match that's in front of you.
I think the crown wears heavy for all of us. You know, like if you can't go out there and do your job, then this isn't the job for you. You know, I have a husband who went out there and had a stellar career, and I watched him, and it kind of groomed me to know how to handle big moments like I just had tonight. And I know who I am, and no one else out there is going to tell me who I am and what I'm about.
Jade, congratulations.
Who's Jade?
It's been a thrill since we've seen you come back at Elimination Chamber. The build to this, and it'll be very exciting to see where things go from here. Enjoy your night. Celebrate in Vegas. You got a long night ahead of you to enjoy a big victory. Jade Cargill, everybody. Big win here at WrestleMania. Now, elsewhere in the women's division, the WWE Women's Championship match, Tiffany, Stratton, Big E, Charlotte, Flair, and Tiffany went to work on Charlotte's surgically repaired left knee, Big E.
It felt very poetic in that Charlotte was worried about her own knee coming into this match, and she said, Tiffany, you're going to leave this match worried about yours as well.
At some point, by the way, we got to talk.
There was a move where Charlotte ran into the second turnbuckle. Looking at it back, that's a terrible highlight. Like it didn't even look right. It looked like she was so moving so slow that she was like, oh look, I need to run into the turnbuckle. But Tiffany Stratton retained, and they got her 106 days as champion. With her first debut at WrestleMania, winning that. Hey, she's on that rocket ship. If you're gonna do that to her, she needs to stay on top. She needs to stay on top.
Time is on time for the press conference.
Clean the blood off
Here
her lips.
is the WWE Women's Champion, Tiffany Stratton.
What's up, guys?
All right, we start off with our first question on the right-hand side.
Tiffy time.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
You not only had your WrestleMania debut tonight.
Is she like 21
but
years
you
old?
also defeated 14-time champion Charlotte Flair. This was a moment that you've dreamed of and you've talked about. So as it set in that you not only retained
I wonder if
the
Nia
title,
Jax is
but
gonna come back
defeated
after her
Charlotte
because
Flair.
Nia Jax.
Yeah, I don't
Did
want
not
to get
Jack
emotional.
Oh yeah, her forehead
she
still
was
messed up.
my dream opponent. She was my dream feud. And
Yeah,
making
her
my
head got
WrestleMania
messed up bad.
debut and having Charlotte Flair be my opponent, it
Charlotte
was
messed up
just,
the money maker.
the story writ itself. I can't believe I defeated Charlotte Flair. I don't think it's set in yet. I'm still kind of processing everything right now. My
least
face
she
is
didn't
a
break
little
a
beat up. But I feel amazing, and I'm going to take this momentum, and I'm going to make this title reign the best title reign of my life.
Staying on the right-hand side, we'll head to the...
Man, she got a long life
third row.
ahead of her. Her first title reign is going to be
Hey,
the
Tiffany,
best.
congratulations on the win. Brad Gilmore, ESPN Radio. An incredible match and obviously a very physical match. How are you feeling
anticlimactic.
physically after that encounter with Charlotte and emotionally?
You know, we're looking like a broke down Barbie right now. But I feel beat up, emotionally
beat
and
up.
physically. I feel a little emotional. It's hard for me to feel emotions after having matches just because my adrenaline is just going crazy. But
I'm coming down now, and I'm starting to feel all the emotions and feel like I just went through the fight of my life and had my WrestleMania debut. So we're feeling emotional, we're feeling beat up, but I'm super happy
baby.
and I'm super grateful for
WrestleMania
everything.
2025.
Next question.
I'm good. All right.
Stephanie Hypes with Body Slam Net. Congratulations, Tiffany.
Thank you.
I actually, speaking of Barbie, I want to talk about the iconic entrance. That was amazing. Was that your idea? And how was it walking out to 60,000 plus fans?
So I actually kind of had this Tiffany epiphany in my head for a while. Even before I got signed by WWE, while I was training, I always kind of wanted to have the persona of the buff Barbie doll. And I always kind of envisioned coming out of like a Barbie box for an entrance one day. And I pitched in NXT and it never happened. And I'm so grateful it didn't happen because it happened on the biggest stage at WrestleMania. And I'm so grateful.
That's a good entrance, man.
Triple H actually came to me and he asked me about the idea, and I was immediately like, yes, 100%. Let's do it. I'm so down for this. So I can't take full credit, but it was a dream come true for me. And walking out to all of those people, it was so exhilarating. I was just trying to be in the moment as much as possible, because in those moments, it is so hard to not be thinking about, I hope I don't look stupid. I hope the match goes okay. I hope I'm okay afterwards. So I was trying so hard to be in the moment, and I feel like I was in the moment, and I was trying to look out to the crowd and everybody there, and it was so amazing, so exhilarating, and like I said, I'm
You
super
can't really
grateful.
look at the crowd.
Last question, left-hand side, front row.
It becomes a lot of blurred
Hey,
faces.
Tiff,
when you're in that-
congratulations, Carl Lamar, Billboard Magazine. With the women's division so stacked, how important was this statement win to keep your momentum and confidence intact?
So important. We have so many insanely talented,
you gotta be
gifted,
focused on what's
athletic, beautiful
As soon
women
as you
on the
lose your focus,
roster.
somebody gets hurt.
We've got Bianca Belair, we've got Rhea Ripley, Jade Cargill. I have my feuds. Like, I've got some people stacked up for me in the future. I've got dream WrestleMania opponents, dream feuds. So this win for me was super important, and I'm gonna, like I said, take this momentum, and hopefully in my next storyline, my next feud, I'll come out with the W again.
Tiffany, congratulations on your win tonight. Enjoy it.
Who do you think is going to go after
WWE Women's Champion?
She's already
Tiffany
mentioned the
Stratton.
next feud, so she's ready to
Thank
go.
you, Byron. That is Tiffany Stratton. She is retaining
She will be on
tonight as
SmackDown
the world champion.
Friday,
I think there's actually a lot to take away from that conversation she just had.
Will it
Specifically,
be
I wanna get to her
Roxanne
last response.
Perez?
Listen, she admitted she's a beat-up Barbie right now. But Biggie, for her to say it was important for me to keep my momentum in a division that's absolutely stacked, and I have people stacked up for my future, my dream future WrestleMania opponents. I think if you're making the short list of those who you're banking on for the next 10 years in this industry, she's on the top of the list.
Absolutely, and she proved that tonight. Look, this is a very, very tough spot to be in. Wrestling Charlotte Flair in this match alone is tough, but all the things coming into it, the suspension, the back and forth, I'm telling you, that is a weight that a lot of talent who've been doing this for a long time, thank you, would struggle to carry. But she's only 25 years old. She's only been in this industry, I think,
25.
3 or 4 years max. Yes. And for her to deal with all of that outside noise in the back and forth, and to have a performance like that, I think really proved to a lot of people that she's ready to deal with this, the Shark Tank.
We just saw your Big E 5 count promoted there. That's when at the end of the night, Big E is going to declare who he felt were his top 5 performers of the night. It'd be interesting to see if Tiffany Stratton is on that list. Now, the conversation you and I were having recently is in the build-up to this matchup of the young ascendant superstar against the 14-time
There's a lot of women
Hall of Famer.
that
We talked
Triple
about
H
the heat and
and
venom that
Shawn
took
Michaels
place
are
as they
developing
promoted this title
in
match.
the
And
Performance
we
Center
said,
a lot.
perhaps, as
Most of
tough
those
as it
women
was
are
in
outnumbering the
recent
men.
weeks, in a way, it
So
calloused
if they're the
Tiffany Stratton.
future,
It matured her
the
in a
WWE is going to
necessary
be mostly
way.
female.
I think you saw the result of that tonight.
I agree, and I think we'll really see the results of tonight down the line.
Now, that
Tiffany Stratton, as
move
you mentioned, is only 25 years
to
old.
get rid of
Clearly the
males
biggest moment of her career, retaining against
for
Charlotte
females
Flair.
wrestlers.
We're going to see how impactful.
How is that going to hold
in a
up?
year?
Yes.
In
I don't
18
know.
months. The next time she gets to WrestleMania, having gone through this entire experience, the fact that she got to do it and walk away with the title just makes it that much sweeter.
Yeah, and Tess, I think you put it the right way. Calloused is truly it. Look, this is not an easy industry, and we're bringing in NXT. We have a lot of athletes who play the sport, but this is a whole.
I know we've
other
come a
world.
long way.
And I think Tiffany has seen a side of this
women's
business
wrestling
that is difficult, and she was able to come out of it. I think she'll be better for being on the other side of this.
But the
Listen,
idea
I'd
to
be
get rid
remiss
of men
real
just to
quick
put it
because
on
we have
the
other
women,
world
that
championship matches to get to. Where does
you know,
this leave
they
Charlotte?
did a
Flair,
pay-per-view like that.
Charlotte's not done.
It didn't
She
go
has
anywhere.
told me time and time again she is here to win world titles. She is not just here to pass the torch to the next young ones. I think she's going to find another way.
But the
to
next
get back to another world
generation
title
of boys are
opportunity
going
very
to
soon.
decide if they want to watch.
tread lightly here as to where we step
Or
when we
not.
go through and discuss what we're about to see next, because we have new World Tag Team Champions in Big E. It's your former best friends and teammates, and you hear it right here because the
Remember,
New Day,
it's wrestling.
for all
It's a
intents
violent,
and purposes,
it's a
has
violent
been
form of
reclaimed and
entertainment.
renamed as the Boo Day, Peter. But the New Day, now 12-time Tag Team Champions, defeating War Raiders.
I listen. I gotta ask you: is it bittersweet? Is it?
You know, it's good to have. It's good to have, you know, some female representation or whatever, but but when, you know, women start doing stuff like Nick Foley was doing, and they start missing teeth, you know, all that pretty and all that cute stuff, you know, all that Barbie doll crap goes out the window. Nobody wants to see that. Nobody wants to see that. Everybody still want to see Nick Foley do crazy stuff, even though, like, he just had a car accident and it was all over the internet. He just had a car accident. The car is totaled, flipped over, I don't know how many times, and he's standing there taking a picture of it, taking a picture with it. You know, he's missing an ear. You know, teeth are still messed up. Nobody wants to see that. No, nobody. I don't think there's going to be a point in my lifetime where people are going to be like, oh, you know what I want to see? I want to see a bunch of women look busted up with, you know, scars and teeth and ears missing, you know. No. And then in time, look at Lex Luger. Look at these other wrestlers. They're all broken up and beat down. Nobody wants to see that later on in those years. A lot of the divas and stuff, they still healthy because the way they wrestled back in the day, there was less acrobatics and less, you know, chance of getting hurt. High risk maneuver are called high risk maneuvers for a reason. But I'm pretty sure nobody wants to see a pretty face get all smashed up like that for the women's wrestling. I don't think that's what anybody wants. I don't think at all that's what anybody wants. Nobody wants to see that. So I'm not sure how, you know, promoting more and more women wrestling is going to affect the status quo that is wrestling, or will wrestling just slowly fade out? You know, there was years now in the back where boxing has been struggling. Boxing has been struggling a lot. But, you know, with Turkey Al-Sheikh and all, you know, all that stuff with Turkey Al-Sheikh and all the money that he's pumping into it, and the Riyadh, you know, their Riyadh season and their agenda over there with their, what is it, Project 2030 or something like that, you know, to get more people to go, you know, try to get people to go out there and, you know, attract tourists.
Damn, Las Vegas, shut it down. Like I said, I'm on gas, no brakes with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, guys, I actually spoke to the new United States champion, Jacob Fatu, following his win this
Jacob
evening.
Fatu, no gas.
He was absolutely
all gas, no
ecstatic.
brakes.
Talked about how this moment was 12 years in the making, and while he's new to WWE and this is his first championship that he is holding here, this is the beginning of the hard work.
He is ready to put in the time, ready to put in the effort, and he knows that he has so many more eyes on him now. He was happy that his family was here to support him in this massive moment for him. And on the other side, I did attempt to get a word with his opponent this evening, LA Knight. Unfortunately, he declined to do an interview. He was clutching his ribs and looked absolutely dejected as he walked out of the building. Sorry I couldn't get more for you guys.
Now, Kathy, you did a great job there of tracking everything down. Listen, it was actually one of the first things we talked about when you and I were, Sam and I were together today, was the focus of Jacob Fatu, who was here. He may have been one of the earliest superstars to arrive here. He was having breakfast. He took a walk through the dome just to look at the ring, visualize. You had the sense that he knew today was going to be the day that I have to deliver on. He has not even been on this roster for 1 full year. He was a right-hand man acolyte. He was kneeling at the altar of Solo.
You know what?
He's his own
if
man
wrestling
now,
becomes Cirque du Soleil,
right, I don't want to take
then I can
anything
see
away
that
from
working
Solo.
out.
It was very clear that the company, I think, was trying to position Solo
A
as
lot
the
more
guy.
acrobatics, a lot more
Jacob was
flips.
just undeniable.
A lot.
I'm sorry, like
Less-
Undeniable, these folks too.
Yeah,
Less
look, he's
contact.
beloved for a reason. A man that size,
They love him. Listen,
Rightfully
and,
so.
And this is a guy doing heelish, vicious things.
You know, here's what I love about professional wrestling. We talked about Tiffany Stratton, how short a time she's been on the main roster, and we talked about Jacob Fatu and how little time he's been in WWE. But their paths to get here were very, very different. This is not Jacob Fatu's first time around the block. He's been grinding for a very long time, and here he is with championship gold in WWE. Pretty cool.
man, it's just the first of many as well. I'm telling you, a lot more to come for Jacob Fatu. He is truly special. He has so much more room to grow. It's incredible to think he's just getting started. It feels like he's been around for years and years.
Well, what a night it has been here in Vegas. By the way, we do want to tell you that Seth Rollins has denied the opportunity to speak at the press conference. Seth Rollins, who won the triple threat with the aid of Paul Heyman. Paul Heyman, again, the big headline that's coming out of this, Paul Heyman turned on both CM Punk and Roman Reigns, delivering low blows. And
That was
setting
predicted
things
by
up
a lot
for
of
Seth
internet
Rollins,
people.
paving the
A lot of
way
internet people,
for Seth
they were
Rollins to
predicting
win.
that Paul Heyman
What we
was
are
gonna
saying
take
is
over.
an instant classic.
They caught the
This
swerve.
was the turning point. When the chair was in the hands of CM Punk, but then the low blow was delivered. Roman Reigns
I didn't see it. I thought
at his
CM Punk would have got
wife
out of there
said,
because
yes,
only
you're
because
being
the fact
loyal
that it
to
was his
me.
first WrestleMania,
He served
first
it up
WrestleMania main event.
on the attack
'Cause he's
of
been in WrestleMania
CM
before.
Punk. And then standing there just waiting was Seth Rollins. The Shield breakup, a decade later of Payback. It was sitting there for Roman Reigns to take it. But look at what happens. Just
But Roman
when you
Reigns already
thought
had
the tribal chief
Seth Rollins
would
with a chair
conquer
in the
this
back.
triple threat, Heyman with the low blow again. Seth Rollins and Paul Heyman didn't even need to make eye contact. It was in the bag all along. Heyman turns on his quote-unquote best friend, his quote-unquote tribal chief, and in the end, Seth Rollins leaves night one of WrestleMania with a stomp for the history books and a victory that he says now determines the future of the industry.
Listen, obviously, we needed to show that part, but let's not forget, before that happened, we witnessed a 5-star match. An unbelievable match between these three.
Triple H is coming out. He's about to do the press conference. This should be the end of it after this. Let's see what happens. Let's see what he says. He should give some numbers and at least hint at what's next.
Hey, everybody. How are you guys? Thank you very much. Well, first of all, thank you all for being here. It's a good turnout. A lot of you. It's very nice to see. I appreciate the interest in everybody being here, and also want to thank and I have to do this slowly because it's a lot of letters, the LVCVA, Allegiant Stadium, T-Mobile, and also the Fontainebleau Hotel. If I said that right, I have a terrible French accent, as many of you have seen. I also want to thank our partners Dun and Dusted on this event. That did a phenomenal job. Everybody dig the set? Yeah, I thought it was phenomenal. Fanatics event, I want to thank them as well for bringing WWE World to life. I've just heard from a lot of fans over the last couple of days that have been really positive about what World was like and the attractions that were there and their ability to go there and Superstore and everything about it. So it was wonderful. For the first time ever tonight, and I said this in the ring when I first got out there, it literally just dawned on me right when I was about to walk into the ring to say welcome to WrestleMania, that this is the first time for WrestleMania that everybody around the world was watching at the same time. Very, very small percent of the globe now is not covered between Peacock and Netflix. So it's kind of the first, I don't know, it struck me right before I walked in that ring like, wow, like the world is watching right now. And that I don't know, that just seemed impressive to me, that it's a different time, and the ability, as we've talked about before with Netflix, for people internationally, that I know so many of them that just said, it's so difficult to connect on big events and the times and, live and where is it and all that stuff. Netflix makes it so easy for them. It's the one-stop shopping. The interface looks the same everywhere around the globe, and it's just click and watch, and it's amazing. As far as the show tonight, we set a new record for any single night gate in WWE history. So this was phenomenally successful. Attendance, 61,467. That's a full sellout. We were today opening, whenever we do sets like this, there are always seats that are potentially like not the best view or restricted view or things like that, or that we have killed for production reasons that then become available last second. We were opening up production kills as fast as we possibly could, and they were selling out the second we put them up. So the demand was really, really high. Little spoiler, I would expect that that record for a highest gate to last about a little less than 24 hours now. We should crush it tomorrow. We had tickets purchased from all 50 states, 68 countries. Like I said, global event.
So in order to crush that gate,
is truly a global company.
The prices for night two must be a lot more expensive.
I think we are showing it more and more. I think you will see that in the coming year, and I think tonight was proof positive of that as well. Many of you know on our countdown show tonight, we announced the acquisition of Top Lucha promotion in Mexico, AAA. Very exciting time for us. Very exciting opportunity, I think, for us to continue to grow Lucha Libre, which for many of you know that are either fans of that or grew up there. It's woven into the fabric of the culture. It really is. It resonates with everybody. It's impressive to see, and we want to make sure that that not only exists but continues to thrive and continues to grow. I'm a big fan of lucha as a style. I think that having all styles is incredibly valuable. Obviously, we have a particular one that we like to do in WWE, but that does not mean that we're looking to massively revamp anything. I'm looking to keep traditional Lucha Libre as traditional Lucha Libre within that world and just help it to grow and help the athletes that grew up fans of it in those markets to realize their dream, just like we're helping to do in the U.S., whether it's finding athletes from college or NIL programs or anything. Turn people onto it, whether they grew up in it or not. Let them fall in love with it and let them become great at it. And that is our goal. That will be our goal globally, is to have the best of the best from around the world. and we will continue to do that. So very, very excited about that. It was very, very exciting day for, I believe, all our Hispanic talent, and to have Vikingo here, and Dorian and his mom, and just everybody. So a very emotional afternoon with them. And as we mentioned before, I mentioned before at that event, 30 years ago, right about now, I was sitting in my apartment with Brian Pillman and Regal and a few other people watching that first AAA Worlds Collide event. I thought it was spectacular. That's been on my mind since then, and we will be doing a Worlds Collide event with AAA from the LA Forum on June 7th. And I think that will be a spectacular event that will, I think, show the level of commitment and what we're looking to do with AAA. On some other just little business things and exciting news, Cody Rhodes starting a new podcast for WWE, and also somebody that I'm a very big fan of, as you all heard last night, is Stephanie McMahon. Launching with our podcasts and shows with our partners, Fanatics. If you haven't seen them, Steph's Places show, I think is phenomenal. And Steph's first podcast is out with Dana White, and I'm not sure if the other one is out yet or if it's about to come out with Michael Rubin from Fanatics. So incredibly good, I believe. And Steph is incredibly good with getting things out of people. She is very emotionally in tune with people and has a way of asking them questions. So I think that show will be phenomenal. And I think Cody's will be a lot of fun as well. As far as Hall of Fame goes, incredible evening for me, I believe, for the legends. Anytime we can have Steve around is a phenomenal day. Anytime that we can have Brett around, it's a phenomenal day. Our talent, those are heroes to them and people that they look up to. And anytime they can pick their brains and get a little bit of advice from them, it's incredible to have them around. And I was really, really happy for Michelle McCool to get her flowers for sort of changing the perception of women as athletes in the WWE and being a big part of that. Lex Luger, well-deserved into the Hall of Fame. I said it to Lex last night when I saw him and realized it's probably one of the worst things you can tell another wrestler is, I watched you when I was a kid and I thought you were great. I realized it after I said it. And but, to see his turnaround in life, to see what Diamond Dallas Page has done for so many people, and to have Lex be a part of that, to be able to stand up out of his wheelchair, and I don't know how long he spoke, 10 minutes or so, but to be able to stand there for that length of time was just inspirational to see. The natural disasters, well-deserved as well. We had spoken to the family about putting them in all the way last year at the Hall of Fame, so having them have that opportunity and that honor meant a lot. To see Dory Funk and see his dad achieve that honor, and even for Dory, what that meant for him was an incredible moment for me to see. And then, of course, Kamala, who, for me as a kid growing up was just incredible. What an incredible character. And, I think often about the Hall of Fame that as much as it's cool for you, it's cool for the people that sort of paid the price for what you did, your family, your children. To see,
hasn't taken questions
even
yet.
If somebody is no longer here, for them
This
to
is night
see
2 of his Hall of Fame speech.
their father or whatever receive that.
Let's hope it don't go till 4 a.m.
to
on the
know
East
that,
Coast.
that sacrifice that you made, that you dealt with, all those things, that award is just as much for you. So sometimes I think people will say, it's after the fact or whatever, or once they're past. I don't know. To me, it's just to see how much that meant to his wife was very touching to me. And then, same for Ivan Koloff and his family. So well deserved as the such an important cog in a wheel of and Bill, you were there, I believe, right? Yeah, well, you don't have to brag about it. I'm just saying you were there. Give Bill, don't give him the microphone over there. He'll take over the whole show. No, it's just, as a breaking that title reign of Bruno Sammartino in Madison Square Garden, which was like the WrestleMania of the time, and the pin drop silent, right, of that moment happening. Now he doesn't want to say anything. The silence of that moment, he's just, he was such an important figure, and I'm just really, really happy that even though he wasn't here to see it, but his family was, and what that means to them. So I was really happy for that. And then, of course, for me, I don't know that I can say any more than I did last night for a long period of time, way late into the evening. It was really, I didn't have that much to say. I was just really trying to see how much our talent could put up with, really. It's like an endurance test. But no, it was quite an emotional moment, and something I'll never forget. And I know that for me, it was a surprise doing it, but as we were designing these rings and changing what we do, a lot of thought and care was put into them so that they could be as meaningful and impressive for them to show people or to brag about having or have those moments as their careers meant to us and to everybody else. So was a really emotional night. The Hall of Fame is always one of my favorite nights. Just I'm a big history buff for the industry. I love all that stuff, and I don't know, it's just a wonderful emotional night. So thoughts on tonight, I thought we had a spectacular show. I thought the pacing of it was well. Crowd was great. The stage design I thought was incredible. I loved having fans up there and in the design and in the space. At the end of the day, it's really what we're all about is that engagement with fans. So having them as a part of it, I don't know, just felt right to me. The War Raiders, New Day, the tag team champs, New Day just solidifying themselves as one of the greatest tag teams of all time. Rey Fenix, unfortunately, with the injury to Rey Mysterio last second, you ask somebody to step in that's just got here, not fully prepared, not fully anything. I thought it was amazing. I thought Rey Fenix did a phenomenal job of putting him on the map, and you have not, in a moment that was incredibly difficult for him, he showed why he is here and how big of a star he is going to be in the future. And El Grande Americano, whoever he is incredible. What a physique and what a job he did. Incredibly hard head, apparently. So I thought it was great. Jade and Naomi, just I love seeing people.
What's funny
in this when they get into a situation and then sort of figuring that out on the fly. New character for Naomi, new position, new everything, and she's very excited about it, and we're very excited about it, and seeing her just be lit up over that role and thrive in it, and Jade coming back and from a legit time away, and be able to come back and be at WrestleMania and do what they did tonight. I was very happy for both of them, and I thought they did a phenomenal job. LA Knight, Jacob Fatu was spectacular for me. LA Knight just so popular, and Jacob Fatu is right there with him. And Jacob is just a monster, man. He's a destroyer, and that is going to go a long way. Gunther Jay was everything it needed to be. Funny that I judge a lot of how people perform sometimes differently in wins and losses. The pros, to me, the ones that are the best, perform the best sometimes in a loss. And in that loss, sometimes you come out in a better place. Gunther, to me, tonight showed why he is absolutely, undoubtedly one of the best in the world. And Jey Uso, just when you have 61,467 people going crazy like that and doing the entrance and the yeet and all that, it's just an impressive thing. Really happy for him. Jay's transformation over the last couple of years through the bloodline story and coming out of it and doing his own thing, and showed tonight why the name main event Jey Uso is a fitting name for him. Tiffany Charlotte was a fight, hell of a fight. I hope they're both okay. You know, adrenaline's a magical thing, so in the moment, I think they're both good, but it was a hell of a war. And, you know, for Tiffany Stratton in the short period of time to be in the business, to stand in the ring with one of the absolute best in the business, and I don't mean absolute best in the women's division, I mean one of the absolute best in the business in Charlotte Flair, and hang with her on that big stage when, you know, it's hard to put into words, as nervous as you are, and I'm sure Charlotte was, and I'm sure she was wound up and the nerves are there. She's been doing this for a while and been in that role for a lot of time. Tiffany has not. I'm sure WrestleMania had her on edge, and for her to deliver in that manner, in that moment, says a lot about who she is and why she's going to be on top for a long, long time. And then, Jesus, Roman, Seth, and Punk, I don't even know where to start. Like, if you are CM Punk and you've waited your whole life to be in the main event of WrestleMania, and that's been your goal, and tonight was the night, that made that wait all worthwhile. That was through and through a WrestleMania main event with three of the best in the world trying to show themselves and 60+ thousand people that not only are they one of the best, they are the absolute best. Each one of them trying to show that. Each one of them trying to not only outdo, but outsell the other one. That's the magic of our business. And they had it, man, all night long. They had everybody from start to finish. So incredible performance by everybody. And can't wait for tomorrow. So I'll open it up to the room.
First question on the right-hand side, front row.
Good to see you.
Hey, man, how are you?
Good. Wanted to get your thoughts on Vegas as a host town. This place was talked about for quite some time, but 5 nights, sold-out shows, but also like including like the official hotel, the official after parties. I mean, it's nonstop. Your thoughts on Las Vegas?
Yeah, it was hard to find a place to eat, I found. Yeah. Las Vegas is perfectly suited for the type of event this is, right? It is a place that is made for big events. I mean, built from the ground up. A place for big events, for spectacle, for larger than life, for people to go and, I don't know, forget about life and go there and do crazy things. And what's crazier than WrestleMania for 2 nights in this city? But it is built, it is designed, it is, so they in many ways, they're the perfect partners. The hotels, the restaurants, the attractions of other things that you can do, the places to be able to host World and the, you know, Taker's show and the Hall of Fame and the roast on Sunday night. You know, there was a moment this week when I saw a list of all the content that we were creating this week, and it was mind-blowing to me, you know, and I'm the one doing it, or in front of it all. But when you see it all laid out like that, it's crazy how much content is made here, but only you can only do that in a place like this where you have that opportunity to do all those things. And what's wonderful about that is you're not expecting everybody to watch everything and go to everything. You're expecting them to find the thing that speaks to them. And we want, it's one of the things about WWE, we want to have a little something for everyone and have them be able to come to events like this, destination events, like Vegas now, like New Orleans will be next year. Cities like that where you can go in there, there's places to do everything, and there's a little something for everybody, and every single person can come and enjoy it. Whether you're an older jaded fan been watching this your whole life, or whether you're coming with your family, or whether you're bringing kids with you that have just discovered this and are going to stand there in awe of the superheroes that they see on TV, and you can look at it through the eyes of your kid. There's something for everybody, and to me, that's what makes a destination site Las Vegas, like Las Vegas, perfect for us.
Staying on the right side, second row.
Hi, Paul. Alistair McGeorge from the Metro in the UK.
Hey, how are you?
Yeah, really well, thanks. How are you?
Good. I'm good.
You alluded to the emotions of the Hall of Fame, sort of for people generally. For you specifically, what did it mean having your family, your daughters there, sort of especially given what you went through health-wise just a few years ago?
It's hard to put into words. But the thing that also feels like that's amazing, right? It's the most important thing for me. Having, my parents are there, my kids, Steph, my mother-in-law, like I have friends there. That's incredible. And then on top of that, I'm sitting in a room full of 100, 200, a little less than 200 talent, maybe, that almost all of them I have some type of really emotional connection to. I've watched them come in the door. I've watched them get started. I've watched them grow, or I watched them come into this place, where they thought they would never make it to WWE just because of, I think sometimes about like Finn Balor and.
All right, real quick, while he's still reminiscing. A few things that came out that should be highlighted. The AAA down in Mexico, they're having an event already in June, which is crazy. They just announced the acquisition, and they already have an event scheduled for June. That's going to be a different situation. I don't know how WWE is going to broadcast it, being that Raw and SmackDown are the main shows in their storyline. How is AAA going to fit in? Even NXT struggles to kind of fit into that. The next thing is Cody Rhodes has a podcast. He definitely losing tomorrow. Cody Rhodes has a podcast? Are you serious? Why are you going to put him in a podcast? Why? That's for the Stone Colds, the Undertakers, the veterans. Roman Reigns should have a podcast. Why, Stephanie McMahon has a podcast. Why are you putting your WWE champion in a podcast? Or even why are you allowing him to do that? Like, that's a whole different situation that you gotta maintain and cultivate. So that said, that's just crazy. I don't know how that's going to help. But if he loses the WWE Championship, then I'm assuming he's going to have time to do that. For how long? I don't know. For how fast? I don't know. Again, they're trying to be a global company, and podcasting, and then having WWE actual events and charity work and all of that stuff. I know they got rid of some of the live events on their schedules, so they're doing a lot more TV and more Netflix type stuff. Okay, but having your world champion being a podcaster, I don't know about that. But let's see what happens with that. And then the biggest thing is, remember when Chad Gable changed his name to Shorty G? Chad Gable changed his name to Shorty G. Again, Shorty G. Grande Americano is actually the opposite of that. Big American. So this is just ridiculous that they're doing this. This is just ridiculous. First it was Shorty G from Vince, but now it's Grande Americano from Triple H. Let's go back and hear what he's talking about.
As you mentioned, it has such a cultural impact, and South America, Central America, right? Like,
so they're going back to
Mexico,
the Worlds Collide,
the United
Triple
States,
H,
where there's
NXT.
and I don't know if
WWE
anybody
event.
saw the New York Times article today, where they talked about the powerful impact and the power of lucha libre and what it means. And, you know, especially in markets within the U.S. like L.A. and places like that, right? Southern California. So the intent is to grow it. The intent is to grow that brand, that, you know, NXT started out as this, and over time it became something massive. When done right. And it's, you know, Sean mentioned it last night. When you look at WrestleMania now, like most of it came directly out of NXT, a large percentage of it. That's the success of it. And I think Mexico, I think AAA, I think Lucha Libre opens up the door for those athletes as well to not only grow to be the biggest thing that they can be in lucha and everything else, but if their desire is there to grow beyond that, right? I think it's the greatest, you call it what you want, sport.
Remember, they got WWE ID too.
Whatever you want to call it. What we do, I think it's the greatest form of that.
And they have their own
the
champion.
world, but that's a global thing. There are places in the world where it's culturally significant to them. We're not looking to take away from that culturally significant product. We're looking to enhance it, to grow it, to make it bigger, and give opportunities for talent to even grow beyond that and become worldwide celebrities, as opposed to.
So now it all makes sense.
With it, but as opposed
that
to
they did the Chad
a
Gable
certain genre of something, right?
Situation.
And there's room for everybody. And as people grow through their careers, they
Or
don't have to
storyline,
stay
really.
in one place.
It makes
They
total
can-
sense now.
They
They knew they were
go
going to do
and-
this
and
acquisition.
also, from a learning
It's gonna happen
standpoint, to
overnight.
learn different styles and different techniques and all that, you know, it's important.
They set it
and I
all up,
think
even
it's,
the June event.
powerful for us to be able to be in those markets and to be able to grow our talent in that manner.
Couple more questions. We'll go back to the right-hand side, front row.
Emily May. We saw 3 title changes tonight. We had that huge main event and the surprise, you know, Paul Heyman going with Seth Rollins instead. Yeah. So what was your creative process like establishing these 3 title changes and this huge main event all on night 1 of WrestleMania?
You know, it's impossible to tell anybody the process because there's so many cogs in it, right? So as you begin to put this event together, as the event begins to grow, as it becomes bigger, as it gets closer, every little thing that happens changes some piece of it. So it's like having a giant set of dominoes and you set it all up, and then you know, if one falls, a lot of them go down, and you begin to have to change things, and you begin to have to tweak things around. You know, this build also was a lot longer, so it was a different kind of build. I often think of, and this is, I don't want to say simplifying it, but it's just a way of explaining it. Individual matches are like an individual song. And for anybody that now downloads make a different thing, but for anybody that grew up in a vinyl or a cassette, I suppose, or even a CD era, the individual songs are great. But you saw so many bands over the years talk about the album. The album tells a story, right? All these songs, each individual match comes together to make an album. So there's a lot of factors that go into making that album. It's not just write crazy song after crazy song and this thing will kill. It's not the best way to go about it. And some people like that, and that's great, but we believe it's not the best way to go about it. So it's crafting an album start to finish, and everything has a reason for why it's there. And then there's a lot of things that have a reason for why they're not there as well. And sometimes it's hard for people to understand that, but there's, when we finish, and I say this all the time, we all do it, but so we do night 1 tonight. Tomorrow night we're going to do night 2. And before I leave Gorilla to come do the press conference with everybody and then leave to go to Tony Hinchcliffe roast, I'm going to sit at Gorilla, and about probably 2 minutes after we go off the air, someone's going to walk over and hand me Monday Night Raw. That was my off season. Right? If you don't have a plan for the other side of WrestleMania, you've really messed up. That doesn't mean your plans will actually work because things could change, right? When you see what happens in WrestleMania, you might think, oh man, that didn't go the way we thought it was going to. Turned out different. People took it differently. We need to go in a different direction. But you have to have plans. It means you have to have things for the other side. It means you have to have things that don't pay off in the moment and pay off, right? And the pressure of that, one of the things I love about this business, it's the most demanding business in the world. If you had any other form of entertainment where if everything wasn't a perfect 10 on that event, people complain about it. And it, you know, it's gone from one night of WrestleMania to 2 nights of WrestleMania to all this other stuff to, oh, now it's the Raw after WrestleMania, and that's got to be this crazy, right? Like, so there's no, oh man, WrestleMania is over, take your foot off the gas, we'll coast for a little bit, this will be easy, right? You got to go. All that stuff has to go into this. Doesn't mean we do it right, doesn't mean we do it perfectly every time, but that's the intent. And so it's hard to even say like, well, here's the process, because it's so complex and convoluted in many ways that if you have never done this, it's almost impossible to understand, you know. I said it last night, Dusty would always say, booking ain't easy, kid, right? And what's that? If you will. And he would say it, and you know, at first I didn't fully understand that, and as time would go on, I would be like, "You ain't kidding, right?" It is what it is. He used to also always say to me, if he would say, if you can get 70% of what's in your head to come out on that screen, that's a grand slam, right? Because in your mind you see it perfect, in your head you see it exactly the way you want it to be. And then it's producers and staff and talent and all these things, and it's never exactly what you think. So he would always say 70% is a grand slam, but you keep on plugging, because again, tomorrow I will get handed a script as soon as that show is over, and we are 365-ish days away from WrestleMania 42.
Last question.
Hi, Paul. Rick Ucchino from The Takedown on SI.
Hey, Rick.
You spoke earlier a little bit about Jey Uso's connection with the audience, his rise over the last couple of years. This is obviously a big night for him. I'm interested to know if you can pinpoint a specific moment or a specific time over the last couple of years that you really started to look at Jey differently as a future, not only as a future World Heavyweight Champion, but as a Royal Rumble winner and a guy who could win the World Heavyweight Championship at WrestleMania.
It's a process. It's not a moment. I don't think ever. Man, it might be a moment that we were all like, something's happening here, right? But it's usually not a particular moment, because it's things over time. I think everybody saw something different in Jey over the last couple of years in that Bloodline story, and the way he handled himself and the emotion and all those things. But I think there was a lot of people that thought it was this cast of characters making this great ensemble piece that worked. And then, when he goes off on his own, it's going to be different. Doesn't have all these other people to play off, doesn't have this story, doesn't have all this stuff. And then he goes out there, and there's a different connection with people. It's funny because a lot of people, sometimes I see people talk about Jey, and they're like, the Yeet guy's doing his Yeet thing or something, right? Like, that ain't what he's doing at all. Like, what he's doing is he sees something that is truly him, that resonated with people and caught on. And he is as invested in them in doing that. Like, to me, the guy doing the Yeet thing implies like he's just out there doing a shtick. And when, this caught on, I'm going to do this shtick, I'm going to ride this shtick into the ground, and then I'll go on and do something else. Man, it's not that. I know him, I see him, and I see how he is with people and with fans. And when he is out there, he is vibing with those people. I don't know, there's a connection. Some people have it, some people can't, and you can't manufacture it, and you can't, I mean, sometimes you can, I guess, but they believe in him. Not everybody, but majority, strong majority. I didn't see a whole lot of people that weren't in there tonight in the pocket with him, but they believe in him. He believes in them, and I don't know. There's just this magical connection between him and when he's in that ocean of people that are loving what he does, that becomes undeniable. So as that's beginning to take place, you'd have to be like, I don't know, you just have to not pay attention at all to not see that happening and say, we got to run down this road because it's real, So my hat's off to him. He's created that. That's tough to do when you're deep into your career like he is, right? He's not just getting started. He wasn't trying to figure something out. He was in a certain role for years where you kind of get pigeonholed into that spot. And then to break out of that is very difficult. My hat's off to him for doing it, and that's a pro to me. That ability to adapt, to change, to put the gas on something when you need to. I saw it tonight with Seth and Punk and Roman. Same thing, right? Like you get into this three-way thing, and it becomes competitive of who is going to be the highlight. Hard to argue as this came into the home stretch that Seth didn't become the highlight, right? That's long deep into his career to still have that fire to go that next level, to get there and have that connection with people. That's a pro. That's impressive to me. And Jay has it. Seth has it. Like a lot of people here have it. But it's to me, when you have that's what makes you great. So,
Paul, thank you so much for spending some time with us here tonight.
Thank you all very much. I would do another question, but we're going to do another question tomorrow. So I will save some of that for then. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
That is our Chief Content Officer, Paul Triple H Levesque, the newest member of the Hall of Fame. Let's go through the results from tonight. Jey Uso is your new World Heavyweight Champion. The New Day have won their 12th Tag Team World Championship.
The World Champion.
Between
Jade
and
beats
Naomi ends up in a Jade Cargill win. Jacob Fatu is the new United States Champion.
LA champ.
What a showcase.
LA Knight.
LA Knight. And Jacob
United States
Fatu.
Championship.
Tiffany Stratton was able to defend against
Seth Rollins
Flair.
defeats
Grande
Punk and Roman.
Americano with a 456
Tiffany Stratton
on at one point. Defeated Ray
Charlotte
Phoenix
Flair and a Grande Americano. Shorty G.
WrestleMania history.
Chad Gable.
Listen, it'll get ranked
defeats
there one day.
Ray
We're not
Phoenix.
saying top this, top. It's there.
And
it's
we
on
know that
tier
Ray
one.
Phoenix had a short notice.
Seth Rollins, after
So,
Paul Heyman
he did
with
good, I
two
guess.
low blows, wins the triple threat against CM Punk and Roman Reigns.
Tomorrow
And now,
night.
come tomorrow. Oh yeah, this is the way it
We're
looks.
looking at
Quickly,
the triple
what
threat match
intrigues you the most tomorrow?
for the world
I mean, listen,
for the
obviously
women's world
we're talking
heavyweight
about that main event.
women's
John
world
Cena
championship.
And Cody Rhodes. How can you not? The building will be full. But from an
We
intrigue
got
standpoint,
Paul Logan versus
who does the Viper Randy Orton face tomorrow?
Beyond the obvious, what intrigues you the most
Styles.
tomorrow?
At that Women's World Championship
Randy
Triple
Orton
Threat match, we have three
versus
incredible
who knows?
performers. This thing has been boiling for a while.
Tag team championship, women's tag team
It
champion.
is time for Big
With
E's
a mystery
5 count.
opponent again.
Who are the 5 that Big E selects after WrestleMania Night
Sin
1?
City
Here
with
we go. Number 1, I have to start with my man, Jey Uso. Chase and Josiah, your daddy did it. A bridesmaid, no more. Jey Uso is World Heavyweight Champion. Number 2, we have Jacob Fatu.
Oh, yeah.
Kid, baby boy, the Polynesian prince, Mr. Yaradamin. The future world champion wins his first title and is your new United States champion. Number 3, we have Tiffany Stratton. Look, May 1st, 1999, SpongeBob SquarePants debuted. And on that very same day, another star was born. Tippy time.
Really?
1999.
That's right. Yeah, scary.
SpongeBob and Tippy time on
That's
the same
on
day.
the same day, Tess. Number 4, we have Seth Rollins. Seth must be a big fan of Kirk Franklin because the preacher once said, "My brother, can't you see? I got the victory. Stop." The winner of your main event is CrossFit Jesus himself.
He's so off the rails right
And
now.
last but not least, Paul Heyman, the man with a plan, rattles the industry once again. Watch your nuts around the wise man.
Oh!
They might be gone. They might be
He's
gone.
grilling onions. All right, here's what I'm curious about, Peter. Every time at WrestleMania, the set takes center stage, and we're always interested in the ring entrances. Best ring entrance of the night.
All right, it's very close because the Barbie doll situation that Tiffy did was fantastic. Totally unique, never seen anything like it. But when you saw Vernon Reed and Living Color on that stage.
Yeah, that was special.
I'm sorry, man. I'm giving it up for CM Punk. Living Color performing Cult of Personality. Listen to this.
This is Peter's choice of entrance.
I don't know. Let me know in the comments who you thought was the best entrance. The Tiffany Stratton thing took me for a loop at first because I didn't know where she was coming out from. I didn't even realize that she was in the middle of the Barbie doll thing. But then I saw Charlotte Flair's entrance. They're overlooking all of that pyro and the Rolls Royce.
Post show, I believe.
And might probably be the last one you'll ever get as well.
Hey, we want to thank these loyal fans for staying to the end of the post show. We'll see you tomorrow. Countdown to WrestleMania 41 Sunday edition, 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific. Then WrestleMania 41 comes your way, 7 p.m. 4 Pacific, streaming on Peacock.
All right, people. So the biggest thing of the night was the acquisition of AAA. I think that's going to be a game changer for WWE. You're going to have more talent, more circus atmosphere, more to promote, more revenue. So, and you got to remember, this is a publicly owned or publicly traded company. So TKO is making moves in two industries. They also got the UFC, and then they have some other stuff going on that's really not wrestling related. The Grande Americano Shorty G situation that dawned on me like a rock. I was like, yo. But the biggest thing of the night that nobody's talking about, and I was hoping somebody mentioned it. Now that the bloodline story has ended officially, because breaking up Roman Reigns and Paul Heyman, that's full circle. That's how the bloodline started. The bloodline story started. Vince McMahon was in charge when that story was still owner, when that story was still CEO, when that story began. All the new stories that are out now, with the exception of the bloodline story, was not his. The bloodline story, now that it's gone, there is no Vince McMahon in WWE except for the talent that came up with him at the time that's still on top. Those are the Jey Usos, the Seth Rollins, the CM Punks. Those are still Vince McMahon's guys. The Charlotte Flairs, but like it's starting to transition. You know, they talked about it. Heartbreak Kid talked about it. Shawn Michaels talked about it. Triple H talked about it. Most of the new talent are all NXT that were created by Paul Levesque in the Black and Gold era. Because still, there's some talent that can still be considered Vince's stuff, especially when he turned it into NXT 2.0. Don't forget about that. That was Vince's doing. NXT 2.0, taking Paul Levesque out of there and taking charge of that event or that brand, that product. So there's still some more. It'd probably take maybe another 5 to 10 years to kind of weed out the talent that was hired by Vince. But as far as storylines, the bloodline is it. Correct me if I'm wrong in the comments, but that's it. Any storyline from here on out is Paul Levesque's doing. Good, bad, or indifferent. You got to chop it up to him. You know, he's starting to give himself leeway and saying that, you know, we're not always perfect and yada, yada, yada. And, you know, what's in my head doesn't come out on the screen. And the old guys, Vince's era guys, they, you know, if 70% of what was in your head is seen in the screen, now you're a winner. You know, those are all outs because all this other stuff that's going on with you know podcasts and like Vince, I know Vince did the same thing, but he was the owner. He was trying to promote his product. Everything had to do with WWE because he had nothing else. Whether he did movies, football, or whatever, he still incorporated WWE. That's why the football thing, the XFL didn't work that well because he brought in all the wrestlers from over there. He brought all the wrestlers over there. Then he took him out, and people were like, "What's going on?" The movies, the network, the WWE network. Those are all promotional ideas coming from one man. And if you don't give that man his flowers now, when he dies, everybody else even hating over some personal stuff that happened between adults is going to come back because everybody's going to kiss his ass, to include the President of the United States, Donald Trump. You know, Vince had a hand in that too. So much so that his wife was part of the administration again. So check this out. We got one more night of WrestleMania for 2025, night 2. We'll cover that and see where that goes and where the storylines go. But there's going to be a lot of changes coming up in starting at the Raw after WrestleMania. Triple H already talked about it. I'm curious how they're going to integrate AAA wrestling. And remember, they got WWE ID out there. They got their own belt. And don't forget, they also have that was it, speed wrestling, whatever it is. Nobody's ever really watching it. It's on I think it's on Facebook or something. I'm not sure. But WWE Speed. So that they're doing a lot of little things that are kind of like drifting away from the focus of wrestling. Some of it incorporates because there's more advertisement. You know, this leads to that, leads to that, leads to that. Even Undertaker doing his one-man show, which is hilarious, you know, for somebody who's been, you know, a dark person to now have a comedy show. Okay, but they're sponsoring it. So here's the thing. We got one more night of WrestleMania. Let's see how it goes. And if you like what you saw tonight and how this was done, leave your thoughts in the comments. Hey, I like something improved too. Not everything comes out the way it was in my head. But anyways, thank you for the privilege of your time. And as always, keep your hands up, chin tucked, and eyes open, and protect yourself at all times, baby.